our first speaker of today, we have Stuart Munton, who is the Chief for Delivery at And Digital. With over 2 decades of experience in IT and digital program delivery, Stuart focuses on accelerating value for customers and businesses. He's also a co-founder of Agile Reading Meetup Group and a coach and semi-retired player at his local rugby club, and is a lifelong Leicester Tigers fan. So I can imagine he loves a good scrum. So you've got me for 2 days. So please put your hands together, go crazy, and welcome Stuart onto the stage.
Lovely, thank you. So, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here again. I was down here 2 years ago, and it was great, sunny, lovely beach party, which looks like it's going to be quite good for that tonight. Not too sure about the kind of stormy lightning boat party tomorrow, but we'll see on that. So, Stuart Munton, I won't do too much introduction myself because we've got a lot of stuff to cover, but again, this is me. I do have a different title now, but probably by the time I do this talk again, I'll probably have a different title again. I'm kind of the group CIO, but we like different words. There you go. So, talk we're talking about today is called the product confidence trap. It is very labyrinthy, yeah, and so I'll talk that through as I go through the kind of story. But what I also need you guys to be doing as well is, if you want to ask questions, because it's very short sessions, please chuck stuff on the Slido. I will go back through and answer all the questions on the Slido, so you can go back and get the answers. If we have time at the end, we will also do questions in Slido. There is only one Slido poll left in this, because there's not enough time to go through all of them, so there will be one point where I'm going to ask your opinion on some of the stuff, and then we'll do like a word cloud kind of thing, but it'll be on the same one of this. So if you get questions, chuck them on there. We will also going to do questions in the room as well. So anyway, these QR codes will come up later as well. So what's this about? What's the start of this story? So, show of hands, who has seen the film The Labyrinth? Okay. Cool. Those of you who haven't, you should, because it's amazing. So the reason this talk got linked to the Labyrinth is I was doing a version of this in Krakow. They do their conference in a cinema, so I kind of tenuously linked it to films. And then from that, it became all throughout this, because the Labyrinth is about a maze, it's about finding a way out of a maze, and I went like, you know what, actually that kind of ties quite nicely into the talk, which is about discovery and finding your way out of discovery traps, which is what the product confidence trap. So, for those of you who haven't seen the film, so The Labyrinth, 1986, Jim Henson film, amazing, loads of Muppets or Muppet-esque things. It's a bit scary if your kids are a bit little. When mine are shown them the first time, they were a bit terrified, and I'll show you one of the terrifying scenes in one of the screenshots on here. But it's still amazing. General premises of it, this is Sarah down here. Sarah is a 15-year-old girl. She wants to go to the mall, go to the parties, whatever she wants to do. She doesn't want to stay at home and look after her little stepbrother. So she wishes away her stepbrother. She wishes that the Goblin King will come and take him away. And the Goblin King, played by the amazing David Bowie, comes and takes the baby away. And so then starts the story of Sarah working through the labyrinth, okay? And so I'm going to tenuously link this film into the talk. You'll also understand what this is about in a minute as well, because that comes up as well. So at a high level, what is a product confidence trap? So it's a loop where you get stuck. Yeah? So you get stuck evaluating where you are. So evaluation is one of the kind of terms we're going to use a lot through this. It's where you're unsure you may have enough insight to move forwards. It's where you're concerned about the level of risk, and kind of you need to be confident. And so a confidence trap is making sure that you're not getting stuck at certain points. And what we're going to work through today is a framework. So go back one. So this is this. And did you recognize this as a toy from childhood? I had to go buy a new one because I'm sure I had one when I was a child, but again, I'm not quite a child anymore. And I realized, actually, this looks quite like the model that we at And Digital had made. And it's got circles, and it's got circles like this. And through this talk today, we're going to kind of rebuild this model, yeah, and so that kind of stuff. The model we put together, it's not unique, it's not magic, it's not any of those sorts of things. So most people are kind of happy with a double diamond. We went, okay, we need 3 diamonds at one point. Then we needed 4 diamonds. And then we said diamonds are a bit forwardy and not enough roundy. And so therefore we ended up with 4 circles, okay? So that's what it is. So the middle bit of this is effectively like a double diamond design council, but we kind of added on a strategy piece because actually you need to kind of know where you're coming from a strategy point of view and a delivery point of view. So we're going to go through each of these circles as we go through. So I'm going to describe what each of these kind of processes are and somehow tenuously link them to the labyrinth. But the main part of this talk is about actually, if you have a nice ideal world, you kind of nicely kind of wade through that, and it's sort of linear, but also circular at the same time because you need to go backwards to go forwards, all this kind of good stuff. But at some point, you might get stuck, and you might get stuck at a kind of strategy level. You might get stuck going, what do we need to do? Have we got enough confidence? Do we know that we've got enough confidence to go to the board and ask for £3 million to do Project Aardvark, yeah, whatever it is, yeah, whatever you're going to need to do. And so what the product confidence trap is being stuck there, going like, have we got enough confidence, okay? So it's about building confidence, it's about enabling constraints that kind of move you forward through that. So what should you get from this session? So we're going to talk about that product discovery model, so we're going to go through each of the sections in that. There is a link to Cynefin, so we're going to talk around enabling constraints. Hopefully people are fairly familiar with Cynefin. I used to talk about Cynefin years ago, and people go, I don't know what you're talking about, but most people do now, so I won't go too deep into that. But we're going to talk about how Cynefin has enabling constraints in the complex space, okay? So that's the kind of piece we're going to talk about. There is a quick Boyd loop at the end, just kind of help you to go, okay, how do I orientate into this and get into that stuff? And as I said, tenuous links to the film The Labyrinth. So that's what we're going to cover. And we've got quite a lot to get through, so I'm going to crack on. So, confidence. So, as I said, we're going to build up this model, which is our kind of confidence model as we go through. It's a metaphor, it's a physical prop, it's kind of useful. But if you imagine that is a process that you're going to go through, and again, you could go from left to right all the way through it, and it could all be perfect, and you build confidence as you go through, but actually you might go around loops, and you kind of go around loops and loops. In a perfect world, we do some stuff. We might do some strategy work, and we build some confidence, but we burn some time. And then in another perfect world, we then do some opportunity work, we do some solution work, and we do some delivery work. Hooray, we're super confident, everything's gone according to plan. But does this actually happen? Yeah? Does what we set out to do actually happen? And unfortunately, it doesn't. And so what really happened is we get delays, yeah? So we might have phase boundaries, you might have capital advisory boards, you might have people. So if you have to ask for £3 million at the end of that, is there a group of people that you have to ask £3 million for? Are they going to be immediately available to give you that money so you can then get on and start to do the next phases? No, and therefore you start to lose confidence between things. But you also lose time. So what was a nice kind of stepped thing, a nice kind of perfect world, we're going to go up, go up, go up, go up. You start losing time, you start losing confidence, because as you hand things over, so you may have a strategy team that's doing the strategy piece, they may hand stuff to another team, you lose confidence and baton passing and blah, 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 blah. So all the kind of stuff that goes with kind of handovers. And as you can see, we're sort of burning more time, and we're not getting to where we need to be in terms of confidence, okay? It's a model, yeah, so how much is the right amount of confidence? It's the right amount for you. So that we'll come on to that in a minute. But then there's all other kind of stuff. You kind of get things where you go back in loops and stuff, and loops are useful, but actually at some point you get stuck doing more and more and more loops. And so, as you can see, like, things take longer. Are you confident enough to make the decisions you need to make? And that's what we're going to talk about in terms of confidence traps, because you might get stuck doing the same phase again and again and again and again and again. And you may just go like, well, we need so much strategy, or so much opportunity, so much solution. And so you might get stuck doing the same thing again and again and again. And that's what we're going to talk about in terms of kind of breaking out of cycles that feel like that. So these are what we describe as confidence traps. So you're going, we're not sure we should move on. How do you make sure? We were talking about, over beers last night. Like 3 or 4 years ago, organizations were ready to take much more risks. Yeah, they were going, we will go and do things, we'll go and do that, let's try that. It's because interest rates were lower, people could borrow more money, organizations could borrow more money, so therefore things could get done. Now everyone goes, yeah, but have you got the actual proof for that? What is that? Show me that. Data-driven, yeah? Data-driven generally meant, in the olden days, meant, okay, good, I'm not using gut feel, but I've got some good direction for it. Now it means prove it. And how can you prove it if the thing you're doing doesn't actually exist? So that's what we're going to talk about. So because we got this, but we'd actually like to have gone there, yeah? Because how do we get to being confident? So that's the kind of theory bit of the model about how we get through kind of confidence. So this is where we're going to try and work out how do we get through some of these traps. So I said I'd kind of jam in a bit about Cynefin in here. I'm a big Cynefin fan and big fan of like Dave Snowden's work in general. So go and, if you don't, I'm not familiar with Cynefin, go and look it up and go and work on it. It's great. So, but from what we're going to talk about, there is stuff that lives in the chaotic space. You just need to kind of go and deal with this stuff. Yeah, like you don't have a kind of model. There's no kind of constraints. There's sort of decoupled kind of constraints in that kind of space. So that stuff just happens. There's stuff that lives in the clear space, which you know how to deal with. You should be able to build out a standard operating procedure that tells you how to do those things. And stuff that's clear, fine, cool, do that. Yeah, that's how you kind of break out of cycles of this. There's stuff that's complicated, and complicated requires a nice model, yeah? And if it's complicated and you've got the right expertise, the right skills, the right knowledge, you can do that. So a complicated thing will kind of work through there. The bit we're going to talk about is more in this complex space, yeah? So stuff where you've got need enabling constraints, you've got kind of loosely coupled kind of connections. And so this is where all of these circles live, because you can go round and round and round. There's no perfect answer for them. And so what you need to consider, one more click, is enabling constraints. Yeah? And so again, I'm not going to go deep into kind of Cynefin and stuff. You can go and read all kind of stuff about that, but we're going to reference this part of Cynefin. What are types of enabling constraints that help you to break out of cycles? And that's the Cynefin-esque bit of this, because we're mainly in that space. If stuff is super clear, cool, crack on, do your standard operating procedure. If you've got experts who understand exactly how to do this stuff, and it's complicated, cool, go and do that. If it's chaotic, you should just be doing, yeah? There's no thinking in that kind of stuff, do, resolve it kind of stuff. But it's that complex space where most of this thinking process kind of gets stuck. That's where the product confidence trap lives, and that's where we're going to be thinking about, okay? So, we need to think about the context. So the context of what you're looking at and how you're thinking about stuff. So, back to the labyrinth. So this little character comes up very early in the film. So Sarah gets her way into the labyrinth, and this is one of the first creatures she meets in the labyrinth, inside. And she asks this little creature, which is the right way to go? Should I go left or right? And he goes, you should go right. Definitely go right. And she goes, okay, good, I'll go right. And she heads off to the right, and off she goes. Because afterwards, he then goes, oh, you didn't want to go left, because that would have taken you straight to the Goblin King, which is exactly where she wanted to go, okay? So because she didn't set the context of where she wanted to go, she didn't know where she was going. And the little worm was trying to save her. The little worm didn't want to go see the Goblin King. So therefore, you need to set context. Don't take things for granted, because actually the advice of a small worm might be the thing that saves you. So, right, I said we use these. So here we go. First section. So we're now going to talk about strategy discovery. And strategy discovery is that kind of first cycle in this, the first circle in this piece. So we are looking to learn business strategy and capabilities. We're looking to align on business success factors. So that's this focus is about why, yeah? So this is a kind of a why space in terms of, and it might be business strategy, it might be product strategy, it might be delivery, whatever kind of level of strategy you can think about it, the model is intended to abstract to the level you're thinking at. So a whole load of why that exists in this. So what do we do during this? So we're going to answer why we're spending the energy. So why are we bothering to do this? We're going to question the direction you want to go in. We want to evaluate. Again, evaluate is one of my favorite words at the moment. I also run an AI team, and we talk about evaluation. Human evaluation, super important. And I know the talk you've just been in for the keynote is about AI and ethics. Humans in the cycle, evaluating things. Which bit is good, which bit is not good. Okay? And those are the sorts of things that people need to be involved in, so evaluating things. But the aim of this process is to define the overall business customer value. So you've got a strategy piece. Quite often, so I work for a consultancy, quite often we go to an organization and they go like, are you clear on your strategy? You go, yeah, totally clear on our strategy, 100% clear on our strategy. What they've actually got is a mission statement and some values. It's not really a strategy, yeah? And so then you go, cool, okay, well, let's go on and do the next things. And can you give us your strategy? And they go like, well, it's painted on the wall there. And go like, if it's painted on the wall, it's probably not a strategy. And so we check these things in terms of kind of doing strategy discovery to make sure that we're kind of covering some of this stuff. But what happens if you get stuck doing this? Because you guys might be doing this on behalf of your organizations. You might be doing this as consultants for other organizations. There may be some, is anybody here from McKinsey? Okay, I mean, people, I'm not having a go at McKinsey's in any way whatsoever, but like because they're busily out there doing this stuff, because they produce loads of this, yeah? And you may basically have to read through some of their stuff and turn it into actionable stuff that's going to go on. The McKinsey stuff is great. It just, that takes this sort of community to kind of convert it into actionable reality, yeah? So which is still strategy discovery. So what do you do if you get stuck, okay? So things we do, again, using business model canvas. So these are just some concepts. There's dozens and dozens of these things. Business model canvas is really useful. Wardley mapping, as a strategy point of view, I do lots and lots of Wardley mapping. Value stream mapping into Wardley mapping, hyper useful for strategy. Talk to your stakeholders. It sounds ridiculous, yeah? Like, actually talk to them, because like you're going like, well, the CEO said they want this, and then I talked to all these other people, and they said something different, and they said the CEO is a psychopath. Okay, good, right. So, okay, good. Talk to your stakeholders. And it sounds ridiculous going to talk to things, but also at this point, you're maintaining parallel options. Yeah, so you're maintaining lots of different things. But you need enabling constraints, and enabling constraints in this sort of thing is set time boundaries. And this is because in the chaotic space, there's lots of stuff. You could do an infinite amount of strategy. Yeah? I mean, like if you look at how much gets paid to consultancies, you could see how some of that could go on for £5 million worth of strategy for 500 slides, yeah, and type of things. And all that, they have lots and lots of this stuff. It's great. But actually, how do you break out of those cycles? Do some enabling constraints. So set a time boundary, set a cost boundary. Make sure your sponsor knows when the thing is and how that's going to sort out. So enabling constraints are to help you to say, actually, there's a million different complex things we could do, but we're only going to do that much of it. So basically a strategy spike, okay? So enabling constraints start to bind your spikes. In the end, what we want from this phase, we're going to do mapping. So mapping kind of customer, business, journey, setting direction, having discussion, to highlight the adjacent possibles. And the adjacent possibles are kind of the cool, interesting, parallel things you may want to get done. And again, this might be a product strategy, it might be a company strategy, it might be a multi-year organizational change strategy. Whatever it is, these are useful things. Okay, so that's the first cycle. Once we've done that, we want to kind of make us kind of step in the right direction, yeah? So steps towards the solution. Back to the labyrinth, obviously, to get some wisdom. So Sarah meets this person who's called the wise man, and he's got a chicken coming out of his head for some reason, yeah? But again, that may be why he's so wise. And his wisdom to Sarah and Hoggle is the kind of biggish goblin thing that goes around with Sarah most of the film, is go backwards to go forwards. Okay? And sometimes you need to go backwards to go forwards. You need to think about how you might need to retrace your steps. This is why a double diamond always feels a bit too always forwards, yeah? Because actually this is why we move to circles, because circles are slightly more easier to kind of iterate round. So sometimes you may need to go back. You might get stuck, but sometimes you may still need to go back. And this is one of the questions that we have with clients when we talk to them. We're going like, how much strategy have you done? Okay, we've done all our strategy. Show me. Okay, well, okay, we can't show you. Okay, like, articulate it, videos. What is it? How does it get articulated? And you go, oh, okay, so maybe we need to go back and do a bit of strategy before we can come back into working out what your opportunities and your solutions are. Yeah, so if you don't have the strategy, you don't have the grounding of where you are. So sometimes you need to go back to go forwards. Good, another circle, good. So we're going to now talk about the next cycle, which is opportunity discovery. So we've kind of gone through strategy, and we might go around that a couple of times and then come back into opportunities. So in opportunities, we're thinking about empathizing with our customer needs, defining potential opportunities. Again, there's a lot of what that comes into this. Again, we talked about kind of parallel opportunities and parallel options in the previous phase, but a lot more of that what comes out at this point in the model. So what we're going to do in here, so uncover high impact, sorry, it's really hard to read from there, apologies, I'll read them. Uncover high impact customer needs, empathize with your customer needs, refine the number of potential options, because potential options are reasonably infinite, because you can always have really good ideas. There's nothing There's no limiting number of ideas. I mean, I imagine most of the work you guys do, like, you're not limited in number of ideas, it's which are the good ones, yeah? Which are the ones we want to hypothesize and test for? How do we kind of move through those? And so that's the refinement process. Because what you're trying to do is prioritize the highest value items. What are the things which are going to give us the biggest bang for the buck, yeah? How do we accelerate time to value? Yeah, what are we going to do to kind of move through this? But again, you can also get stuck here. So in this phase, you go, oh, like more and more opportunities, more and more opportunities. Yes, which one do we do? So what do you do? So what do? User interviews. We've done our stakeholder interviews in the previous thing. I'm going to talk to them about actually how much money you want to spend on this, how long should it take. Actually talk to users, actually talk to customers. Customer journey analysis, look through the customer journeys that people are working through. Again, this is kind of like the kind of bread and butter from a product point of view. I use a lot of domain-driven design because, again, my background is sort of somewhat into IT, somewhat into dev, somewhat into product, somewhat into delivery. Using domain-driven design at the strategic level, so setting out domain models, really helpful. It also helps then to kind of for that to kind of like cascade down through from the strategic DDD into the tactical DDD. So therefore, the class that you're calling something in the code is the same word that your CEO is using. And getting to that ubiquitous language is super useful. Yeah, and so therefore, really go and have a look at domain-driven design. So a combination of Wardley mapping, domain-driven design, and team topologies, which we'll talk about. Go and look at Susan Kaiser's work. It's amazing. It is absolutely groundbreaking because it's basically the convergent point between all those two things. Her book was due out soon, but it keeps being delayed, unfortunately. But go and look for her talks on that. It's really good. So domain-driven design and assumption mapping. I almost changed this morning to dysfunction mapping. So my friend Mike's dysfunction mapping is great. You should use dysfunction mapping as well. But dysfunction mapping kind of almost incorporates a whole different set of things. So I've left it as assumption mapping, but also go look at dysfunction mapping as well. So this is kind of how you kind of break out of these things. But again, you need some enabling constraints. So you need to cap the amount of effort you're going to do. You need to think about how much paid external research you're going to do, because you want to go and ask people about stuff, and you don't want to just ask all the people inside your organization, because if you only ask the people inside your organization, all you ever get is what we've got, yeah? Because you'll ask like an echo chamber kind of thing. And then think about your stakeholders for direction. So we've gone through strategy. We thought about opportunities. What we're looking to do is increase decision velocity at this point. So this is what someone asked, how much confidence should I have? I'm going like, well, how much confidence do you want? A coached response rather than actual response. But for me, 70%. Because is it, at this point, 100% clear what we're going to do, what we're going to make, what the outcomes are going to be? No. Yeah, there's hypotheses, there's tests, there's guesses, there's all that kind of stuff that are coming into this. So therefore, I've got to feel a bit more confident making a decision at this point, because that's me. I'm leading, I am evaluating, I'm consuming, I'm synthesizing, I'm doing all the different things which you guys all do. And actually, the question, are you 100% confident? No, because I can only be 100% confident when I've actually done it. Yeah, when it's actually finished and the customers are giving us money for the thing we've made, and therefore I'm confident. And is it 100% then? No, because some people still don't like it, and therefore we have to refine it. And so therefore, moving from being 100% confident to being comfortable at 70% confident is really important. And insert your own number. Yeah, you may work in critical systems. There's a load of kind of MOD people down here. Like they may be making things which go into space. I don't know, who knows? Yeah, like there's different levels of confidence, yeah, depending on what you do. But the aim of this is you can't really expect everyone to be at 100% confidence. So, marking the route forward. So how do we go on? So back to the labyrinth. So Sarah has a lipstick with her, which any 1986 15-year-old apparently does. And so therefore, she goes into the labyrinth and goes, I'm quite clever. I'm going to mark where I'm going. She kind of writes these little arrows on the squares. But then these little goblins come up and they pick up the tiles and move them around and just change them in different directions, which is really annoying. But it's not fair, yeah? And tough. That's life. Yeah, so this is the environment we work in. People will move your things. Your best laid plans will be smashed to pieces by something. So Mike Tyson's best quote, so everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Yeah, so I mean, like, he's the philosopher of our times, obviously. But again, it's not fair. And that's the world we live in. You've got to be able to adapt. This is why they are circles, because you can go backwards. Yeah, you can go backwards to go forwards. Cool. Next one. Ooh. There we go. keeps my brain ordered, this. It's like nice, it kind of builds up, and I've got to go that one. So we're now going to talk about solution discovery. So we've talked about strategy, we've talked about opportunities, we're now going to ideate in those, kind of get to kind of like the better ideas, better prototypes, getting things that people can touch and feel and mess with and do stuff with is really, really important, because you may have a great idea, your team may have a great idea, your close user group may have a really good idea, but until you get some things which go a little bit wider and a little bit out there, you won't know. So this is going to helping us design and focus towards the how. So type of things we're going to do in this phase, we're going to explore and rank being particularly important versus prioritize, because previous ones were prioritize, high, medium, low, bucketing, blah, 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 t-shirt size, whatever. Rank, one number 2, one number 3, yeah? So ranks different to priority. So rank multiple solutions. Validate them, yeah? So you're thinking about the humans evaluating stuff in the process. Show the value you are providing, because again, like, you might disappear off into a hole and build the best thing in the world. This might age people. Does anyone here remember Netscape? Yeah. And does anyone remember what happened to that? They went into a perfect hole. Yeah, they went like, you know what? So for those of you young enough to be young, Netscape absolutely monstered the browser market. Yeah, like to the point where like Microsoft were going, well, we don't really want to be involved in this because it looks a bit competitive. We don't want to do that. Netscape went like, yeah, we got this. Between Netscape 6 and Netscape 7, and this was mid-90s-ish. They went away and tried to make the best thing in the entire world in the browser market. But unfortunately, because they took 4 years to make it, Microsoft came along, new version of IE, new version of IE, new version of IE, ate their lunch, okay? And Netscape no longer exists as in the same organizational function. A lot of the stuff that's in Mozilla Foundation is where all that stuff went, but it's a really interesting story to go and look at about how perfect destroyed a company, yeah, being perfect. And we want to present our potential options, because we want people to look at it. We want people to go, yeah, cool, that's really good. But what do we do if we get stuck? Okay, so what are we using here? So cost-benefit analysis, and it does sound a bit project-y, yeah? But again, show of hands, who here is either a project manager or works with project managers? Okay, cool. Which is cool. I mean, I have no anti-project manager thing. I mean, there was a period in my life, in like my Agile evangelism back in 2005, 6-ish sort of time, where everyone wandered around going, we don't need project managers anymore, we don't need any of that. Now everyone's wandering around going like, Jesus, who's looking at cost? Like, who's doing that? Has anyone got a risk log? Because I've got these people coming and shouting at me. Can we scrum a risk log for you? I don't know. Blah. Anyway, so project manager. I started as a project manager, dev, BA, project manager in my early career, and then we're finding a lot at the moment. Project management skills are really, really valuable, especially when the world has changed from build shiny things to how much money is that going to save on the bottom line. Yeah, that conversation has changed dramatically over the last 2 or 3 years, yeah? And so project management skills are really useful. Do some lightning demos. I like kind of design sprint stuff. I got into design sprints fairly early, so I love bits and pieces of them. Lightning demos are good for me. Do some sketching, draw some things. Yeah? Like actually get some people together, do stuff. Do some tests. And it's A/B, it's multivariate testing. Lots of variant testers. And again, I tend to work on a kind of e-com digital space, and therefore we can test things probably easier than those working in firmware and like manufacturing and stuff. The cost of software tests is quite low, yeah, because it's soft. It's not hard, yeah, and so therefore I don't have to buy a machine or a thing. I don't have to make some new chips. So therefore, if you can, do lots of variant testing, yeah. So work through those, and we get through this, and we need to set enabling constraints. Like, I love design sprints. Go and run some design sprints at this point. Go, cool, we can go and do this. You can do a week-long design sprint. You can do a 4-day one. You can do a 1-day one. There's a really nice Miro template out at the moment. Jake Knapp, who's one of the co-authors of design sprints, go and look at his Miro template. It's great. It's got a talk track that runs through it. It basically describes all the stuff that was in the design sprint book, but also in the new upcoming book. So think about budget, think about team direction. So I said there will be some, sorry, I've got one more slide. So, and this is where we're getting to earlier. So perfect is the enemy of good enough. Yeah, this is what happened to Netscape. This is what happens when you go so detailed into it. Because people want value now. Accelerate time to value. done is better than perfect. Facebook adage number 3, this one's from before that, and all that kind of stuff. So think about what you're doing in terms of your solutions. Let me just see how we're doing on time. Okay, good. So I want you guys now to tell me what you do, because this is really helpful for me at this point. I do a little bit of market research, guerrilla marketing on the stage. So if you go to this QR code, it's the same one as you had before. What I want you to do is tell me what techniques you use for kind of opportunity solution discovery. What kind of things do you use? And when that reloads, they'll pop up on here. So same QR code up there. So I want you to tell me what you guys do. Nothing. Nice. Nice. TDD. Prototypes. Good. Good. Come on. More. I like a bit of story mapping. I haven't done that for a little while, which is good. Concept testing. Nice. So nobody's put anything about AI yet, surely. Surely you must all be using AI in every single facet of your lives. Good. Yeah, thank you. Fake door test, yes, and some more AI, and some crazy 8s. Crazy 8s is just good. I can remember doing some crazy 8s with a board at a large insurance company, and they were going like, I don't know why I'm drawing things. I'm going like, me drawing things to get creative things. And okay, let's all do it. Let's just go through the process. And they loved it. And so therefore, they now, as a board, do crazy 8s when they're doing strategy discussions. Rather than what they used to do is they used to go off for an offsite for 2 days, and some people would go and facilitate them do stuff. They now get 15 minutes, draw some stuff, and work out, okay, cool, that's a good idea. Lovely. So, good. So you guys familiar with lots of this stuff. Do these things. This is the kind of stuff that you kind of need to be doing. Because we have a big toolkit of do these things in the company. We share that with our clients. We do things. We teach people. We do all that kind of stuff. But actually, working out what's right for you is the right thing. Yeah? And so some of these tools are super helpful and super useful. Good. But can your customers be trusted? Okay. So back to the labyrinth for this. So there's a scene in the labyrinth. Sorry, the res on this is a bit low. The scene in the labyrinth, the same arrives at a door. One of these doors leads to certain death. One of them leads to the Goblin King. Cool, she wants to go to the Goblin King. One of the people is going to always lie. One of them is going to tell the truth, okay? Again, I'm not saying your clients or your customers are always lying, but they don't tell the truth either, yeah? And so strangely, and again, if you watch the film, and I watched this film 3 times in the last year because I've been giving a version of this talk for the last year, and I can't watch it most times before. She gets the answer right, yeah? She does get the answer right. The way to do the tool door test is you ask one of them if the other one would say this about that door. Yeah, there's a whole load of maths, and you can go and do it. It's different to the goats and doors one because that's a probability one, but this is the truth door one. It's an interesting one. So, but unfortunately, she gets it right, walks through the door, and falls down into this pit. Yeah, this is the terrifying thing for your children. Yeah, because it's really scary. So basically, falls down, and all these hands come out and kind of grab her. Yeah, and then start making like faces and voices and stuff. It's terrifying. But weirdly, I had to go and look into the background of why she got it right, but also then fell down a hole. Yeah, and it comes back to her kind of like hubris. Yeah, she goes, this is a piece of cake. Yeah, and apparently she says that phrase 3 times in the film, and every time she says it, something terrible happens. Yeah, and she says it at this point. So basically, the maze goes, right, you may have got it right, but screw you. you're going down a terrifying pit. And that's what happened to her. So she goes down there. So truth or not truth, but actually hubris is also an enemy of us as well. So you will get confident, but you can't ever be 100% confident. You know, that's impossible. It's an impossible place to be, but you've got to be confident enough to kind of help you make quick decisions. Plus also your customers and your users are going to lie to you as well. Ooh, cool. I'll speed up a wee bit. So we get to this kind of final circle in here, and then we're talking about refining our potential solutions and building practices and approach to deliver. So this is in the kind of delivery discovery space. And what we find in delivery discovery is that quite often people just go, okay, well, I've got my solution, I'll just start building it. But actually, how do you build it? Yeah, and what are you going to do? And so in this, we're looking at the who, where, when, but also the why, what, and how get redone. And so I talked about project management. There's a load of project management-y sort of things that come into this space. And Agile delivery lead and Agile technical project lead and all the other kind of confluations of words that we all exist in, okay? So all of that stuff comes up in here. So we're going to demonstrate the product and it's feasible to deliver. Because if it's not feasible to deliver, it doesn't matter how great an idea and shiny it is, we can't really do it. So if it's not feasible, yeah. We want to close assumptions and check dependencies because we've got to make sure we can actually go and do this. Refine the product backlog for delivery. It sounds like, oh, that sounds like, Stuart, you're doing a load of upfront design and delivery. Well, yeah, maybe we are a little bit, but actually we need to know some of this because if we don't know where we're going, we haven't mapped out what we're doing, if we haven't done strategy mapping, Wardley mapping, we haven't done those sorts of things, we don't know where we're going, so therefore we don't know what we're doing. And therefore, how can I commit to do something if I don't know where I'm going? And also if I don't know where I am. Explain and share the intent with the team. Because quite often, as you go through this process, you might have like a couple of people doing strategy, you might have a few more people doing opportunity and solution, but when you get towards the delivery point, quite often it explodes into numbers of humans, yeah? So as in like you get a load more developers, you get a load more kind of analysts, you get a load more people. So you may have had a kind of nice tight group of kind of 2, 5, 10, 15 people doing this, and then suddenly someone goes, right, we're going into safe PI planning. You've now got 120 people, go and get them to do this. And this is the kind of intent I mean at this point, yeah? So what do you need to be able to tell these people so they can get the vision and move along with you? But, again, what happens if you get stuck? So, look at empirical forecasting. So most work you do will be similar in some sense to things you've done in the past. There will always be variations in it, and this is kind of one of the other places I use Cynefin a lot, because basically I use Cynefin from a kind of checking myself in terms of estimating models. So if I've done it before, and I know I've done it before, it's clear, and my estimates are going to be quite nailed on. Yeah, my forecasting is going to be okay. If it's complicated, I need some experts to do it, and therefore, if I don't have the experts and I give it some numpties, they will get it wrong and they'll do it differently. If it's complex, then actually, there's no perfect way of doing it, and they're going to have to go around different things. And you shouldn't be, and you should be using chaotic for kind of innovation space. So look at empirical forecasting. The other point about a Cynefin estimating kind of concept is the work you're doing will be a mix of all of those things. Yeah, all of the Cynefin domains. Your work is scattered amongst all of them. Do not get complacent. Going, we've done a good discovery, so everything is now clear. It's not. Yeah, what you've done is move more stuff out of complex into complicated, more towards clear. But it's still not all clear, yeah? There will still be experimentation you have to do from a complex point of view. There will still be technical spikes you have to do with a new technology. There's a new partner to onboard, which, and God, they speak a different language. What are we going to do? They work in a different time zone. How does that work? Blah, 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 yeah? So there's a whole load of those sorts of things. But look at empirical forecasting. Look at the skills and capabilities. Yeah, like, do you actually have the skills to do the work? Yeah, I mean, it sounds stupid, but like, again, more project and program manager type of things. Think about your team topologies. And I don't mean you have to have done every single bit in team topologies, but if you do, you'll generally find you're designing good organizational structures. It's good stuff. It's based on kind of evidence. It's based on doing the interesting stuff. The interaction models on their own, even if you take out the team design, the team topology stuff, the interaction model kind of structure in team topologies is really worth doing. But again, if you do a mix, again, this is where Susan Kaiser's work comes in, a mix of Wardley mapping, domain-driven design, and team topologies, for me, that feels like one of those kind of secret sauce things where you wouldn't expect it to kind of magically work, but it does. And also do cost forecasts. And this is more pertinent now than ever because actually people are going to challenge you on how much things cost. So, and all the way through this, again, we've talked about enabling constraints as we've gone through. We set a number of sprints, some sort of CapEx allocation. You've got to do something to control this because otherwise you could continue on these things forever and continue to go, are we right? Oh, okay, we need to be at 97% confident. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, like, you just need to have enough confidence. You need to set some constraints which will allow you to move forwards. So, faster feedback at all stages, incremental and iterative delivery. That sounds a little bit agile, doesn't it? So go and be agile. Sorry, that's what maybe I should change that slide to. So you're working out how you're going to get this stuff done, but also, is it feasible to get done through here? So, final section. So learning the rules. This is Sir Didymus. So my favorite character, because he's so cool. He rides around on a English sheepdog. It's amazing. He has the job of guarding a bridge. And that bridge, he has one instruction. No one shall pass unless I permit it. And he basically fights everybody off. Fights them all off. And then basically Sarah steps back and goes, okay, so we're not going to be able to defeat you because you're some sort of knight, ninja, fox thing. But actually, can you give us permission to cross the bridge? And apparently no one had ever asked him, yeah? Because his rule was to not let anyone across the bridge without his permission. Did they say you couldn't give permission? No. So you need to know the rules you need to work through, understand the rules and the boundaries within your organizations that you can work to. And then, unfortunately, the bridge disintegrates, as anything would. But luckily, they've got a magic rock monster called Ludo, who basically pulls on a load of rocks out of the pit of eternal stench, because you don't want to go in there, obviously. So what I'm saying from here is you need to understand the rules in your organization and leverage them. There will be budget, CapEx, blah, 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 PMO, things and stuff and controls and everything else that goes with it. There will be governance, there'll be structures. Know them, know the rules of the game you play, recognize it as a game, play the game. You can bend the rules. There's a whole kind of shuhari thing you could throw into it at some point. But if you don't understand the rules and you just go, I don't like the rules, yeah, you're going to lose a game at that point. Yeah, so understand the rules and use them to your leverage. So, final section. Yay, good. So as I said, I would give you a Boyd loop. So a little loop to kind of think about this, like an OODA loop, Boyd loop. This is a simplified version. Everyone goes, oh no, there's a really much more complicated version of this. Yes, there is. This is a simplified one. So what you're going to do first is you're going to observe. You're going to work out where you are. And like, are we actually doing strategy discovery? Are we doing opportunity discovery, solution discovery, delivery discovery? Where are we? Yeah, observe. We're going to orientate. You're going to work out how confident you are. Yeah. So are we super confident that the people who told us they had a strategy but can't provide us that strategy document, how do we know where we're going? How do we know that why is valid? Yeah. So we're going to orientate, understand confident. We're going to look for confidence traps. We're going to look for kind of things which we talked about through this talk, and we're going to work out kind of models, methods, techniques to kind of move us past those. And then we're going to act. But we're going to act within enabling constraints, because remember, this stuff all lives in that complex space. Because it lives in that complex space, it means you have to bind it. You have to put those enabling constraints around it. And through this, the aim of this is to make shorter leaps of faith. Yeah. So strangely, this came from one of the other films that was in the original version of this, which was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. You know, you had to kind of step out onto the thing and he does that kind of stuff. So that was where this sort of came from. So, but it still stands. So this is what you're looking to do. So that is the model. That is the process to apply the model. That is a lot of kind of labyrinthy sorts of things. And that is also the end of the story. So someone asked me, have I got a picture of David Bowie in the tights? And I said, yes, I do. And said, like, oh, good. So there you go. Yeah, David Bowie in the tights in a very kind of like crazy Escher-esque environment. Yeah. So end of the film, Sarah gets to the end. She has this kind of weird kind of dream party where she becomes like the queen, goblin queen. She's 15, he's 40, it's a bit weird. All that kind of stuff goes on. But then in the end, she kind of disappears back. Goblinkin gives the baby back. Everything is good. Hurrah. End of film. So, cool. That is me done. We'll come back to the questions in a second. Thank you for your attention. I would like to call out a couple of people who kind of worked on the model with me. So Craig Haslam, Greg Damford, and Jamie Nicholson, all from And Digital, kind of working on the model. If anyone wants to connect to me on LinkedIn, that's me at the bottom. If you want to give me some feedback onto the Agile on the Beach one, that's the one on the top. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that, Stuart. That's absolutely awesome. So, questions from the audience. We have time for about 2 questions. Any hands up for Stuart? Yes, sir.
Excellent talk. Thank you. I have kind of a similar career as you had, and I remember all those handovers back in the days. How do you look at handovers in these phases?
Yeah. Avoid them at all costs, but if you can't, make sure that there's kind of like reasonable boundary documents. And the ones that I tend to use are stuff like Roman Pichler's product canvas. So therefore, the product canvas lives at a certain level, and then the other canvases live at different levels. But make sure that that kind of boundary is well understood and documented and visualized. But it also happens at the kind of the technical level. So making sure that the kind of API contracts are kind of well understood. So I try to avoid them as much as possible is the answer. But if you can't avoid them because your organization may have chosen to do design in London, to do project management and program and product management in Swindon, and then development in Bangalore, then you have to deal with those things, okay? Make sure that everyone understands if there is a baton, that they know there is a baton. I know this end, they know that end, and we agree that as a contract as we go through.
One last question from the audience.
Hi, are you able to name the insurance company you did Crazy Eights with?
I couldn't possibly name them, but they're very yellow.
Thank you. Well, that was a really quick question. So who's the first few put their hand up a moment? There you are, madam. Yeah.
Thanks. I just wondered if there was anything you do differently in terms of your process when it comes to working on data products, as opposed to sort of, I guess, e-commerce or other types of products.
The model is abstracted to such a level that the model works and all the different things. The techniques change below it, and so when we are doing kind of data work, the modeling processes, the things I recommend in here are more kind of digital product focused, but we do also have a set which are more data product focused as well. And so you basically change some of the modeling things over. So you're basically doing data dictionaries, you're doing kind of conceptual mapping type of things rather than doing journey mapping. And so the model still stands, as in like the circly model, but the things you do in them are the things which we change. Because then we can go, actually, cool, have you done discovery? What type of discovery? And we can have a discovery discussion which works with our data team, plus also our software engineering team, plus our AI team, because they're using the same sort of discovery model.
Thanks.
Cool. All right, well, that's all we have time for. So, again, thank you very much. Another round of applause.
Okay.
For our next speaker, we have Jenny Borkman, who is a UX consultant and co-founder of Interactive Studio. With a wealth of experience in financial services and tech, Jenny is a mentor, facilitator, and advocate for UX design, bringing valuable insight for us today at Agile on the Beach. So please welcome, put your hands together and go crazy, and welcome Jenny to the stage.
Cool. Is this on? Oh, you can hear me. Hi. Okay. Hello, and welcome to the Design Health Check. You can use this QR code to leave me feedback, and I've popped it in again at the end, so no need to get it now. Okay, so my name is Jenny Björkman, and I am one half of Interactive Studio. My husband, Patrick, is the other half, and between us, we cover the full design lifecycle. Patrick has been a creative director in agency land for decades, so he oversees everything from a kind of brand proposition strategy perspective, and I mostly cover user research and anything else that involves willingly talking to people, like being here today. And then Patrick takes it through wireframes, high-fidelity mock-ups, and onto finished websites. And people often ask me what it's like working with your husband, and my stock answer is it has its moments. Okay, so the first thing we're going to look at is the WWW method. Having worked with many, many teams over the years, we know it can be really hard to tell if you have a problem with your designs or not. Often you'll know there's something wrong, but you just don't know how to fix it. And the WWW method is a really easy way to test a page. It allows you to very quickly assess any page or screen to see if it's working as hard as it can, and to pinpoint what's not working. This is a learned skill. The more you do it, the more comfortable you'll get with it. Okay. Why can't I scroll up here? Okay. Yeah, I can't scroll my notes for some reason. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Okay. So the next thing we'll look at is messaging. In our experience, this is the main area where teams struggle. They just don't know how to frame and pitch their messaging at the right level. We'll talk about techniques to assess the level that your messaging is currently sitting at, and then what you can do to elevate it. Okay? And finally, we'll look at how to inform your design, including your messaging, with evidence. Getting a good design and user experience is not a happy accident or a one-and-done process. It involves continuously going out and getting good insight to help you find the problem areas you should be focusing on, and we'll look at how you can do that. Okay, so chapter 1, the WWW method to assess any page at a glance, how to objectively know if it's a good page. Okay, so avoid the thrift shop trap, it's a bit of a tongue twister, of talking to everyone, everywhere, all at once. We all know if you try to talk to everyone, you talk to no one. We've all been there, that meeting with sales and marketing and the business and legal, where everyone wants their own little bit of the pie, and the result is inevitably a screen or a website or even an entire product that doesn't actually work for anyone. And remember, anything that doesn't help add to your experience, instead subtracts from it. So what can we do about that? The WWW method asks 3 simple questions which the page needs to answer within the first few seconds. What is this about? Why should I care? What should I do next? So people coming to your site will often have a goal, something that they just need to get done, and they don't have time trying to work out what you do and trying to help figure out like how you can help them solve their problems, okay? Your job is to get them to their end goal as quickly as possible. So companies in the early stages get so involved in what they're doing that it's almost impossible to look at anything that they've produced objectively. And the WWW method can help you take that step back. So let's look at some examples from live websites. All the examples I'll go through are from websites. But this method works just as well for any layout, whether it's a website or an app or a dashboard. So number 1. Okay, this is Mercedes' actual homepage, okay? Or it was when we put this presentation together. So have a bash, pretend you don't know anything about cars, okay? Ask the 3 questions. What is this about? Why should I care? What should I do next? At a quick glance, this could be a company providing car loans, not one of the biggest brands, car brands in the world. Okay, I'll leave it up for a second. Okay, so the main problem here is the headline, 0% APR representative across selected all-electric cars. It sounds like the bit that they say really fast at the end of a radio advert. Apart from being a mouthful, is that really what Mercedes are all about? Is that what they do? Is that a great first impression for anyone looking to learn more about Mercedes? Remember, this is their actual homepage. Heading down the page, it doesn't get much better. The rest of what you see on the screen is just essentially the T's and C's for that offer. So unless you're intimately acquainted with, beforehand with the exact details and the make and models of the cars, then this will mean nothing to you. Continuing on to the call to action, the buttons are clear. You can easily book a test drive or start shopping. But from what you've seen previously, who can say that they would be ready to book a test drive or buy a car? Bear in mind, you don't know what cars are available and why you might be interested in them. It's perhaps not the inspirational and aspirational impression you would expect from a company like Mercedes. So moving on. Next, WordPress. So this is the WordPress homepage. At first glance, it appears to be very clear, simple and focused. What could possibly be wrong here? Okay, so let's start with the header. What does flex your freedom actually mean? It could mean anything to anyone. You could swap out WordPress with almost anything, and it would still just be just as meaningless. Body form, flex your freedom. Right? If you're ever in a situation where you can swap out your company name for any other company name, then it's not working. The jargon fest continues as we move into why should I care? Create a place for your business, your interests, or anything else with the open source platform that powers the web. This could be talking about anyone who provides hosting. So the call to action is great. Get WordPress, no problem with that. But you've made everyone work unnecessarily hard to get there, okay? So next up, Webflow, which, if you haven't come across it before, is a no-code website builder. So you can build websites without being a front-end developer. So how do you feel this measures up, now that you're getting good at this? Can you answer the 3 W's? What is this about? Why should I care? What should I do next? Okay, I'll leave it up for a second. Okay. It couldn't be much clearer, gets 5 stars, okay? So build with the power of code without writing any. Super clear, sounds great, please tell me more. Take control of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in a visual canvas. Webflow generates clean, semantic code that's ready to publish or hand to developers. In the space of 2 sentences, they've outlined more than one problem that I might have and how Webflow could solve it for me. I'm now in a much better position to decide whether I want to start building than I was when I opened the page, so mission accomplished. There's nothing on the page that's going to distract me, confuse me, or put me off. If you compare this with the other examples we've just looked at, and you're starting to see how just answering these 3 questions helps create a page that's more focused and helps people towards their goal. So let's look at our last example. What is this about? Why should I care? What should I do next? You'll be hearing me in your sleep. Okay, so here we've got bonus points for condensing the what is this about and why should I care into 7 words. Community car share from £5 per hour. I know what it is, and I know how it compares from a price perspective with other travel options that I might have. And the call to action, find a car near me, is extra useful because it allows you to put in your postcode and check availability straight away. We could be here all day looking at examples, but I hope you're starting to see the pattern of how asking those 3 questions, what is this about? Why should I care? What should I do next? Will help you identify what's not working with any screen in your digital product. So we've just looked at home pages, but this is a tool to keep in your back pocket to bring out any time you look at a screen. And remember again, anything you add to a screen that doesn't add to an understanding instead brings you closer to the dreaded thrift shop. Okay, chapter 2. Elevate your messaging. How to know if your content is pitched at the right level. Okay, everyone knows this quote from Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And this is equally true when it comes to your communication, when speaking to people about your digital products and services. You need to make them feel something. We could easily fill 100 presentations about messaging and proposition, as it's such a broad topic. But today we just want to talk about how you can easily assess your current messaging to see which level it's currently pitched at, and we'll come on to that in just a second. We're not trying to learn how to be professional copywriters, but hopefully we'll learn how to identify specific places where you might need their help. So here are the messaging levels, moving up from jargon fest to feature, to benefit, and then need. But what do we mean by these? Okay, so jargon fest is when your messaging is littered with internal speak and acronyms. Think back to the Mercedes example, where it listed the specific model numbers and expected you to know what they were. Or WordPress, who put words in that they thought sounded nice, but actually didn't mean anything and certainly didn't contribute to understanding. There's never a place for jargon fest, okay? So feature is when we're focusing on features, which is functionality and specs. Yawn. The levels we want to be pitching at are benefit and need, because that's what people will relate to, and that's what they're more likely to remember, okay? So need is better than benefit, is better than feature, is still better than jargon fest. So let's look at some practical examples. Let's talk about milk. So in this example, we'll have a look at how you would sell milk based on different messaging levels, ignoring jargon fest, okay? So milk, 2 pints, semi-skimmed, 0% fat. So leading with features means that people have to work to match them to their needs. This is not what you would expect to see as the main sell. This is what you would expect to see on the nutrition label on the back of the carton. So why do so many tech companies lead with this? When you're writing technical specification, it's fine, but don't lead with it, and certainly don't put it on your homepage, okay? So going up to the next level, milk has calcium, which is good for your bones. So talking about benefit means that people can see how it might match their needs. So we're now talking about benefits, which is useful, but might not be particularly inspiring or memorable. So pitching at this level is great for talking about your product features. Rather than just listing features, talk about the benefits instead. And it's super easy to get from feature to benefit. You just add a so that or because, okay? So for example, this laptop has 32 gigs of RAM so that you never have to close a Chrome tab ever again in your life, okay? It's also great for comparing yourself directly with competitors in those nice little tables that you see with all the ticks and the crosses. Now on to boss level. So milk helps you grow up to be the best you. Talking about needs means people feel that we get them, okay? So people's needs throughout history at a basic level have generally stayed the same. It's the ways in which we fulfill those needs that change. So in this example, you tie in directly to those needs. We're talking about what would help people fulfill their goals, okay? Their goal is not to have stronger bone density. Their goal is to become a stronger, better person. So the key to getting to this level is really understanding your customers and what their wants and needs are. Otherwise, you won't get there, okay? And we'll come on to that a bit later. So, examples from the wild. We're now going to look at a handful of examples of these different messaging levels from a few live websites. This is Dell. They sell computers. They have loads of different ones. So how do you decide which one you need? A tough ask with this kind of jargon fest. Latitude laptops and 2-in-1 PCs. Work becomes an experience wherever you are. What does that even mean? On the Dell's, hire a proofreader, most intelligent PCs featuring built-in AI. Make sure you drop a buzzword, like what? So think of poor Tracy trying to decide which laptop her son needs for secondary school next year. Like, where would she even start? Like, we're still at Dell, it's a treasure trove. Digging a bit deeper into the hierarchy this time, and instead of more meat on the bone, we just get more jargon, yay! So power CPU and GPU intensive applications with enterprise-grade components, including up to Intel 55-watt processors, professional NVIDIA graphics, and advanced thermal designs keep your system cool, quiet, and running at peak performance. So what? Fine-tune application connectivity, battery, and audio performance with an exclusive Dell optimizer for precision. Eh? Who in the room can tell me if they have a 55-watt Intel processor and what it does for them? Probably someone. What is an advanced thermal system? What's advanced thermal design, and why do I need one? What is Dell optimizer for precision? And how is it useful? Unless you're a turbo geek, then what we've just read is not going to mean anything to you. So then we have read family brochure, which, what's that? Unfortunately for us, it's not a family-friendly brochure about which laptop would fulfill the needs of your family. It's just a brochure filled with even more jargon about the family of laptops. You would have a better experience if the text wasn't there at all. So continuing on with the Dell bashing. We're going even deeper now and comparing actual computers. So we're just looking at one model here, and we have 12 pages of results and 52 actual computers, and very little to help me find the one which is most suitable for me. Tracy's head has now exploded. Okay, so now let's have a look at the same experience with Apple for a model in a similar price range. Love them or hate them, they know how to talk to people. So here they are, totally focused on solving problems and clearly showing the benefits of this product from the start. So impressively big and possibly thin, the new 15-inch MacBook Air makes room for more of what you love with spacious liquid retina display. And with a 13-inch model, you have more reasons than ever to choose Air, supercharged by the M2 chip, and with up to 18 hours of battery life, both laptops deliver blazing fast performance in an ultra-portable design. So I now know it's got a big screen, the battery will last for ages, and it's super light to carry, tick, tick, tick. So we're starting with solving the problems, and then every feature is spoken about as a clear benefit. It's incomparable with the Dell experience. Okay. So even when you dig deeper, and we're talking about specific features, Apple always have a so that. So you can do the so that or because for every one of these, okay? So better components so that performance is better and you can get more done. 20 hours of battery life so that you can go without charging for nearly an entire day. Retina display at 500 nits so that your skin is clearer. And 2 Thunderbolt ports so that you can connect faster devices. What most people do in this section is just list the technical specifications. Okay, so let's switch it up and look at an example from financial services. We'll look at 2 different approaches for how to talk about joint accounts. First up is Lloyd's. Very cold and transactional, but works fine if you already know what you want and what joint accounts are all about. Joint accounts. Joint bank accounts are an easy way to help 2 people manage money together. Like, geez. Not exactly inspiring. It doesn't tell me anything really, and certainly doesn't have me exclaiming, I'm ready to apply. Compare that to Starling. Here they are, really taking the time to talk about their joint account to help you manage your money better and achieve your goals, okay? Pay your shared bills together instead of a complicated combination of responsibilities or one person doing it all. You'll both get visibility over any expenses and your money. Set up a bills manager from your joint account. Money for your bills will automatically be set aside and paid from a separate space. Fab. Apply now. So we now know what good messaging looks like, but as I said before, you can only get there if you understand your customers. So let's talk about how to do that. Chapter 3, getting good evidence to find real problem areas, how to know which part of your journey needs attention. Okay, you are not your user. Get that and put it on a poster and stick it on your wall, okay? People often fall prey to the false consensus effect, projecting their behaviors and reactions onto others, okay? Don't do that. So instead, look at what your customers are actually doing and then talk to them to find out why they're doing it, okay? No matter how small your team is, you need to dedicate some of your energy to this. And actually, the less resource that you have, the more important it is to know where you need to use it, okay? It shouldn't be, I don't have enough resource to do user research. It should be, I don't have enough resource not to do user research, okay? So the what and the why. The only way to get specific is to really understand who your customers are. And there are 2 ways to do this. You can observe them to see what the issue is, also known as quantitative research. And you can talk to them to find out why the issue is happening, also known as qualitative research. And warning here, you cannot get the why from the what, okay? If you're looking at data and seeing a pattern and making assumptions about why it's happening, that is all you're doing. You're making assumptions. You need to actually talk to your users, okay? Firstly, observe them. Look at analytics to see what the issue is. There are so many different types of research. They're all great. But if you have limited resources, here's what we think is worth concentrating on in order of priority, okay? Least priority at the bottom, highest priority at the top, okay? If you haven't seen some of these before, here's a quick overview. So multivariate testing is where you test a screen design against another slight variation of that screen design to see which one is performing better. Heat maps are where you look at where your users are clicking and scrolling around your pages. And heat maps and multivariate testing are great once you have a huge customer base and you're looking at marginal gains, okay? If you don't have that many users, don't even touch them, right? Surveys is self-explanatory. You ask a number of users some questions about how they feel about your product. Surveys can be a cost-effective way to get insight if you manage to frame the questions correctly, okay? Tread lightly, though. Get someone to help you that knows what they're doing. It's very easy to skew the results with confirmation bias, okay? There's a famous example from Walmart where they issued a survey that asked their customers if they thought Walmart stores were too cluttered, as that's obviously what the person who wrote the survey thought. Now, there's only one answer to that question that you're going to get if you ask it. It's so leading. Everyone's going to say, yes, of course, they're too cluttered. Tidy them immediately. We can't live like this. And that's exactly what happened. So Walmart spent millions decluttering their stores, but didn't exactly work out as planned. They lost 1.85 billion, okay? And the executive obviously lost their job. So what actually happened was that by tidying their stores, they removed people's urge to impulse buy. So we've all been there, you walk around IKEA, you come out with the bag clips and the tea lights. Like, how did that happen? And that's what Walmart did. So the moral of the tale is be careful, stress test your survey for bias and leading questions before you send it out, okay? A great way to avoid this issue is to simply ask people about the last time that they did X, Y, or Z, okay? And how they felt about it. And just that. What did you do? How did you feel about it? And no positive, negatives, don't add any arms and legs. What did you do? How did you feel about it? So funnels. To really understand where people are having an issue in your sales process, you need to set up funnels. Which parts are taking a disproportionate amount of time, and where are people dropping off, okay? But that will just be the what, not the why. And lastly, analytics, okay? So where are users coming from and what are they doing on your site? If you do nothing else, just set up solid analytics and you can see how people are using your product. And if you do that, it'll be a great start. Okay, so now you know where the problem area is. Nothing beats talking to people to find out why the problem is happening. So the first place, why is my calendar popping up? The first place to look is at everything your customers are voluntarily coming to you with, okay? Feedback and support tickets are a gold mine. So not only have they contacted you voluntarily, it's in their own words, okay? You'd be surprised how many people that we've spoken to that haven't just cross-referenced their analytics with their feedback and support tickets. So once you've done that, interviews are a cost-effective way of getting more insight. Interviews are not a one and done though. The best companies talk to their customers regularly. And you only need a handful each month. It's not, it's not a daily occurrence. Talking to customers regularly not only helps you work out which products and features that are important to them, but also helps you elevate your messaging. And remember to use their words, okay? So surveys, if you have less customers, then surveys fall into qualitative rather than quantitative. But again, proceed with caution. They can be useful, but it's just as easy to get misleading information out of them. And lastly, usability testing. So if you know what you're doing and you can set up a usability test, nothing beats watching customers trying to use your product, okay? If you've gone through all the previous levels and you're feeling brave, then read Rocket Surgery Made Easy by Steve Krug and have a bash. Usability test recordings are an amazing way to persuade senior management that you have a problem. Okay. So let's have a look at some success stories. Okay, we all know Lego. They have an amazing approach to gathering customer insight. They mostly just observe their kids playing with Lego and then talk to them how they feel about it. This is Lego 3-in-1, but it didn't start out life as a 3-in-1. It started out as simply building a single pet. And through observing kids playing with the product and talking to them about how they felt, Lego discovered that kids were building the animal and then getting attached to it. They were even giving them names and a bed to sleep in. And they definitely did not want to take them apart and rebuild them. Some had even gone as far as gluing them together. And this is obviously against the whole ethos of Lego. So they reimagined the product as a 3-in-1 set that would actively encourage kids to take it apart and build it again. And none of that would have been possible if they hadn't spoken to their customers. Okay, showing my age now. Who here remembers smash hits? A few hands, okay. So for those of you who don't, before mobile phones and social media, smash hits was one of the ways you could prove you were cool to your peers. Using your pocket money to buy a copy and then reading it cover to cover guaranteed you an elevated social status in the playground, okay? However, smash hits started recording lower and lower sales over a number of years, and when they surveyed their readers, they asked, do you like smash hits? To which they all said resounding yes. And they said, is there anything that we could do to improve it? To which they answered, no, it's great, but the sales kept falling. It wasn't until they actually spoke to teens that they discovered what the problem was. Their competitors were not another magazine. They were mobile phones. So at that time, mobile phones were just taking off, and social status was now determined by not only owning a phone, but by using your hard-earned pocket money to buy credit to send texts. And unfortunately, there was no money left for poor old smash hits. So again, without conducting depth interviews with their customers, smash hits would never have discovered this. And it might not have saved the product in the long term, but it would have allowed them to make better business decisions. Okay, so we've talked about the WWW method and how to assess any page at a glance. We've looked at how to identify problems with your messaging and then elevate it. And finally, we've seen how getting good evidence can help you find real problem areas. So hopefully you'll all feel a bit more confident when tackling some of your screens now. So thank you for listening. Here's the feedback code again, so you can follow that link and leave your comments. And I think, I'm not sure, we might have a few minutes for questions, or you can hunt me down on LinkedIn.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're really good on the timing. So yeah, we've got plenty of time for questions. So any questions for Jenny whilst we're here? Right, got a couple already.
I think it was amazing, firstly. Just wanted to talk about the surveys. You talked about how we should not lead the customers, and we could ask about how their last visit went. Mm-hmm. But I feel like that could also fire back. Like they could just talk about, oh, this one employee was actually rubbish, and I don't want to see them again. But what value is that going to provide to the company? So imagine all 50 people said, that one guy was annoying, or they said, actually, your food is rubbish, the other store has it better, or something like that. Like all these individual experiences, when put together, what kind of value will that provide to the company?
What kind of what, sorry?
What kind of value will it provide
value,
to the company?
All of that's valuable. If there's like somebody complaining about one person, it might not be the person's fault, it might be an issue with the process. So all information that you get from customers, especially if you have 50 customers telling you the same thing, you've definitely got an issue. You've definitely got an issue. So that's like a gold mine.
Okay, so yeah. I would say it will be maybe closer to just individual cases. Like, how can you make that one person saying, yeah, that employee was not that good, into a general experience for everyone? Like, not sure
if you've got one person complaining about one employee, that's just an outlier. That's just Yeah, that's
Okay.
just somebody had a bad day, picked up the phone, started shouting at someone on the phone, and
Yeah.
that's just an outlier. It's just, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So going back to your Mercedes-Benz example,
Yeah.
I really like that one. So if by doing that, you put that on the front page and you increase sales by 10%, 15%, you could prove that via KPI or something, that's a really bad UX way of doing it. But as far as a business is concerned, that's successful because we've increased our sales by X percent. So how do you define good, design in terms of KPIs, in terms of business value? How do you establish, that would be like really good for my business if I was to do that, even though it's not following the best practices in terms of UX?
Well, metrics, like you just said. So, I mean, you could do A/B testing on stuff. So you could have tested that with 50 and 50 and see which copy of the page performed better. That would be a way to do it.
Thank you.
Metrics, basically. So yeah, if that that page performed better than another page, then yeah, crack on. I doubt it though.
Cool. Any other questions from our audience?
Thanks for the talk. My question would be regarding this example with the milk, with the like, how would you sell milk, basically? I thought that the last example where the slogan was like, milk helps you to be your best self or whatever. I feel like for me it's like too markety. It doesn't tell me anything. Like personally, it doesn't tell me the facts. Like, okay, it's good for your bones or whatever. But it feels like someone wants to sell me something I don't need. And do you have maybe any recommendations how to avoid things like that, where it feels like too pushy into, buy it at any cost?
Talk to your customers. go to example C. Talk to your customers. Use their language. That was just an example that we made up, but you wouldn't be making things up. You would be talking to the customers and finding out what are their needs, and then you're tapping directly into them and you're using their language, and it will speak to them if you do that.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Okay, great. We have time for one more question. Right at the back.
Thank you. Just a very quick question, following on from the keynote this morning. I'd just be interested to get your views on what the opportunities are about using AI within the UX space.
Avoid it for any kind of research because it's just nonsense that you get out of it, basically. You can use it to organize ideas. It's pretty good for that. You have to be really, really careful with data. So you can only plug into anything that's already in the public domain. So any kind of research that you're doing with people where you're getting their views and opinions, you can't be plugging that into ChatGPT because you just can't for data protection issues. So anything that's already in the public space is fine, and anything where you're happy, there's no data issues. It's really great for organizing your research. It's great at pulling out themes, but you have to get really, really good at writing prompts. And nothing really beats people getting around a board and doing an affinity diagram. Like ChatGPT can summarize, but you will notice holes in it if you've been doing it for a long time. So if you're an experienced UXer, then great, you can use it for research, but I would avoid it if you're not.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. That's all we've got time for. So another round of applause for Jenny. So for our next speaker, we have Holly Donahue, who is the fractional CPO and product coach at Product Rebel. With nearly 20 years in tech, Holly excels in product strategy and team empowerment. In her spare time, Holly runs Product Tank Manchester, a community of over 2,000 product people, as her way of giving back to the product community.
Hello, thank you all for coming. So what's the hardest thing about moving towards a product-led way of working? Anybody want to shout out? Well, in my experience, it's people. People are often the hardest thing about changing our ways of working. I'm Holly, I'm a fractional CPO and product coach, and I've spent the last 10 years of my career grappling with moving organisations towards a product-led way of working. You might call it value-led, value-focused, outcome-led. But essentially, all the things Stuart was talking about in his talk this morning, if you saw that, so using discovery to understand the customer problems, understand the customer needs, figuring out and using evidence, what the most valuable thing is that we could possibly do right now, and then empowering a team of skilled individuals to come up with the best solution to that need, to meet that need. So whilst I've been doing this, I've started to notice some patterns. And these are things that are patterns within myself, but also patterns within many of the people that I've worked with. As digital professionals, whether you're a product manager, scrum master, UXer, engineer, QA, it seems really obvious to us, right? It seems really obvious as to why we would want to work in this way. Yet to our stakeholders, it doesn't seem so obvious, and so we find it really hard to empathise with them, and we start to commit the 7 deadly mistakes of change, which I'm going to start talking through. So, going back to the start, once upon a time, I was a young product manager. Well, I wasn't that young because I career switched into product management from a more operational career. And I was the only product manager within my part of the organisation, so I didn't have anybody to learn from. So I turned to all of the books, all of the blogs. I would have listened to the podcasts, but they weren't such a big thing back then. That's how long I've been doing this. And I started to imagine this world where we would do all the research, run the experiments, where we'd discover all these opportunities that nobody had thought of before, then we'd come up with the best solution to that, and our customers would love us, they'd love our products, all our stakeholders would cheer, it would be fantastic. Hands up, who's been that person at some point in their career? It's okay to admit it, it's a safe space. Yep. Okay. Hands up if you currently work in that organisation now, if you currently work in a very product operating model, product-led way of working. A few hands, but not many hands. And in fact, now is probably the first time I can put my hand up because one of the clients that I'm working with currently is working in that way. So it does exist, but for most of us, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where we're perhaps not working in that way. We come across this expectation gap. I often find there's a really big expectation gap between how we think things should be working and the reality of how things do work. And then there's another gap between how we think things should be working and how our stakeholders think things should be working. Okay, the expectation gap. And often we find ourselves in a situation where we are given a shopping list of features to build. They all have to be delivered by a certain deadline. There's no reasoning behind that deadline, it's just a deadline. And our success is measured by how well we meet that deadline, by how many features we churn out within a certain period of time. What's that called? Feature factory, exactly. So often we're in the feature factory. And when we're in that situation, presumably we're in a place, and I'm assuming that we want to move towards a more product operating model. I actually like to call it an outcome-led way of working because it makes it less about the product team ruling the world and more about what we're actually trying to achieve in terms of focusing on the outcomes to be delivered. So we find ourselves in this position of change leadership, change management. And the thing is, we've trained as product people, as UXers, as developers. We've not necessarily changed, unless maybe if you're an Agile coach, this might be the only exception. We've not necessarily trained as change leaders. And I certainly hadn't. And so in the process of doing this, I have made some bad decisions. I have taken some bad actions, had some bad behaviours, but I've learned from those. And I'm going to share some of those mistakes that I've made, not just because it's kind of like a mass group therapy session, and we all need a bit of that sometimes, but also so that you can start to shortcut some of those learnings, so that you don't have to go through all of the pain that I've been through. Oh, why is that not working? Okay, great. I was recently working with an organisation, and product management as a whole was a very new concept to them. So they'd had a product team for about 6 months, and a lot of what I was doing was introducing, so I came in as a product leader, I was introducing product management practices, and to be honest, quite a lot of agile practices as well. So I was doing things like coaching the team on having product refinement sessions, on having a backlog, on having a roadmap, introducing all of these artifacts. The product team and the UX team were not speaking to the customers whatsoever in a user learning capacity, whether that's user research, user testing. Discovery wasn't a word within the vocabulary of the organisation, so this was all very new concepts. Now, as you might imagine, in an organisation where that maturity in that way of working is quite low, one day the CEO came to me and he said, "I have got this brilliant idea. I 100% guarantee that this idea is going to make us loads of money." Now, I wish I had his confidence, and this is why I'm not CEO, and full respect to people who can do that, that's not me. But immediately my product management sensors were starting to prickle, and see a few people kind of bristling in the room. We've all been there. So often we get these pet project ideas, somebody's spoken to one customer, and now it's the most important thing that we need to do. And so often it's not being validated. It probably does offer value for a few customers, but not in comparison to a lot of the other things that we've got on the roadmap. It's always that it doesn't offer no value. That's a really important distinction, but it offers low value. And I was always taught, or I learned from all the books, that in order to combat these ideas, then what we need to do, anybody want to shout out what we taught as product people to do with these pet projects? Any thoughts? Do discovery, use data, use evidence to prove that this idea, validate that this idea isn't the right thing to do. Now, so what I did was I went to my CEO and said, "Okay, let's run a discovery on that." How do you think my CEO reacted to that? Not well, not well. So what my CEO wanted was for me to go, "Yes, that's amazing. I need to hang up right now because I need to call the team and get them working on that immediately." And what he heard in my "let's run a discovery on that" response was me kind of saying, "Okay, let me find a way to prove you wrong." And our CEOs aren't stupid, that they know that this is what you're doing if that's your intent behind it. And the thing is, as product leaders and product managers, we have to be a bit careful that we're not falling foul to our own biases, that we're not kind of having that not invented here syndrome, because sometimes just because an idea hasn't followed our processes doesn't mean that it's not going to be a good idea, that there's not value in it. So we do have to be mindful of that. But in this case, I knew that we'd already released part of this idea before. We hadn't got any traction with customers. Yes, it needed a lot of work, but actually it was at a point that we could have sales conversations about it, and nobody was biting. So we had reasonable evidence to suggest that this perhaps wasn't the right way to go. It was a departure from our strategy. It wasn't targeting the product set or the areas that we were going for at the time. And the thing is, the CEO had a really emotional connection to this idea. He'd spoken to a customer, so that was giving him lots of social proof as to why this idea was the right way to go. And the problem is you can't really logic through that emotion, so we have to find another way to approach this set, because just providing evidence and data, it's not going to work to shift that emotional connection. Now, I have made this mistake many times, and it even got to a point where I knew that this was a mistake, but I didn't have any alternative way to deal with this situation, because all the books said, use discovery, use evidence, but nobody said there might be another way to approach this that perhaps isn't exactly how it says in the textbooks. So even though I was making this mistake and knew it, I just didn't have another way of doing it. And the problem with that is, especially if we're at a point where we're trying to introduce discovery practices, or where this is coming a lot and discovery is being used a lot to kind of disprove stakeholder ideas, our stakeholders are going to start associating discovery as a bad thing. They're going to start thinking of discovery as a negative thing. And that's not what we want. We want people to see the benefit of discovery. So we want discovery to be an additive process, to identify new opportunities, to add value to existing ideas. So a way of tackling this situation is one way of doing this might be to try and buy yourself some time. So it does look a little bit, I'm being very open here, like, look at this shiny object over here. Why don't you, this shiny thing over here, it's going to deliver more value. Let's focus all our attention and efforts on that because we've said that this is really high and valuable. And what that does is it buys you a little bit of time. And it might be that the time now isn't the right time to have the conversation about why this idea might not be the right thing right now. But in a couple of months' time, that emotional attachment might have reduced, and you might be able to have, and there might be other priorities coming up, you might be able to have a more productive conversation around it. So don't underestimate the value of timing with these conversations. Really think about, is this the right time to be having this conversation? It's going to be a long time to learn that. And sometimes we have to say yes to the yes to the wrong thing for the right reasons. And this definitely is not in the textbooks. But sometimes we have to build the feature, which we know is only going to deliver low value. We make the best of it, so we try and make it add as much value as it possibly can. And we also maximize the work not done, using those lean and agile principles, maximize the work that we don't do on it so that we can move on to the next thing that is going to be more valuable. And the reason why we might want to do that is it builds up trust. It builds up trust and relationship with our stakeholders. And that trust is going to mean that in the future, we have more opportunity to influence and change how things work. Now, you'll notice that this is definitely not the perfect way that it will say in the books or any of the kind of thought leadership about how to be a product leader. But if you're not working in the perfect organisation, with the perfect stakeholders, in the perfect system, then your process isn't going to look perfect yet either. So it's all about thinking about what can we do today that was better than yesterday? What's going to enable us to do something better tomorrow? Progress over perfection. So coming back to my story, so we did build some of those wrong things, but we also built some right things as well. And we built up positive relationships with our stakeholders, and over time, that enabled us to propose an OKR. It enabled us to propose an outcome for us to work to. And what it meant is that we could run a discovery process. So this was a discovery process that we ran. We started to do some funnel analysis of the website, started to do analysis on the scroll depths. The outcome was to increase conversion on the website. We proposed some hypotheses. We figured out which of those hypotheses we thought were going to offer the most value. We ran some tests on those, and we got to a result of increasing our conversion by 11%. And what that did was it gave us the opportunity to propose another outcome. Now, alongside that, we still had 3 other teams who were still working in that feature factory. So we were still doing feature development alongside this, but what we were doing was we just opened up an opportunity for us to showcase a different way of working, to showcase the benefits of doing that. And over time, that meant that we could start to increase how many outcomes we were working towards. And over time, it ended up with just 1 team working on features. So that was probably over about 2.5 years that this took. So it's not something that happens overnight. It's something that takes time. And we formalised the process. We started to draw it out. So this is one way of showing that product development life cycle. So ideas come in. We do the double diamond of discovery, of ideation and solutioning. We had a prioritised queue for work to wait for the delivery team to pull from it. We had sprint prep in there because, this was an immature organisation, so we were still training the teams to prepare before they took stuff into sprint, to do some backlog refinement, to do some spikes. And then we had in sprint release readiness and measure at the end. That's always really important. But when we started drawing it out, and the timing of this wasn't great, we hit another snag. So during this time, for various reasons, our CEO started getting much more involved in the business again. And he started to reminisce back to the days of scrappy startup time, where an idea would go from in his head directly to in sprint, nothing in between. So when he started to see this process drawn out, all of a sudden, what's all this stuff getting in the way of my ideas? I know what the right thing is to build, you just need to build it. So we had to think about how could we start to show our CEO the value of this. And of course, the value of this is understanding, maximising the value that we deliver to our customers, but also avoiding some of those near misses or avoiding some of those things that maybe actually aren't as valuable as we thought. But to him, it just felt like we were getting in the way. We felt really, really slow. And I mean, what was actually happening was that our delivery teams, they were full. They were already working on other stuff. So even if we didn't do discovery work, they would not be ready to pick up more work. So actually, we weren't slowing down the process, but to our CEO, it felt like we were. And perception is everything. Perception is so important. It doesn't matter what's actually happening. What matters is what your stakeholders think is happening. So you do not want to be in a place where your team is seen as a blocker. You want to be seen as an enabler. So we realised that we needed to quickly change this situation. And to do this, we changed how we communicated. We realised that as a product team, as UXers, we really over-indexed on how much we spoke about discovery. Discovery work is really interesting to us. We learn so much from it. We see the value in it. Let's face it, it's quite fun. So we want to talk about it a lot. But our exec stakeholders don't really care, as bad as it sounds, but they're not interested in the detail of the process. What they're interested in is results. They're interested in delivery. So we changed our communication to focus on delivery. We were still doing that discovery, sometimes in stealth, but it's not that we weren't hiding it. And, I think we always want to bring our stakeholders on this journey, but sometimes we have to realise that that's not where our stakeholders are. And actually, it's more productive to show them the discovery when it's done, rather than bring them along the process. It fits more into their models and ways of working. And sometimes we have to meet our stakeholders where they are. Let me get a drink. Okay. So we've spoken about not using discovery to prove your CEO wrong. In fact, just generally try not to prove your CEO wrong. Generally not a good idea. And we've spoken about not letting the product team or your delivery teams become a blocker. And a lot of what we're talking about, it's all about stakeholder relationships. And I was working in another organisation, and everything wasn't really peachy. So we've got a digital team, a product team, that had kind of been plonked in a PMO model. So the team had product manager, delivery manager, project manager, a program manager, obviously head of product, and also a technical delivery manager who'd come from somewhere else completely in the organisation. This is a massive organisation. And all of a sudden, we had more people trying to manage this team than there were people in the team. And this was really frustrating for everybody involved. So from the team's perspective, they felt that there was so much stakeholder communication overhead, they couldn't get anything done, they had to do all this reporting stuff that wasn't very agile. And but it was two ways, because for our PMO function, we were like a black hole. They couldn't get the information out of us that they needed to report to their stakeholders and to fit in with their processes. So there was real friction on both sides. And it turned out that there were some reports that were going from the PMO office about the work of our team to our exec team. And one day, I didn't know about this, and one day somebody sent me this report and said, "Have you seen this?" And, I couldn't help but notice that the digital team have failed to deliver yet again was on there. So this was now forming into the narrative around our digital team. I mean, this wasn't just passive-aggressive, it was full-on aggressive. This is full-on, you are not working well. I mean, the reality was that, and the thing is, always look within you. There was definitely things that we could be doing better, but it was a misalignment problem. We weren't aligning on the expectations, on the dates, and there was just miscommunication all around. So I did various things to start to address this. And one of the things was I asked the program leader, let's call Sophie, I asked Sophie, could you send me those reports before they go, please? I kind of want to see them before they go. And I got to the point where she sent me them after they went, so at least I got to see what was in them. But I couldn't get to see them before. It wasn't until my principal delivery manager had this idea and he said, let's take a different approach to this. So what he suggested was that we spent 2 hours, put 2 hours in the diary, just me, him and Sophie, and we asked Sophie to explain her whole world to us. So we asked her to explain, what's the process that you have to go through? Where do we fit into this? What do you need from us at different points and why? So we asked her, how can we help effectively? How can we understand what you have to do and how can we help you do that? And overnight, and it was an overnight change, that relationship just flipped, it just completely changed. And all of a sudden, she became our biggest advocate. And she was advocating for us with the exec team, with stakeholders that we couldn't access at a time when it was quite difficult to advocate for our team. We were seen as negative, so she was a huge help for us in shifting how our team was perceived. And this was a really big learning from me, and it actually pulls a lot from sales thinking in terms of think about what you can do for somebody first before you ask them to do something for you. So for Sophie, I was asking her to change her process for me. I was asking her to change. So now, instead of just sending the reports, she had to come to me. That's going to add a delay in there. The reports might get out late. I might request changes that are difficult, that don't fit in with her narrative. So I was asking her to do something that's hard for her, and I wasn't giving her anything in return. So I like to think of our relationships with stakeholders and our team as a bank balance now. But it is a debit account, it's not a credit account. So you need to deposit credit into there before you can withdraw it out. And this really is a balance, because sometimes by depositing into your stakeholder bank balance, you're going to be withdrawing from a team bank balance. So it might be that you need to deliver something for a stakeholder, hopefully minimizing how long it takes, which your team don't believe in, which they don't think is the right thing to do. And you might not think it's the right thing to do, but you might think it's important for the relationship. And that's probably going to piss your team off a little bit. So in order for them to do that, you need to have paid into your team bank balance first, invested in them, so that you're still in credit in that relationship. So just taking a step back, we've spoken about not using discovery to prove your CEO wrong, not being a blocker, managing your stakeholder bank balance, and now we're going to talk about introducing change incrementally and iteratively. Kind of sounds familiar, right? Concept we might have come across before. So I think the thing about introducing change is, I said at the start, we're not trained as change managers, but actually, so many of the tools that we have in our pockets as digital people are really useful for introducing change, and we can use them in these scenarios. And one of those tools which is really useful is empathy mapping. Now, you've probably used empathy mapping at some point to understand your users, understand what are your users hearing, seeing, saying, feeling. You can use this for your stakeholders as well. So you can start to map out, what are your stakeholders hearing about our team? What are they doing with our team? What are they saying about our team? And you can start to understand where they're coming from. And it gets even more powerful when you start to think, well, what pain does our way of working cause our stakeholders? What are the opportunities in our ways of working for our stakeholders? And what do they value? What do they care about? And that's really important, because often they're going to care about things that maybe are a bit different to what we care about. So we need to think about that when we're communicating with them, that we're talking in terms of things that they care about, not in terms of things that we care about. So this was an exercise we did with a few of our key stakeholders, and one of the pieces we did on there was actually who influences these stakeholders as well. So thinking about, if we can't, especially if you're in a large organisation, if we can't directly influence these stakeholders, who can? How can we make sure that other people are advocating for us as well? Building up that social proof. Because the thing is, when you start to look at what a transformation involves, there's quite a lot often to do. Now, this is a tube map. It's quite a handy way of mapping out all the changes that need to happen. This was actually from an interview process that I was doing, but I've done this before with various organisations to look at how do we step-by-step implement change. And when you start to look at things like this, you realise it's actually quite a big shift from where we are. And for both team members and stakeholders, potentially what's happening is we're going to push people out of their comfort zone. We're going to push people into new ways of working. If you know one of those kind of principles in terms of what people value at work, mastery is one of the things that people need to feel fulfilled at work. We want to feel good. We want to feel that we are doing a good job, that we know what we're doing. And by introducing new ways of working, we're pushing people to be a beginner again. They've got to learn how to work again, and that's really quite scary for many people. It's quite uncomfortable for many people, so we want to do that gently, because if you push too hard, people are going to push back hard. So we want to make it achievable, those little small incremental steps. So make sure that we're introducing change incrementally and iteratively. Think about what's the next smallest thing we can do that's better. And over days of doing the next smallest thing that's better, weeks, months, you end up with a big shift. But you do it in a way that brings people with you. And a really good place to start, by the way, I found, is start at the end. Reverse engineer this. So think about the features that you're delivering. You can calculate how much those features cost. So if you have access to people's costs, great. If not, you absolutely can ask your leader, how much does our team cost? What's an approximate cost for our team per sprint? And you can use that to start to put some rough estimates on how much it costs to deliver each feature. And then you can start to think of, well, what benefits did this feature deliver? What value did it deliver? And what this is doing is it's starting to train everybody, you, the teams, our stakeholders, in this vocabulary of value, and actually starting to go back and measure it. And over time, you start to push that further up the process. You start to push it earlier on in the process. So you start at the end, but then partway through, maybe you start to think about, well, what does success look like for this feature? And eventually, you start off with, what success are we trying to get to? Okay, well, how are we actually going to run a discovery process to figure out how we're going to deliver that? So start backwards, and that's okay. So I think as Agile product professionals, we often get stuck in there being a right way of doing things. I am very guilty of this. I've done this a lot. I've had to learn, and it's taken me a long time to learn not to get so wrapped up in what the right way of doing something is. We often focus so much on the process, and actually what we need to focus on is the results, because the results are really what matters. The process is really fun and tangible to talk about, but the hard thing actually is the results. And what we know again from our discovery phase is there's often multiple ways to get to those results. So it doesn't matter which way you take as long as you get to the right result. And I wanted to mention this because so often we come to these conferences, read the books, something to think about over the next couple of days, and we get really inspired about our ways of working and how things could be. And then we get back to work and it doesn't quite look quite how it did at the conference. It feels a very, very long way away from what we've heard at the conference. So, think about, and that's okay. It's great to be inspired. And it's really important to be inspired because we know the art of the possible then. But the next step is just thinking about, and what would be great to think about over these next couple of days, what's the incremental step that will take me to where I want to get to? What one thing, small thing, can I do tomorrow when I get back to work, or next week when I get back to work? It doesn't have to look exactly how it's been described, just what's one small thing that will make it a little bit better. So don't drown in the dogma. Don't be that evangelist. That's not agile, that's not product. Don't be that person. I've definitely been there. I think what I notice with a lot of the people that I coach with, consult with, misery really lives in that should be. It's where we're in that kind of should be. It should work like this. It should be like this. That's what makes us really miserable. Think about how could it be? How can it be today? How can we make it a little bit better tomorrow? And that's where hope lives. That's where we make improvements. And that's where we take that empowerment for ourselves and take that ownership for ourselves. So I'm going to kind of move towards my last stories and section now. So if you use discovery to be additive to the process, and if you pay into your stakeholder bank balance, make sure that you are seen as an enabler, as somebody who makes things happen, not as a blocker, you might get to a point where things start to move quicker than they have been, where things start to shift more than they have been. And this happened to me in an organisation. So in the organisation with the PMO, actually, large organisation, we'd been speaking for probably about 18 months about how, as a digital team, we really wanted to be involved in setting the strategy for our products. We really wanted to be involved in setting the roadmap for our products. And at the time, we weren't really particularly involved. So one day I was in a meeting and the stakeholder turned around and said, yeah, okay, you take ownership of the product strategy. I nearly fell off my chair because I was not expected. But the problem was we were not ready for it. We were not ready for that sudden shift. And we probably had a window of about a week where we could have come back to that stakeholder and gone, here's a strategy, here's some suggestions, we want to follow it. And we just had not done any of the work to be ready for that. So that was a really big learning for me. I mean, in the end, we managed to kind of negotiate some outcomes, so we did move ourselves a little bit further forward, but we missed quite a big opportunity there. So what I've really learned, and this really applies if you're, no matter where you are in the team, if you're a product manager, you don't have to be a product leader to do this. Don't wait for permission to do some of this work in the background. It might feel that it's going to sit on a shelf, might feel like it might not get used, but what happens is you start to embed that knowledge within yourself, and it makes you more credible when you're speaking to stakeholders, because you can actually start to talk about the strategy and what that could look like, and you can start to talk about some opportunities and what they could be. So although it might not be directly used, it helps you talk about it, and it means that you are ready if change suddenly does happen. And I came across this recently, and I really wish I had known about this a few years ago. It's a stupid wild-ass guess strategy. It's from Hustle Badger, who are great, by the way, if you want to look at product management resources. Don't work for them. I should get commission, though. And it just lets you spend an hour to map out your product strategy. So, you're not going to spend lots of effort on this, but just based on your knowledge today, what you know. If you don't know, have a guess. Just what do you think that strategy looks like right now? And then you can start to go to some of your friendly stakeholders. Does this align with your expectations? What do you think? I only spent an hour on it. It's just a bit of rough thinking. And you can take it to your team. What do you think? It's just a bit, give me your ideas. But it's a start, it's a foundation, and it can start to give you more leverage for speaking to stakeholders about it in the future. And by doing this, you're probably going to get to about 80% right versus if you'd spent 2 weeks on it. And if you spent 2 weeks on it, you're probably going to get to about 80% right than if you spent 2 months on it. So you don't have to spend lots of time on this, but it's just starting that thinking. Give yourself permission. The final point that I really wanted to touch upon, and I think this is probably one of the most important points, is to look after yourself in all of this. Because so many of the people that I coach, that I work with, I talk to, they feel like they are a lone voice swimming against the tide. They feel like they're really alone in pushing this change forward. And it can be really exhausting because you put so much of yourself into it. You have to kind of take a lot of the punches and roll with them. It can be quite tough. So really think about how to manage yourself in this situation. Now, a few years ago, I was working with my own coach, and he said to me, you give and you give and you give, and you're on the floor and you're still giving. And that really resonated true with me, because if you've got on the floor, you've got nothing left to give, you're not going to be getting good outcomes. So he worked with me to figure out, what are the things that give me energy? How can I make sure that they're non-negotiable within my diary, whether that's things at work that give me energy, whether that's things at home that give me energy. For me, that's exercise, meditation, doing PowerPoint presentations because I'm a bit weird. But what is it that you enjoy doing that recharges your battery? And what is it that takes away from your energy? And you might not be able to get rid of all those things that take away your energy, but you can at least be aware of them. You can try and make sure that you're balancing out the energy-giving things with the things that are taking away from your energy. So think about how you can manage that in yourself. And this is all part of a reflective process, and I think reflection is a really underutilised tool that is probably one of the most valuable tools that we have. Now, I did this exercise with that principal delivery manager that I worked with, and we did a timeline reflection. So we mapped out all the times, we mapped out all the events that happened, and then we mapped out all of our learnings. And it can be great doing this with somebody else, because actually I learned loads from him in terms of what his perspective was on things, and I'm sure he did from me in terms of my perspective. So take that time to actually reflect on what's happened. I've put on some questions for self-reflection here to get started. So I build reflection now into my routine. So at the end of every day, I just quickly note down 3 small wins and I quickly note down a learning. And then at the end of the week, I kind of go back through those and I think about, what are my wins across the week? What are my key learnings across the week? I might answer some of these reflection questions. I kind of rotate them around. I might just do 1 a week. At the end of the month, I go through that same process, but for the month. Because change, when you're in it, feels like it happens so painfully slow. If there was one common theme in organisations that I hear every time, it's so slow. It's changing really slowly. But when you look back, you go, actually, 6 months ago, it wouldn't have worked like this. 6 months ago, this wouldn't have happened. It wasn't as good as this. So take that time to celebrate those wins and to look back, because we're so very good at looking at what needs to be improved. Remember to reflect on what's gone well as well. Okay, so, if I could speak to youngish Holly when she started out in a product manager career, I think I'd say to her, don't get so hung up on how things should be. Think about how things can be. Think about how we can just make things that little bit better. And don't feel like a failure if it's not looking like it does at the conference. That's okay. You're just working within your constraints. So I've summarised all the points in case you want to take a quick photograph. I think, change, just like I say, happens really slowly when you're in it. So make sure that you're taking that time to reflect. Make sure that you are being a positive entity and that you're thinking about those stakeholder relationships and using the tools that you have and applying them. Okay. So after this talk, I'll be sending around a guide about what I've been speaking about today, how to shift towards a more outcome-led way of working. Feel free to sign up to that, and they'll occasionally send a newsletter. Some book recommendations there. Unfortunately, the contrast on the screen's not great, but Inspired by Marta Kagan and Transformed as well by him, and Continuous Discovery Habits by Teresa Torres are all great books that talk more about this. I find the one by Teresa Torres is quite practical in its application, so definitely a good place to start. And please do feel free to leave me some feedback as well. I'm always looking to improve my talks, so I always appreciate a bit of feedback as well. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Any questions for Holly? Whilst we have anyone from the audience have a question? Oh, yes. There we go.
Point number 3. What I found interesting, you said to maybe mention the discovery process later, because the stakeholders care about outcomes, not about the discovery process. what I found at some points when I was trying to do something similar is they started to ask the questions I already answered, and they had to reprove things where I was, 2-3 steps further. Any thoughts about, how to balance it? Because I've tried not showing them and had the same issues. Anything in between?
That's really interesting. So you've kind of got to that transition phase where they're starting to want that discovery. So that's a good place to be, want them to want that discovery. And yeah, it's thinking about, well, how can we start to, now they're ready for it, how can we just start to bring them into that process a little bit? It can be a little bit tricky, but things like recording a user interviews, depending on how senior they are, depends on how much detail you show, you might just give them little snippets in terms of little sound bites of what you're hearing. So you're kind of starting to just open up that process a little bit if they're reaching that point where that's exactly where you want them to be, that people want. They want you to do discovery because they're seeing the value in it. Yes, brilliant.
Any other questions? Oh, right at the back.
Just giving you a workout.
Thanks, Marcel.
Hey, thanks for the talk, super interesting. A lot of stuff resonates with what I'm currently doing. I just wanted to ask you about so I have a little bit the problem to balance the need for research versus things that you actually know and maybe don't need to research. So the organization I work with, super seniors, stakeholders, very long-standing organization, and I think they bike shed or procrastinate, so they're like, we need to research. And I'm like, you've done this 20 times, you do not need to research this. And then on the other side, there are the researchers, no offense, but they want to research everything. And I'm like, there are certain patterns in, I don't know, onboarding registration, which have been, they're solved. You, again, don't need to research those. And have you come across this kind of problem, and how do you manage that?
Yeah, it's really common. So I think talking about the stakeholder side, understand what's driving that, because there's probably a reason. It might be that they are not feeling comfortable with the direction that things are going, but they don't know how to intervene with that. So if you can dig into them and kind of what's driving that, what's kind of causing them to feel like that, or it might be a case of you need to kind of show them the research that's been done before, but usually there's something underneath that's kind of driving that. They're not feeling comfortable somewhere. And with the teams, again, it's really common that they kind of get into that analysis paralysis of thinking about, we need to have 100% confidence on everything. You can't. The only time that you have 100% confidence is when you've actually released something and people are buying it in droves and you can't keep up with demand. That's when you've got good confidence with something, and probably not even them, because there's probably still somebody somewhere that it's not quite working for. So things like, I find assumption mapping is quite useful. So that 2x2 grid where you map all the assumptions that you're making and you map them against what's important, what's not important, how much evidence do you have, where you've got good evidence, you've got poor evidence, and refocus people on that area where you've got, sorry, it was on this side, you've got low evidence and it's really important, and reset that expectation that you don't need to focus on these other areas necessarily. It's kind of constantly saying, we just need, I think Stuart was saying in his talk earlier, you just need 70% confidence. We're not looking at 100% confidence. What's good enough? What's the least amount of research we need to do to move us just onto that next stage where we're going to do some more testing, because we're going to get a bit more confidence at the next stage.
Ideal. Thank you. Any other questions from our audience? Nope.
Thank you. So in the projects that I work on, I work a lot with sales and marketing and roles that are just outside product and tech, and sometimes they're not close to what product discovery is and the benefits. And when they suggest ideas, what tips do you have in order to make them understand that product discovery is not just a way to, let me just show you that, let me just make sure that what you're saying actually makes sense? And because I've seen that sometimes they don't know what it is and they find it a little bit weird that we are dedicating this time to do that.
Yeah, it really depends on where you are with that relationship with them and their role. So if it's somebody a bit more junior, sometimes you can actually bring them into the squad, bring them in as part of the team and have them work with the team through that process. If they're sometimes a little bit more senior, you might have to use some of those tips around, maybe you do some of it in the background and you bring them in at a later stage. So you're still showing You work after you've done it and helping them understand those concepts, making sure that it's additive, making it a positive experience for them. But you're kind of just starting to introduce them to some of the benefits. And again, think about what it is that's important to them and how this is going to be good for them, how this is going to make life easier and better for them and make them better at their role.
Thank you.
Cool, fantastic. That was brilliant. Thank you, Holly.
Thank
Another
you very
round
much.
of applause. Derek brings a wealth of experience from roles at Expedia, Zillow, and beyond. His unique insights promise to enlighten us all today. So please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Derek.
Thank you. Hi. Let me give him a second. So, what if we couldn't publish safety signs after an accident? And you just expected everybody to dive in and figure it out for themselves? What if you discovered penicillin and you couldn't write it up because you had failed to keep bacteria out of your culture? This seems totally ludicrous, but we do this all the time. We don't talk about failure. I gave this talk in abbreviated form early in 2020, and I was really anxious about it. And the response from everybody was beyond anything I could have expected. They were kind, they were understanding about it. It warmed my cold robot product manager heart. And I kept thinking afterwards, as I talked to people and they brought me their stories of failure, and I had the best conversations I'd had at any professional event, why don't we do this? Like, why don't we talk about failure? So when I got the acceptance for this talk, I had this opportunity to consider this because I experienced this giant wave of anxiety. I was just pained in my neck and shoulders, and I thought, I cannot do this. I thought I was going to come up with some kind of implausible and thus credible illness, and I was going to call the Agile folks months in advance and say, I can't make it because I have double lumbago or alien hand syndrome or coxsackie virus. And I thought about why, like what was going through my mind. And one was, we have this fear of our institutions, and even though I hadn't worked at Expedia for years, this was not something companies want to do. I don't want to talk about like a specific failure with a specific company for fear of what might happen, right? Without permission. And companies don't want to talk about failures. They want to say, we had this cool idea for an engineering structure and it's like a giant M, it's amazing. And they publish it and they say, we're cutting edge and we do new processes. And they don't want to say, we tried this thing and we stepped on a rake and it hit us right in the face and it was hilarious and we learned a lesson about garden implements, right? Even if the result of that is they establish themselves as a culture with psychological safety where you can go and learn. And also, in the other flip side of this, we don't trust that we can be vulnerable about failure where we work. Every company is under this immense pressure to raise revenue 10% year over year while cutting costs. And if you come up and say, hey, I screwed up, I didn't contribute to revenue and I am still a cost, you are at risk. And the corporate world is by default not a place of psychological safety. This is a cat that finished a marathon. This cat is a more accomplished marathon runner than I am. There's this default assumption that if you succeed, you don't have to tell people that you learned and grew and you got better at it. It's just assumed. And in contrast, if you just say, I attempted this and I got stuck, you immediately feel this urge to justify it, to shift the blame, and even to invent blame where there was no blame to be had. And when you put it on your resume, you frame it as a success. If the launch failed, you say, I successfully took this from 0 to launch, and then nothing happened. And then shame. I felt this reluctance to get up and just tell people, I was in charge of a huge thing and it did not work. We, as humans, value ourselves against our own goals and what we think we should have accomplished. Mount Rainier, this is the largest from base to peak mountain in the US. It's near my hometown of Seattle. I trained for a year to hike Mount Rainier. And then on the day of, we called it for weather. And I didn't think, I had a great year where I trained, I got into amazing shape, I spent a bunch of time with some of my really good friends, I learned things. No, I failed to climb Mount Rainier. I am still a failed Mount Rainier climber. That's crazy. Why does my brain work like that? And this is true for many of us. So I didn't call in sick. I had a lot of time to write the talk, and yet today I got up and I was like, I can't do this. I gotta run, I gotta flee to a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty. And then Paul was introducing me and I said, like, there's still time. I can still, I can still get out of here. So let's talk about failure. Thank you. I'm gonna tell you my failure story. I worked at Expedia for 8 years. It was probably the best job I ever had. I complained about it the whole time. And we tried to do something smart and cool, and it just did not work. And as a standard disclaimer, this is my personal experience. This launched in public, so I'm not disclosing anything. When I show you mock-ups, you will see they are terrible. They are not real mock-ups. And then all the numbers will add up to 100, so you know they're fake. Let's talk about what a package is, because this is going to be important. It's when you take a hotel and a flight and you put them together, you save a lot of money, and that's because both of those have unused inventory. If a flight takes off with an empty seat, they're better off having sold it for $5 than $0, right? But they don't want you to know where that savings comes. They don't want you to. They don't want to disrupt their current pricing model. So this is Booking.com for a package to London. I just did this, and you can see where are the savings. It's a package discount. It's magic, right? Every site more or less looks like this. You put two things together, all of a sudden a package discount occurs. So we knew there were savings to be had. It's this win for customers, but people were not buying them. So we went out and we talked to our customers, and we said, what gives? And they said, well, you're selling packages. When I think of packages, I think of tour operators putting together low-quality hotels and charter hotels, one-star hotels, and they take us on tours to places that we don't really want to go. And then they said, when I book these things together for my vacation, I book a flight because I'm afraid that the price is going to go up and then the availability is going to go down over time. And then hotels, I'll book it later, whenever. And then that package savings thing, they just did not believe it. They thought that's a suggested price. That's what you could have paid. I don't buy it. So this led to my favorite usability story of all time. I think about this every day. We had a usability lab at Expedia headquarters. I know, it's great, right? Like, this is why that was such a good job. And we would pay people, we had a usability budget, we would pay people to come in and sit in this fake home office that had a PC, pad of paper where you could take notes, a little vase with a fake plastic flower in it, and then there was two-way glass. On the other side of the two-way glass was the user researcher who would guide them through the tasks, and then me. And we brought somebody in and we said, go out, book a vacation with a flight and a hotel anywhere you want, and then come to Expedia, put them together, and see what happens. And one of our testers came in and they took meticulous notes. They went out and they were like, okay, I'm gonna go to Orbitz, I'm gonna book this flight, it's this much money, I'm gonna go to Booking.com, I'm gonna book this hotel for this much money, and they went back on Expedia, put them together, and there was a package savings of $1,000. And the person looked at the screen, looked at their pad of paper and their notes, hotel price, flight price, package savings, the total they had written down, and they stared at that pad of paper and they said, I must have made a mistake. They were willing to believe that of all the meticulous notes they had taken, they had done it wrong before they would believe that we were not telling them a lie. It is wild. It's stuck with me ever since. It haunts me. So, of course, we went and we would look at customer data. And we found that customers indeed would book a flight, and then weeks or months later, they would come back and put a hotel with it. A lot of people, compared to the flights or just the hotels, they would come in, they would see that combined price, and then they would just bail. And then, when they did buy, they did get savings. So, in 2009, when I was at Expedia, it was the smartest, most diverse, cool group of people. Everybody legitimately believed that travel was a good thing, and that if we did a good job, people would travel more, they would save money, hotels and airlines would benefit because they would find customers, and then we would have a fantastically successful business. So something like this, where if we can crack this nut, customers win, suppliers win, Expedia wins, like we had to do it. We had to go after this. So our solution was we were going to give the customer what we thought they wanted. People said, I don't like this bundle thing. I want to shop for my flights first. We said, cool, you don't like seeing them all together like this. We're going to show you a straight flight results page like you're used to seeing with the prices, and then you add it to a bundle. People said, I don't understand the savings or how I can maximize them. We said, awesome. We're going to show you that flight results page, and then we're going to very clearly say, if you pick this one, you will save this much money or more. So that's the plan. We're going to start out, we're going to test this stuff. We're going to build, we're going to think it through and then build. That's an important distinction. And then we're going to launch to great success. And my question, like, do you greenlight this? Okay, this is good. I did. So we decided we're going to go out and we're going to test. It's 2009, Marty Kagan hadn't written any books. We didn't know what continuous discovery was. We didn't know what dual track Agile was, nothing. So we started very, very basically, and we took those people who came in and we would run them through the task of shopping for a package, and we would say, how would you like to have done this? And the huge proportion of them said, I want to look at our flights first. I don't want this bundle thing. Some of them said, I want the bundle thing. The others said, I don't care. Nobody wanted to see the hotels first. So we advanced, we took paper prototypes, and we just said, what if it looked like this? People said, love it. We showed them low fidelity interactive prototypes we worked up. People loved it. So we moved on. So there were two sites that for countries that, unlike my own, have functioning national rail. And they had built a way to do trains first. And so we hacked together an A/B test for this, where we would use that to do flights and see if it took off. And the results for that were not as great as the lightweight testing, but they were good. And we wrote that up to, this is a hacked together A/B test. There were errors. The presentation was not where it would be at eventually. But the results were good. So, do you keep going? Yeah, okay. I did. So I wrote a product spec. Back in the day, we did everything up front. But I wrote a 109-page product spec, which was like, here's everything we have to think about at every stage of this, from logging, whatever. Expedia was a huge company. There was a lot of stuff you had to think of ahead of time. I thought of everything. We did a huge pre-mortem, and a pre-mortem, right? It's just a post-mortem you do ahead of time. You catastrophize. Let's imagine that this thing is a disaster. What caused it? If, like me, you have depression, this is just Tuesday, except you invite more people. You serve refreshments. Pre-mortems, very, very popular. They're good. They have a problem, though, which is we are human and not squid. We have blind spots, and the pre-mortem is limited by the group that does it. What are their skills? What are their experiences? Very often, the team that is going to go solve a problem is the team that has been working on it and maybe created that problem. And you are very prone to having the group think of course this is the problem, and of course this is the solution. You can mitigate this a little by looking for the cynics. Find the person who asks really awkward and uncomfortable questions at the all hands. See what they say. Imagine that your competitors or longtime critics are talking about how this failed. What would they have said, right? Find alternate theories for this problem you're solving. And then you should violate your NDAs. If you're under secrecy agreements, that's great, but talk to your peers about a hypothetical situation that bears an uncanny resemblance to your current situation. Because people on the outside are going to be able to see things that within the building you cannot. And what happened in our pre-mortem, we found the things you would expect. Pre-mortems often come up with problems that can be solved by people in the room. So it'll be, hey, this operational thing might happen. I can fix that. This contractual thing might happen. I can go talk to these people, right? Very rarely are you able to see something that is going to blindside you. That's why it's being blindsided. So, yeah, keep going. Yeah, I did. So we built it. And what happened? We had the normal problems of building this thing. At the time, Microsoft originally had Expedia as a CD they gave to people. It was like an Encarta product. And then they spun us out because they had put a little ticketing thing and it went really well. So Expedia spun out using a monolith C variant that was a prototype language for .NET, and it was not the one they picked to move forward. So we had this monolithic code base written in a language that no one outside of Expedia used. When we hired developers, our expectation would be it would be 6 to 9 months before they could contribute meaningfully. Yeah, so any change back and forth was expensive, very slow. Also, we had a use of mock data that came back and bit me, but we also made a lot of compromises, so many compromises. So, you remember this. You're going to be able to see, that's the flight prices, and we're going to tell you where you're going to save money. We ended up with something closer to this, which is we put a badge on it. This is the US one. It's just a green badge with a yellow dollar sign. We call this the French fry of value. And if you clicked on it, you got a little thing that was like, I don't know, maybe you'll save money. Yeah, that. Oh. So do you continue? You're close to launch. There's a little more hesitation in this one. This is correct. This is the right response. And I will digress for a second on this because this is an important moment. Every successful product I have ever launched, I have been embarrassed and scared. You as someone who worked on a piece of software, you know what your goal was. You have this vision of, I'm going to help all the customers with all the things. And by the time you're about to launch it, you have chipped away at that, and maybe you're going to show them like this tiny little statue, and you're going to do something colossal. And the customers, they're going to see the statue, right? They're going to go, wow, that's a nice statue. In that embarrassed and scared, you should also be excited. I launched something once where I worked at Simple, which was this fintech, and we were going to do a product for people who shared money. And there's 3 kinds of people who share money, and this was going to be wildly successful for one of them, and the other 2 we weren't going to get to for a while. And there was this choice about, do we launch and delight these people, and these other 2 groups are going to be real disappointed, and we did. But we knew that group was going to just flip out about it. That's where you want to be, right? This is not everything I envisioned, but I am still excited to launch it. That moment of resignation, if you are resigned to the thing that you are about to launch, let that be a warning. Like, go take a walk. Reconsider where you are and whether or not you should go through with this. So we launched. Woo! Okay, what do you think happened? I spoiled it a little bit. Was it an enormous success? Was it an enormous failure? I have a twist. Nothing happened. Nothing. So the old path, people would come in, they would see the combined price, they would leave. Maybe one person would buy. In the new path, people came in, like, oh yeah, I don't see this giant combined price. I'm gonna tinker with this, many people left. I'm gonna tinker with this, many people left. I'm gonna see what the combined price is, a lot of people left. The same number of people got through it. It was very, it was very awkward. Yeah, and I would like to say that like an Olympic gymnast who stumbles, I got to the finish line. And I was like, yay, thank you. And I bowed to the judges and I trotted off stage. No, no, I did not do that. I went through the stages of product grief. I bounced back and forth between these. I was angry. I was just, how could this be possible? We spent over a year on this from when we started. This cannot be. I was in denial. I said, like, this can't be right. So we're showing them the flight search page, and then they're picking it. Maybe those sales are being attributed to the flights. That's got to be it. For a while, I was arguing that the A/B testing framework itself was broken, which, like, every A/B testing framework is broken to some extent. But when you're arguing with the referees, like, you've lost. I spent a lot of time in bargaining. We launched in limited markets, and because contracts are sensitive and supplier relationships are very fragile and valuable, we went out and said, hey, supplier, this is the thing we're going to do. Will you participate, right? And that meant that we didn't have a ton of participation when we came out the gate. It was enough to know, but I was in denial about this. I said, instead of just Hawaii and just Vegas, we have to have New York. We have to have other places and see if there are characteristics of those regions that are determining why nothing is happening. We need more inventory, so not just the people that we've shown it to, we need to show it to more people. And then I argued that I needed more time because the thing that happens in launching products a lot, people who are used to seeing it one way, see the new way, they don't like it, they leave, and later on they'll come back, realize it's better, and then things improve. So I argued, we need another week, we need another month, we need another quarter. Was not proud. Depression, again. And then finally we came around to acceptance. And I still think about this. I have been on death marches before where I knew I wasn't going to get out of it and we were never going to release something of substantial value. And it felt like the only reason that we weren't calling it was there was budget left to be burned, and for the next fiscal year, if we didn't use it all, their budget would be cut. And it is hard at the top level for people to say, yeah, you know that very promising thing we were doing, it didn't work out. It's much easier to just say, yep, still working on it, results inconclusive. But we didn't, we called it. And your question now is, how do I avoid spending months in that kind of purgatory? It sounds terrible. It was terrible. And I will say, think about this ahead of time. We often set goals like, we believe that releasing this is going to increase revenue by 100%. What if it doesn't, right? What if it's 50%? What if it's 100% but costs double? What if it's 50% but you think it's promising, but the additional efforts you put in aren't getting you anywhere? What if you spend 3 months on promising stuff and you don't see 100% results or even 10%, right? What things would you need to see that would cause you to abandon it? If every increase in revenue percent had an accordant cost increase, would you leave then? Like, just think that stuff through. And then one of the things that I really believe made it hard for us to just leave was we didn't have another plan when it came out and did nothing. It was no one expected that it was going to be exactly the same. We thought it would be promising results and we would be able to follow up with this and that and the other thing. If you have spent the time, maybe back at that pre-mortem, maybe at the project kickoff, and you have alternate theories and you can say, this thing didn't work, this tells us that one of the other theories is much more promising, that's an easy way out, right? You get to say, hypothesis A failed, hypothesis B seems very promising, we're gonna go invest in that. That's the out. And then we got some value out of this. One of the decisions I made that actually paid off. This whole thing was set up as one big A/B experiment, but also we went through and we said, as we present the flight results page, what if we did some things differently and we tagged them all with their own A/B tests? And so that meant I got to say, go to the product manager for the flights results page and say, well, they would say, how's it going with that project? And I would say, please don't ask. But check out these results on A/B test FF21. And they would say, oh, that's interesting. I will do that in my path. And then they would benefit from it. Conversion would go up. Expedia would reclaim a little bit of value. If you can, I highly recommend this, right? This is a way where you can say, failing big can also give me smaller directional information that'll allow me to go in one direction or the other, even if the larger thing did not work out. So people ask me when I start telling the story, did you get fired? And they say, did everyone get fired? Often with a degree of glee that I find a little concerning. They asked me, was it in public? Did they bring you out at an all hands and then people threw fruit at you and then they chanted, be gone, product manager, until you left? No. Or, was this like a discrete one-on-one where your manager wanted to have a quick chat but wanted you to bring your badge and your company equipment? And said, maybe it's best if you don't ever show up again. So nobody got fired. And I think about this a lot too. I've worked many places since Expedia, and very few of them would have handled it with that kind of grace to learn and say, all right, where do we go from here? And what we did was we did smaller, more iterative follow-ups. It is ironic, initially when we set out on this giant thing that from start to finish took over a year and cost a lot of money, we thought this was a quick win before it ballooned in size on our grand scheme to take all products and allow you to combine them in any way. So what we did was we would meet customers where they were at. So people believed that they had to buy flights early and then they could get hotels later. We would let you go buy a flight, and then we would say, what if you put a hotel on here and we can give you some savings, maybe not as much as if you had booked them at the same time. And then hopefully over the long term, people say, oh, combining things, that's good. And then I had a lot of time to think about this through the rest of my career, about what we missed. And that early testing, the closer it got to being a real thing, the worse the results were, right? When we showed people paper prototypes, they said, yeah, I love it. Okay, here's an actual mock-up of it. Can you click on things? Yeah, it's pretty great, right? And then when we got to actual A/B tests where people actually had to hit a purchase button, it was good, but significantly less, right? That arc, people should be more excited the closer to the real thing you build. And we didn't see it. We were just, yeah, there were reasons for each of these stages to not have gone as well as the other. I think about this a lot. We do pre-mortems at the start, right? Often in conjunction with a project kickoff. And that's when you are the most ignorant, right? As you go through the project and you learn more about the technology, the customers, your team, you don't get everybody back together and say, we've learned a lot, let's brainstorm all this stuff. Instead, what usually happens is you have this risk mitigation spreadsheet and you have, here are the risks, here's the impact, here's how likely it is, right? And someone comes and says, hey, I was watching the History Channel about alien meteors and I'm worried about an alien meteor hitting us. And you go, okay, thanks, meteor strike, it's high impact, whatever. That doesn't help, right? And having a stale spreadsheet that no one is looking at, do it regularly, right? Bring everybody back in and say, what have we learned? Does this change any of our assumptions about how this might fail? And then, is there anything new we can do about it? We fundamentally, I think, made the wrong leap, right? When people said, I want to buy my flights first, it was because they wanted to deal with this scarcity thing. And we said, cool, we'll give you a shopping path that does the thing that you feel that you are required to do. That's not what they wanted, right? And we did ask them to validate it, but just asking person question, like, do you want to shop with Flights First? In the same way that if you bring somebody in for a usability test and you've paid them, they will often give you results that are more people-pleasing, right? They're not going to tell, they are reluctant to tell you that your prototype is terrible, right? In the same way, if you bring people in and you say, hey, do this task, would you like to shop for this, Flights First? People are going to go like, oh yeah, that sounds great, man. Can I have that Home Depot card now? And people don't think about the flight romantically. The next time I book a trip, I'm not going to think, I'm really looking forward to being in the Dublin airport and arguing with someone at Aer Lingus about whether my carry-on is 30 grams over 15 kilograms, right? No one sits there and thinks about that. They're fantasizing about the hotel and the destination they're going to. And we changed the experience from, here's a combined price, which is high, but here's the thing that you can look at that you want to have, to here's this unpleasant part of the experience at a more affordable price. And I think that flipped customer expectations in a way that we didn't think through. And the trust issue is just huge. So that usability person that I think about all the time, they told us they did not trust us. Like fundamentally, they did not trust us. And all of us, all of the smart people, we thought, what if we explained it harder? What if we had a better design that showed you results? And it doesn't matter if they don't trust you, right? Not addressing the fundamental issue of the customer, like nothing else mattered, and we didn't see it. It was too big. It was too close to us. So we learned some stuff on the way. I learned some stuff thinking about this for a long time afterwards. Like, what did we learn from this, right? Like nothing, right? Because I didn't talk about it, right? I told my peers at Expedia, we learned some stuff. I told some people who I knew professionally, but I didn't do this talk at the time for the because I was all of the reasons, right? And we do this as a profession, right? We publish articles about, we reinvented our engineering structure so it's an M or a Q, and it was amazing, and no one goes out and says, it created a new set of problems, right? And if you don't correct that article, you're setting everybody else up to adopt the partial success, and then they fall into the same trap. You're harming your peers. I've been thinking about doing better, and I would propose we can do way better. And you think I'm an insane person because it says 95%, right? Software is hard. We've been working on it for ages and it hasn't gotten better. But we can. There is precedence for this. I gave this talk to somebody who worked in commercial aviation, and they said, oh yeah, like we have to do this all the time. And I did this huge dive into this. You can pick any 20-year period between like 1970 and 2019, and world commercial transportation gets between 2/3 and 90% safer, right? And why, right? It's because if someone's doing an inspection and they see that a bolt is cracked and it's not supposed to be cracked, everything stops, right? They go and figure out what happened to that part, who supplied the part, do we need to inspect this part more often? If a plane crashes, everything goes through, right? And all this is published. It results in new procedures. We can do this. Are you convinced? Yeah. So let's talk about failure, like as us and how. And I think we can. First, you listen, provide people with psychological safety when they come to you and they say, I've been chewing on this thing. Don't say, why didn't you just do a premortem, or this sounds like a skill issue, or whatever, right? Actually listen, encourage them to talk about it. Once you have listened sufficiently, we should talk about this to the degree that we are able. If it's only within your company because you're under secrecy agreements, that's fine. But every team, every product thing, we should be logging write-ups of what happened in the same way we do for a successful or an unsuccessful aviation accident, right? You should be able to look at a database or some document store of all of the wisdom of previous generations at your company. I would love it if we could all do it for everything, but let's start small. To the extent you can, let your light shine on everybody. We are not in competition, right? As an industry, we are not in competition. Our companies might be competing, but even if our companies compete, can we compete on the good stuff and not a secret thing that is a pitfall if you use this technology in the wrong way? Publish in public. Yeah, and as an aside, get your own notes. If you publish something, if you launch something, take screenshots, do a video walkthrough, save the evidence while you can. You know, you can't go back, I've discovered, this long and actually figure out what the pages looked like. So I had to do it from the spec. Let's talk about interviewing. 2 ways. If you are interviewing a candidate, ask them what their biggest failure was and what they learned from it. And if you have somebody who says, I joined this team and they were really screwing up, but then I joined and I fixed things. And then there's someone else who says, I tried to do an agile transformation at this giant company and it didn't work, but I learned a lot about how you implement cultural and structural change, what works and doesn't. And I had a catastrophe of stakeholder management and I got way better at it. Hire that second person. Advocate for that second person. And then when you interview at other companies, ask what their biggest failure was and what happened. I have done this and people have been stymied. They could not tell me that. Well, I'd have to check. You know, right? You're just not telling me in this interview, and that tells me more than whatever your answer was going to be. Rewarding failure. I have been at all hands meetings where the CEO has gotten up and said, I'm tired of safe projects. We need to take more risk for higher returns. We're going to roll the dice. That requires failure, right? That means that you're setting, if you're going to do 100 bets and you know that 90% of them are going to fail because you want those 10% high returns, the 90 people who are going to lead those projects need to feel safe and that they are going to be rewarded for taking those risks. Ask that question, right? Advocate for other people at the company who have taken good risks and it didn't work out, because otherwise it's just meaningless, right? And then seeking safety. If you can't talk about failure and if you can't publish, if you're at a place where failure is not rewarded and you're not safe, life is too short and our careers are even shorter. Seek someplace else. And then what's next, like right now, like immediately for all of us here? This is my challenge. Talk to somebody else while you're here about this. We are all here to learn and share advice. This is a safe space of people. Ask about failure, talk about your own failures. When you get back to work, see if they'll let you publish something. Maybe you phrase it as, we're gonna have a success story about how we learned and grew. Whatever you have to do. But publish, and then follow up. I have this idea for Failure Fridays. On every Friday, I'm gonna talk about this in some form. You know, if your workplace tolerates obscenity, you can say it's Fuck Up Fridays. And then if you are in a place where you want to talk about something and you can't, you can find me. We can anonymize your thing and publish it on a blog or something, and then you can tell people, oh man, I saw this guy on LinkedIn. He had this story that is uncannily like mine. Everybody should check this out. Yeah, and then you can find me on all the socials except Twitter. Twitter's terrible, don't be on Twitter. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for coming out. How about you on time? Do we have time for the cues?
Yeah.
Do we have cues?
Yeah. So, any questions for Derek? That was a fantastic talk. I really enjoyed that one. Oh, right in the middle.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Can we do that?
Well, actually, I saw, does everyone know Stephen Bartlett? Yeah? So he's recently appointed a head of failure for his company. And their mission is to basically create a culture where failure is talked about. So that's an interesting development I've just learned about recently.
I want to go work there now.
Okay,
Cool.
so just thought I'd share that.
Yeah. What else? So interesting, like I showed that the booking.com today, if you look across the sites, they are essentially the same as it was in 2009. No one has cracked the problem of how do you give the people what they want while not disclosing where the individual savings are. And I think the problem is people look at flights and it's a thing that they have to get over with. They feel time pressure because it is, they feel the scarcity and that the prices are going to go up. And they want to get it out of the way. It is an errand that they have to do. And then they can get on to fantasizing about the vacation. And until you can make people think about it in terms of, if you plan this all at the same time, there's a lot more extra money for you to buy drinks with umbrellas on them when you're on the beach. And no one's cracked that. And I think that's fascinating. You know, generations of product managers after me have banged their head on this problem and gotten nowhere. No. No. A little? That's a good question.
Yeah, so if you're saying that Expedia is the best value, and you...
I did not say that.
Well, I mean, if you said about trust, right? So if you want trust with your users, why couldn't you just say, right, this is our price, this is Booking.com's price, this is Kayak's price. On the same page, if you book this with them, it will cost you X. And then that would build trust.
We did that. It didn't work.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we had a link. At one point, we had a link on the package's results where you could press it, and it would bring up a page of results with each site's thing that you could go double check against that site. Did not help. I know. I know. The interesting thing is, the adjunct to that though is people do trust meta search sites. So if you go to, in the US, like Kayak, right, which you do a flight search and it shows you all of the results and then fires a bunch of pop-unders and stuff. People will look at that and trust that as a neutral third party, even when they are not neutral third parties. That's interesting, right? Whatever we showed them in whatever form, people did not believe. But if you can have even the veneer of being a third-party arbitrator, people will. Maybe that's the key. No.
Okay, cool. Any other questions? Anyone from the back? Yeah, no, I think we're... Oh, there we go.
Oh, quit your job. So this is from Defector. Defector was a US sports and media culture site called Deadspin, and they got bought out by private equity, and then things deteriorated as private equity usually does. So they all quit en masse and started their own site, which is Defector, which has been subscription-based, highly successful, and a model for how you can do good journalism in an age where that seems to be deteriorating. Yeah.
It's like a subliminal message you're putting out there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Really quick question from me, which is through this journey at Expedia, how much input was there from like people up the top, particularly from the financial departments? Did they kind of look at that and go, "Oh, that's okay, it's a failed experiment"? But did they actually go, "Actually, did they get involved in that learning and kind of post-mortem process of what could we do better next time?"
No.
Ah.
So at some point, we did have a whole process where every month, I think it was, everybody prepared their slides on how their thing was going, and it went up the chain. And then Dara, who was the head of the Expedia Incorporated group of companies, would sit there with all the VPs, and they would go through all the slides and argue about stuff. But I never heard anything about that. No one ever came to me and said, you have wasted X millions of dollars. Right? Which is an amazing luxury to not have that kind of pressure on you. Yeah. But I also, I did, to my point, I went through and I said, the FF21 A/B experiment that we gave to the flights team, it looks like it increased conversion. It made this much money, and they got to claim that as a little bonus. So that was good. But yeah, from a senior leadership perspective, we said, we launched it, we're not seeing anything, we're working on things, we're in anger, we're in denial. And then we have reached acceptance and we're going to move on. Yeah.
Oh, very good. Well, thank you very much, Derek. Another round of applause. Neha is a seasoned product change consultant, champions people-centered strategies with over 20 years of experience across diverse industries. Marcel is an independent digital consultant and agile transformation specialist who focuses on sustainable product development and value-driven decision-making. Together, they bring a wealth of knowledge and passion for transforming organizational practices and fostering collaboration. So please put your hands together, go wild, and welcome them both to the stage.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome, thanks. Thanks for joining us, folks. So yes, my name is Neha. I'm a product and change consultant, worked in various industries in a bunch of different types of roles. So as a hands-on product practitioner, a coach, and also an interim leadership role. So a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is from first-hand lived experience. So it's not just theory, it's from hands-on experience of us trying various things out, observing certain problems with product management. So more than happy to geek out about that afterwards in detail.
Yeah, same here. My name is Marcel, and I'm like similar profile to Neha. The reason why I think this specific talk is kind of close to my heart is that I have a project currently where we are innovating on some AI-driven learning and assessment functionality. And it's very easy when you're setting up something new. We're running this a little bit as an in-house startup, that you just fall into these dark or anti-patterns that we'll be talking about. So I'll refer from time to time back to that and tell you a little bit more about the initiative. Yeah. Do you want to kick off?
Yeah, and actually just maybe a point about the use of dark patterns. So has anybody heard about dark patterns before, just as a show of hands? Yep, okay, fine. So you'll see that we're using it in a very non-traditional way, in the sense that dark patterns come from the world of user experience, from UX. And so they're when you've got a design pattern where a user's kind of tricked into doing something they wouldn't normally want to do, like sign up for email communications, for example. And so we're kind of referring to dark patterns here. They're really more like anti-patterns, but we wanted to make it sound darker and scarier. But it's basically about not just affecting users, but it's also about affecting businesses, employees, colleagues, and also sometimes society at large in a negative way, because we are forced down routes that perhaps we wouldn't necessarily want to be forced down.
Cool. Right. Is this kicking? Oh, hello. Right.
Yeah, cool.
So, yeah. So to Neha's point about the dark patterns, I want to kind of look at it a little bit quickly from the other side. So the opposite to dark patterns or anti-patterns are best practices. Mm-hmm. And what do we mean by that? So we asked our favorite, let me see where that kicks off, large language model, whether it could tell us a little bit about, like, best product practices and what we should be opting for if we want to do like good best practices as product teams. And you'll see there's kind of the stuff that is kind of the obvious, like personalization and subscription models and AI and integration, blockchain. I'm not sure that's a good pattern anymore, data privacy and security. And it's kind of the standard stuff. It's all the stuff that you will have heard of when we talk about best practices. It's also a lot of things that we have done and that you would have possibly done and followed. However, there can be kind of other side to this. So when you take these practices, I think that's our our hypothesis here, or the claim we're making, is that when you take these practices too far out and you do them too extremely and maybe not considered or not mindfully, right, then, well, bad shit happens. And just to give you, there's loads of examples, but just to give you two. So if we look at the 2016 US elections, we had Cambridge Analytica, a target market information on Facebook by political parties. Or, as it then turned out when they were in court, that it was illicit influencing of elections, right? So when you take a practice like personalization or target marketing too far, you can then easily endanger things like democracy, right? It's interesting, we have elections today, so apparently from what I was reading, we haven't seen any of that this year. Everyone was really worried about Russia kind of messing about again. But sometimes we were talking about this, these things you only know after the fact, right? And then of course with AI, where it's easier to create content, easier to create target content and deepfakes, we might see a lot more of that in the future, right? The second example I just want to quickly talk about is the area where during a sign-up or registration process, we reduce friction. Again, that's a really good user experience best practice or best practice, make things easy for the user, one-click checkout and all kind of these things. But then again, 2003, Amazon had to pay quite a bit of money to consumers who sued them in the US, and the Federal Trade Commission ruled that they had, let me quote that for you, they had engaged in what they called manipulative, coercive, and deceptive user interface design, basically tricking users to subscribe to Prime where they actually didn't mean to subscribe to Prime. And then, of course, hiding the cancellation button somewhere deep down, right? So that has been corrected since, but again, that shows how a best practice can easily, quickly turn into something that's maybe not so best practice.
Yeah, so we do need a better approach. Yes, let's follow product practices, but best practices, but let's do it intentionally, and let's not follow them like rituals without thinking about what's the underlying principle behind these practices, and what are those points where some of these practices can actually trip over a line, and it actually becomes quite problematic for our users and sometimes for us as well, because we can sometimes end up compromising on our ethics as well and our values. So we think that this is important because as product teams, we have a responsibility. We've got a responsibility to our customers to make sure that they leave using our products and services in a better state than when they first engaged with us. We definitely have a responsibility to ourselves and to our colleagues to be able to live in line with our values where we can. You know, and having like difficult conversations, you know, building trust and safety in teams, this is all very important. And we also have a responsibility to our employers. It's quite often that in leadership teams, folks can have blind spots because they're not as close to the details and as close to having some of these difficult conversations around design trade-offs. And so it's really important that we can highlight these things to leadership teams, because when things go wrong, and like let's say there's an article in the Daily Mail, we're not the ones who are actually fronted on the cover. We're not the ones being interviewed. You know, it's generally the senior leadership folks. So it's really important that we can make them aware of some of these things. And I think the thing that you feel quite passionately about is making sure that we're spending company money wisely as well, right?
And we'll have an example later about that. So this is about technology choices that we as, well, product people, but also engineers make, and whether they're the right ones. We'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Yeah. And surprisingly, we do have more influence than we realize. So at a recent client of mine, like, I sort of heard from folks, you know, it doesn't really feel like I can do anything because the group, the board, the CEO, they've all decided that we're going to franchise out our business into multiple markets. So we're going to muscle out lots of smaller businesses from the high street. That's well above my pay grade. I can't really do anything about that. And that's a fair point to make. Sure, we might not be able to influence a decision that big, but the point is that there are still things within our sphere of influence and control that we absolutely can do something about. So that could be things like, what technology choices are we making today or for the future? It could be having a conversation as a critical friend with someone who works in marketing, because you've looked at the marketing campaign and you've gone, this actually looks kind of tone deaf. Like, I'm sure we all remember that Pepsi ad with one of the Jenners. At a time when we had the Black Lives Matter movement, you know, it was trivializing protests, and that obviously didn't go down very well for anybody across the board. So we all notice these things. It's about having those conversations where we see there's an opportunity. Just a point on that though, because it's really important to recognize that these sorts of conversations do require both courage and safety. So you're in charge of how courageous you want to be, but you are not in charge of how safe your work environment is. And we're going to talk a little bit later about safety, because it's really important that we don't put too much pressure on ourselves. We have to realize that sometimes it is going to be unsafe and we might need other tactics and approaches to have these conversations, but you're absolutely in charge of how courageous you want to be. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Great, so what we're going to do now is talk about some product best practices. We've chosen 4 because we've seen loads of examples of where these have sort of tripped over into the dark pattern side of things. We're going to talk about the unintended consequences that came about and also some antidotes. So we couldn't think of a better way of kind of putting it, but these antidotes are almost like complementary to the best practices. So if you imagine taking iron supplements, right? A common symptom for taking iron supplements is getting nausea and constipation. So to decrease the likelihood of that, you take vitamin C. It not only increases your iron absorption, but it actually counterbalances those negative impacts. So these antidotes are meant to be very much like that. They make sure that these best practices are less likely to kind of become problematic.
Cool. So the first one, as a pattern, we want to look at our best practices kind of innovation. And that's, of course, a very big one. But we innovate basically by devising and applying new technologies, business models, business processes, because they can open up opportunities, they create value, they kind of can help us with competition. So think about innovation for electric vehicles and what batteries have done to that market, right? But also think about what machine learning and AI have done to the medical industry. So you can generate a lot of value from innovation. But at the same time, if you kind of go a little bit too far out, then these things can become quite, destructive in terms of resources. So actually, let me go on back. So what we just saw here, that in the background, that's rental bikes in China, where a lot of startups were set up, all putting rental bikes into the streets. And then for a number of reasons, there was consolidation. The government clamped down on it because the bikes were becoming a public nuisance. And then it turned out that rather than move these bikes to other companies to sell them off or whatever, they were just trashed somewhere. So there are these huge rubbish dumps in China, many of them with millions of bikes just lying around, right? And the value destruction in that and the destruction of resources is just insane, right? So that is something where a practice like blitz scaling or kind of being the first to market and cornering the market and maybe selling something underpriced has just gone horribly wrong, in my opinion. So what we can see is that, as I said, we innovate because it provides us some value or it allows us to create value. But sometimes we apply concepts or technologies without consideration. So we may, the reason why we do this is because we believe that technology is the holy grail. These solutions are cool, we want to use them, therefore, and they're fashionable. So AI at the moment, everyone is doing AI in my industry, assessment and English learning. Every single product that you buy has an AI thing. And when you then ask what the AI feature is, people are like, yeah, it's just this kind of tiny thing. We can't really explain it, but we wanted it in the name, right? Same was with blockchain, where I worked with at least 5 companies who wanted something with blockchain. There wasn't a single actual valid use case to use it, right? So sometimes we jump on these things because we think they're cool, they're fashionable. We're a little bit greedy. We want to work with the cool technologies. I've seen engineering teams choose technologies that were not appropriate, but they wanted to learn the technologies. Or the CTO wanted to have certain technologies on their CV that they have worked with them, right? And we need to be very, very careful about that, because what this leads to is it can lead to unsustainability. And I don't mean only, this is working really hard, the word here, I don't only mean the environment. We mean, when we talk about sustainability, what we mean is a sustainable organization. So an organization that makes good choices today and also survives for the future. But also sustainability in the terms how we work, how we work with teams and individuals, right? And there can also be direct negative impact. So on the environment, but also when we look at AI, I mean, we had the keynote this morning, right? With all the biases that can be in these models, that we need to be quite careful how we apply these technologies. So again, in my industry with English assessment, so the assessment we do is for high stakes decisions. So you need to provide evidence of your English proficiency to enter the UK as a student, to go to university, or maybe to get a visa. Or to get citizenship, right? So these are high-stakes decisions. So if we use technology that's not up for the job, then we impact people's lives, right? So we need to be really careful with that. And then we spoke about this earlier today, that there is a lot of missed opportunities. If we just jump onto a technology because it's cool, or a business model, we might miss something that's actually far more fitting, maybe a little bit more boring, but it might do the trick much, much better. So the antidote on this is really to innovate with intention, and or innovation and adoption. So the technologies you use them intentionally, use them mindfully, understand the whole context, not just is this right for this little niche, but how does this look over the entire organization? Can my organization handle the tech? What is the total cost of ownership end to end for the technology choices or the process or organization choices I'm making? As part of this, you will just need to assess options and see what's the benefit, what are the positive consequences, what are the unintended consequences. Just do a bit of an impact assessment. And then to really link this or tie this back, you want to continuously measure, right? That actually it's still going in the right direction. The solution that you implemented is still fitting if the context outside the organization changes. Final point on this, and then we'll move on to the next. But again, this morning, there was a point in the talk about the cost of the energy consumption and the cost of training these models, right? So that is a classic one where a lot of organizations jump on using these models and they really misunderstand what the environmental impact of these models is, and that maybe what they get out in terms of value isn't actually anything that's comparable, and that's something to be mindful of.
And that was actually a really good one, isn't it? Because we're in the middle of a climate crisis, we're thinking about our growing energy needs, and then there was a stat around how I think the energy requirements around AI consumption are going to increase by 500% in the next decade, just in the UK. Bonkers, right? Yeah. Cool, personalization, another very good product practice. So this quote, some players get so hooked by the game that they actually get annoyed when they win a jackpot. This is a quote by Natasha Dowshall. She's an anthropologist and she's written a fantastic book about the casinos in Las Vegas. And so she's done a lot of research around how those casinos work, how they've been designed, and so on. And this is a great example of how personalization and removing friction for users can be taken to a really problematic extreme. So we all gamble for various reasons, but there is a core need that's being met, which is around that hit, that dopamine hit that we get from a win, and from that repetitive action of gaming. So casinos focus on reducing that friction as much as possible so we can continue to get that hit. So there's things like dimming the lights and making sure there aren't any windows so we lose track of time, making sure there are meandering paths so we lose track of space. So we're kind of lost in time and space in these underground dungeon halls. There's things like being able to order food and entertainment where you're sitting so you don't have to get up either. So on the one hand, you can go, great, you've taken away all of the friction and the pain. But on the other hand, what we've actually done is we've created an environment that actually fosters addiction. And that has both emotional and social impacts, and it has a further manipulation in our lives because that executive functioning part of our brain that's thinking, actually, I need to stop because I need to go home to feed the kids. Or I need to go for a run because I haven't gone for a run in the last 3 days. Not that anyone's thinking that, but yeah, theoretically. That kind of gets overridden by this immediate addictive kind of desire. So this is obviously very common, not just to casinos. We also see it with online gaming, with mobile games and so on. So it's a very common pattern that's now embedded in our day-to-day lives. So personalization, it's so that we can tailor things to customers because this increases their satisfaction, which increases revenue for us. And the things vary, right? The things that we tailor could be marketing campaigns, could be user experience, features, customer journeys, all these sorts of things. And we do it because customers feel valued and seen when we actually do this for them. But sometimes we hyper-personalize, we take it too far, because we believe that more is always better. We rarely hear that less personalization is a good thing. And for many years in the canon of good marketing, there was a lot of talk of one-to-one marketing. So the holy grail is that you can tailor not just features and marketing messages, but entire customer journeys to every single individual based on their preferences and their context and their history. So again, if that's the holy grail, that's setting up all of our framing. So what that can lead to is addiction and manipulation, the way we saw in the casino example, but also reduced discoverability of content and echo chambers and social bubbles. So for these last two things, let's have a think about streaming services like Disney, Netflix, Amazon Prime Video. So with these streaming services, there are a few ways in which recommendations are made to us. So there tends to be either content-based filtering or collaboration-based filtering. Are these familiar to anybody here, out of curiosity? Yep, I can see some folks nodding. Okay, cool. Or a combination of the two. So content-based is, okay, I grew up in Australia, I watched Seinfeld, so I'm going to be recommended other US-based situational comedies because that's the kind of genre that Seinfeld falls into. Collaborative filtering is more around perhaps well, I'm also Indian and I speak Hindi and I like independent Indian cinema. So perhaps other people who also like similar, observational US comedies and independent Indian cinema, they seem similar to me. They've liked the same sort of things, watched the same kind of content. So the additional movies that they like will be recommended to me, and the additional movies that I like will be recommended to them. So what that starts to do is starts to create these social bubbles where people who are like get stuck together and they get recommended things that are very similar. So it can become very difficult to break out of that because there's nothing that's random that's thrown in. Very few novel things enter from the outside. And we've certainly seen echo chambers to the example that you drew upon earlier on, like around Facebook. We know about those echo chambers that people enter into on social media. So these are really big problems, and it's not to say that this is just about not being able to discover fun and novel content, but it's also about entrenching social biases. So recently, I was recommended by a friend of a friend a Japanese comic. She's absolutely hilarious, and she's really crass-mouthed. And if I hadn't been recommended that, perhaps I would have continued with a bit of a bias in my head that Japanese women are very demure, they're very polite, and they don't swear all the time. So there's something about, breaking those stereotypes that we have in our minds, those biases that we have, which has to come with variety and diversification. So that's where we get to the antidotes. There's something about doing an ethical analysis, so actually thinking a bit broader as we're sort of building these features and doing design to kind of think about what are some broader implications, especially social and legal implications. Trying to avoid addictive patterns is a great start. Designing things like circuit breakers. So in gambling, this is mandated by law, but we can still employ these practices even though we may work in other industries, around doing things like designing in cooling periods. So by law in the UK, there are cooling periods where you can't necessarily advertise gambling services, or you have cooling periods where you can't keep topping up your account with funds, or you have to stop placing bets after you've been active for a certain period of time. So there's no reason why we can't proactively actually design in those circuit breaks into our own products and services. And then lastly, building for variety and inclusion. And there are some great examples of randomizers that have come about that help us kind of discover new and novel content. So I think Google used to have a feature like I'm feeling lucky or something like that. I can't remember what it was, and I think it would kind of throw you random search results. But definitely with like a number of the streaming services, music and video, there are similar kind of features coming in. So it's really good to kind of keep in mind.
Right. So this again is kind of a little bit the big one right now. And like everyone kind of, I do like a bit of automation when I work. Big data is definitely useful. I've worked with medical companies who were doing big data stuff that was very useful for medical advances. And then algorithms, you can feed in here AI or ML if you like, but algorithms generally can be very useful because they allow us to gain insights, to make decisions for us, to make classifications, to generate images, content, all sorts of things, right? But there is a bit of a problem. There's something that Cathy O'Neill, if you don't know of her, she's written a book called Weapons of Math Destruction. So these weapons of math destructions are basically algorithms that are badly designed or badly used. Highly recommended book. And she says that, I'll quote a little bit from her because it's really interesting. She says that when you target poor people who have already bad credit records and maybe live in high crime neighborhoods, then with algorithms, and then you'll feed these characteristics, of course, into the algorithms, right? Because that defines these people. I mean, if you do it badly. Then when you feed these things into other WMDs, so these weapons of math destruction algorithms, they then score the same people as high risk because they live in bad neighborhoods and they have bad credit record, but then also as easy targets for high interest loans or mortgages. They jack up the rates for mortgages, insurance policies. They target them with for-profit universities with really bad kind of certificates you get at the end. And this then, in many cases, drives their credit rating further down, especially when they default on some of those high payments, and then leads to what she calls the death spiral of modeling. And she concludes by saying being poor in a world of weapons of math destruction is getting more and more dangerous and expensive, right? So she models the impact of badly used and designed algorithms on society, especially in things like banking, employment, insurance, medical as well to a degree, right? So, as I said, generating insights and automating actions allows us to be more efficient and effective than ever before, and that is great. But sometimes we overestimate how reliable or how expressive the outputs are and what we get out of them, right? So we underestimate sometimes the impact, especially with AI, where we can now suddenly assess huge data sets and can generate outputs at very, very high speed and impact huge number of people more than ever before on social media, on the net, but also any kind of loan applications. There was a case recently where a medical insurance just rejected, I think, I might get this wrong, but I think it was around 300,000 claims. And it was then found out that they had just an auto reject against all of these claims, right? So the impact, if that was human kind of assessors in the insurance company, that would have taken much longer. They would have also, because they were human, would have maybe not rejected everything, whereas an algorithm can easily do that, right? So we really need to be careful here, if we automate and use algorithms, that we don't underestimate the impact, but also then don't automate humanity away. Whereas many cases, Cathy O'Neill has some in her book, where these algorithms made the wrong decisions just based on data that was fed into them, where they're mixing up people and someone is not getting their job and they're like, oh, because you have a prior offense in some other states in the US, and they're like, oh, but that's actually not me. But the algorithm didn't know that, right? So if you have a human in the loop, you can in many cases challenge these decisions. But if you fully automate, then it just doesn't work. I mean, all of us have been on the receiving end of a customer support chatbot, right? And try arguing your case with that thing. It's just not going to work. So that's why actually these days GDPR and the EU AI Act and other acts that will come out soon that define algorithmic decision making will have an obligation in there for human involvement in a lot of automated decision making, right? Just to make sure that we're not automating humanity away. And we do this because we're blindsided by the promise and insight of optimization and the data, but also because we use bad data, as we heard this morning, right? We frequently oversimplify our algorithms, where we are not representing complexity and the messiness of human interaction and human being, or the world in general, right? And we're just using super simplistic regressions or something to represent something that can actually not be represented that simplistically. And then, as I said, we over-automate. And I think this is clear now what it leads to. It leads to all sorts of discrimination, dehumanization, and the race to the bottom in terms of just like oversimplifying things and pressing everything down and making it as cost efficient as possible. And that leads to very bad outcomes for society. Mm-hmm. Now, the solutions to this is, again, building ethics in right from day one. We'll see in a couple of slides an example from my current project, how we did that. But it's like compliance by design, anything by design these days, right? Or anything continuously. And that's the same thing here. Also choose your data carefully, right? Really look at what data you use, whether there are biased data sets. And there's so many examples out there. I don't even have to mention any. I'm pretty sure you've heard of them. Be transparent. There is, again, an obligation, a legal regulatory obligation to provide, for many, many cases, not for all algorithms, but for many of them, explainability, meaning if there is an input or a number of inputs and they lead to an output or a decision, you have to explain by law to the person being on the receiving end of that decision how you arrived at that decision. So some of you are applying with me for an insurance loan. I'm rejecting you for an insurance policy or a bank loan. You have the right to ask me to explain why I rejected that application, right? Especially when you're using automated decision making. And there's all sorts of complexities in that, but that is a legal requirement. And then following from that follows that you have to cater for human intervention, where someone can complain, can ask for that explanation, can have data corrected about them, right? Good.
All right, I think this is our last product best practice. So I really like this quote. The purpose of a business is to create a customer who creates customers. So the cost of acquiring, getting customers, can sometimes be the most expensive activity that a company embarks on. So I was looking at a recent industry report that says anywhere from like 5 to 50% actually of internal expenses are actually spent on acquiring customers, so that's a lot of money. So you have no customers, you have no business, right? So if you can acquire customers who actually acquire customers, that's amazing. That really helps us with longer term business viability and sustainability. So that's absolutely fantastic. It's also factually incorrect, out of curiosity. So in most countries, like the UK, for example, we have something called shareholder primacy, which is that our prime objective as a company is to actually create shareholder value. It's not to have happy customers, not to have employee well-being. These are all very nice, and these might be guardrails, but they're not the point of the company. The company exists to create shareholder wealth. And so it's just worth calling that out. I mean, I think that, to be fair, is probably a whole other talk, but we're always batting up against capitalism. We have to acknowledge that, and there's always money that we're always bumping up against.
Fine. You should actually maybe say that in countries like the US, I don't know about here, that is again a legal obligation to the board of directors to maximize profit, whatever that means, and whoever gets the profit, but you can basically sue your board of directors if you think they're not working in that interest, which is makes that even worse, right?
Exactly. But like, I mean, let's even start there, right? So we're trying to increase shareholder value, fine. The way we do that is to make sure we have a sustainable business. The way to have a sustainable business is to make sure we have customers, and we're acquiring those customers in a sustainable way like this. So that's where loyalty comes in. So loyalty contributes to longer term business viability, but we sometimes lock our customers in and we sometimes coerce them to consume more than they actually need to. So this happens for various reasons. Maybe we're being too tactical or myopic, and sometimes we're not really aware, we might be a little bit ignorant. But there are some examples I just want to quickly run through. Like if you imagine utilities companies, right? Everybody's favorite service. So whether you're joining a broadband service or it's a mobile subscription, sometimes we get locked in, right? It's actually harder to leave than just stay and continue to pay those rising subscription charges. And I think you had an example where actually as a new customer coming in, there was a 10% discount, whereas as a renewing customer, you were paying sometimes up to 2.5 times what a new customer might be paying. So, and it was so hard to actually exit from that subscription. So that breeds a lot of resentment from existing customers, right? And when you look at the metrics, you're like, hey, our customer renewal rates are fantastic, but are our customers actually happy? Maybe not. Similarly, we've got examples of subscription services that really don't need to be subscription services. Like we went down a bit of a rabbit hole, and like there's one subscription service where you can get new socks every 2 months.
Or lingerie, I read.
There was a lingerie one too.
How much lingerie can you wear? I mean,
well, to be fair, you know, let's not judge. But I mean, how often are you going to get through socks, right? Especially acrylic socks that are probably going to last forever. So that's a really unsustainable business model. And again, like, you know, what we want to do is, to Marcel's earlier point, we want to think about sustainability not just in terms of environment and money, but much broader as well in terms of social impacts. And that obviously starts to have sort of ripple effects. So the ways in which we can combat these are through some antidotes, such as having health metrics. So if we say that we're optimizing for customer acquisition or growth of customers or retaining customers, let's look at customer satisfaction as a health metric. So it's like a secondary metric to make sure that that's not dropping as we're retaining our customers. That's a really common one. Looking at things like acquisition costs. So we might be acquiring customers, but it might be getting more and more expensive. So that might be a signal that we're not creating customers who are creating customers, so they're not referring and giving recommendations, and what's happening instead is we're just throwing more and more money, and actually we've got a bigger problem with our proposition or our business that's not keeping our customers there and not keeping them happy. So health metrics are super powerful, and there's loads more that you could use. And look out for dark patterns. Look out for those dark UX patterns, like that nefarious sign-up process for Amazon's subscription service. Right. So what now? We've spoken about some examples, some antidotes. So how do we actually get this into our daily practice? So, I mean, at a high level, it's not rocket science. It's like build awareness, have the conversation, and define and apply an approach. So in building the awareness, if you're not aware, of course, you're not going to be able to move forward. So start to actually build that mental muscle of having the conversations and talking about these awkward things. And I know, especially in British society, so I come from Australia, we talk about anything and everything. There's no such thing as taboo topics, right? So we talk about very awkward things. It was a learning experience coming to London, that there are some things that I can't speak about directly, and I might need to sort of speak around topics to kind of create the space to discuss these things. But it's about finding your people where you can actually have those open conversations. It doesn't have to be with everybody as a starting point, right? Start small. Check our biases. So a lot of us work in teams where we have engineers who love building stuff. Sometimes we shouldn't be building anything. Sometimes we should be buying or borrowing, or maybe it's a process change. So really check our personal biases that are driving us down a particular solution or approach, and really be self-aware about the mental gymnastics that we all do. So there's things like we try to minimize risk and say, it's not that big a deal. So recently there was an MVP that was being built with one of my clients, and the team was like, we don't need to think about GDPR compliance. In actual fact, it was that people didn't want to think about GDPR compliance, and we actually really did need to do the work. So sometimes we come up with a rational argument because we don't feel like doing something, right? So let's tackle the feeling and acknowledge the feeling so we can actually do the thing that we rationally need to do. And lastly, we really need to know how safe our environment is. So we touched on this briefly earlier on, but it's really important that you choose the right people to speak with. So there are informal accountability folks and structures in an organization, right? There are people who are very influential because they've been at the company for a long time, or they might be trusted by the CEO or by the CTO. Know who those people are, have those conversations. But sometimes you might need to go down the official route, right? You might need to think about speaking with someone who's senior in the organization, maybe the regulators, the press, the police. We don't know what situation you may be in. Whatever you do, just make sure you do the research and you know that who you're speaking to is the appropriate person. So we've seen a couple of times where people will reach out to HR, and they sometimes aren't aware that HR is there to protect the company and not you as an employee. So choose very carefully and do your research to make sure that actually you're not compromising yourself as part of actually showing courage, And lastly, define and apply an approach. So I think we've got a worked example of this one, haven't we?
We do actually, yeah. So I guess the top level view is make sure you observe these ideas end to end across the full life cycle. And of course, as everything with approach is about culture, process, people, tooling, so all these aspects, right? Just to give you a quick example. So British Council, my current client, working with a team of theirs, building this AI-driven learning and assessment product. And they have been building learning and assessment products for over 30 years. And they're really, really strong on ethics, diversity, inclusivity, non-discrimination, and they have an ethics policy that this is part of it, and that then gets much, much more detailed. You can read many pages about each of these facets down there, where they, in low-level, actionable detail, explain what does it mean not to discriminate on the basis of gender when you write, for instance, English learning material. So, classic example we saw in the 50s and 60s. If you had a conversation between Neha and I in a English learning textbook, then Neha would be asking the question, I would be explaining the answer, right? Classic mansplaining thing. That was just the setup back at the time, right? This is something where we're don't do that, right? Be a bit more kind of equal in conversations and don't have this difference of status reflected in your learning materials. But then it goes further out where, depending on country, you need to be very mindful. We work in Saudi Arabia, where you need to be mindful of how you mix men and women on visual materials, for instance. Now, you can feel differently about that, whether this is right or wrong, what's being asked. But again, it's a consideration you need to do, and you need to be aware of it, and then you can act that. So point being is, some organizations have these really good guidelines that teams can then, they're not like only at the level of do no evil, but they go really, really far down that the team in their day-to-day work can actually action them. So we've got these guidelines, but then we also implemented an AI policy more recently. My team has their own AI charter because the policy didn't exist. So my team was just like, let's build one ourselves and then make sure that it's in line when the formal AI policy comes out. We've involved risk, compliance, inclusion, and diversity departments from day one, taken them on the journey. We have regular checkpoints with them. We have legal counsel. As a law firm, we can just either ad hoc grab, or we do regular reviews with them so they're aware of how our product roadmap looks like. And they've already flagged, for instance, that we'll soon be storing audio that is PII data. So what are we doing about that? Retention times, and what are we allowed to do with the audio data? And they've advised on that. So just build these things into your process. And again, this is not a thing you do once and then it's done. It's something that evolves over time. And there are really good examples out there. So this is one, but other industries have their own kind of ways of implementing these policies and frameworks.
Yep, cool. So mandatory word cloud with all the things that we spoke about, right? It's kind of hard to think about how we actually wrap up this talk, but essentially I think the message to kind of take away from our perspective is that yes, there are some key things to think about, like you're in charge of how much courage you can show, but you need to think about your safety. There are some very specific tactical things that you can do as practices and antidotes here. But a lot of it is about finding the right people and finding community, you know, because sometimes you can feel like you're going crazy. Are you the only one who's seeing this thing? So I think it's really about finding your own people and starting to have that conversation. You know, it starts to feel a bit more real. And then, yeah, do the holistic contextual analysis and the continuous impacting and all of that kind of great stuff.
I think also working, if you can afford it, not everyone can, but working with the right teams and the right clients. I've definitely worked in the past with organizations and clients where I'm looking back now and like, that was a bit dodgy. And if you are in a lucky position, like fortunately we are as contractors, you can quite frequently choose who you work with. But that's not, of course, possible for everyone, so we appreciate that as well, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So if that was interesting, really lucky to have another talk tomorrow, which is about similar topics. If that's interesting to you, you might want to check that out. It's about algorithms and AI and why explainability, which I spoke about. So explaining why decisions are made based on algorithms and why specific outcomes were achieved. I'm going more into detail how to do that, especially if you work in AI.
And to be fair, it's more interesting than the title sounds.
Thank you.
Just saying, like it's, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
full cards on the table. This was GPT writing that bloody title, and I hate the title.
There
so
we go, yeah.
Hands up. If you have interest in this talk, or more specifically kind of ethics and product management, got a website here. The deck is there. There is an earlier version of this talk with slightly different take on it.
It's shittier. This one's better.
And additional materials and thoughts and some references. So if you're interested in that, check that out.
And please, yeah, do give us feedback. Just like everybody else at the conference who's been asking for feedback, we would love to get some direct feedback. You know, tell us what worked, what didn't work, whether something resonated. Yeah, we look forward to kind of reading that stuff. I don't know, do we actually have time for questions, Paul? We do.
Excellent.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you guys for taking the time, by the way,
thank
and
you so much.
listening to us. Really appreciate it.
Or challenges. If anybody disagrees with anything that we said, we'd love to hear it. There we go, up the back. Okay. Damn it.
Have you in the past had to deal with, especially executive stakeholders who don't agree with, you know, building X design because they're worried about it? How would you deal with it?
Yeah, a number of times. Yeah, there are a number of examples that kind of come to mind. So where the message has landed, and it's landed like a handful of times, it's been because I've been able to show the link between good, responsible design and a thing that they actually cared about. So sometimes people are in a risk-averse state of mind, and it's the fear of reputational damage. So I've worked in government for many years, and there is a thing called the Daily Mail test. Are you working on something, making a decision that's going to end up on the front page of the Daily Mail? So that is actually a very effective motivator or anti-motivator, however you want to frame it. There's also been, even on the concept of, you were talking about blockchain, for example, and everybody's doing blockchain, right? So it was, in vogue, a couple of years ago. So I was working with a startup, and actually having the conversation with the founders was quite eye-opening because we started to understand that part of the reason for blockchain, they didn't actually really care if there was a valid use case or not. It was about getting funding, and that was a mechanism to get funding and earn trust, so that would then open up, we would have a runway, that would then enable us to pivot and do the various things that we wanted to do. So I think it's also about, sometimes we might also not have the full picture, we might be wrong about our original thesis, and so it's about having the conversations to actually understand the full context. I mean, those are two sort of quite distinct examples.
Yeah, I can just add to the blockchain one. So I was working with a client who's doing basically reforestation for carbon sequestration, and they were doing, so the business was Earth observation, so they were flying drones over forests and then measuring, taking video of the forests and then having an AI model that would measure the carbon in the trees based on tree size and tree shape. And they were all about blockchain. And then we focused them on what their actual business purpose was. And it wasn't, they never wanted kind of tokens to be traded for carbon trading. They were actually quite against that entire idea, but they felt that this immutable record on the blockchain would be really good for them. But then when we had technical discussion with them and really looked into the use case, actually normal box standard database just satisfied. If we had that audited and secured by a law firm, that did the trick just as well. So sometimes people just jump on the technologies, as Neha said, because they're cool. And when you then really dig in and explain what do you actually want to do with this, and is this really the right solution, then in some cases you can talk clients out of this. But I also had a client recently who was working on NFT last year or so, on an NFT portal, and that project turned quite questionable because they wanted to kind of create scarcity in the market to basically create wealth mostly for themselves. And kind of, it wasn't a Ponzi scheme, but it felt like one. And there was just nothing you could do. And that is then, in my case, that's we're quite lucky. After discovery, I was like, I'm out of this. I don't want to work on this, right? But not everyone has this opportunity always, right?
No, totally. And actually, I've just remembered, there's a gentleman by the name of Jared Spool. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's a design kind of thought leader practitioner. He produces amazing stuff. So he's actually done a couple of reports on quantifying the value of good UX. So he's actually quantified it, and I think there might have been like a Forrester report or something like that, where actually there's, that's kind of been put together as a business case. Now, numbers don't necessarily resonate with a lot of people, right? Because it's more about feeling. So it kind of also depends whether the numbers story is the thing to take to the conversation. But yeah, does that kind of answer your question? Yes, I'll just have the motivation. Yeah. TLDR, there you go. Yeah. No worries. Thank you. Thanks.
We have Simon Manby and Kaz Houghton from the Ministry of Justice, both pioneers in public sector product management. And Simon and Kaz have dedicated their careers to improving services through human-centered design and agile methodologies. Together, they focus on modernizing public services and encourage collaboration to enhance the citizen experience. So please put your hands together, go crazy, and give them a warm welcome, and welcome both of them to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. It's really, really appreciated. It's an interesting day to talk about product management in government. So we'll start on that. Obviously, there are some things we're going to talk in generality about this a little bit because there's some things that obviously we can't go into because of government. But hopefully, you'll find things that are interesting about this. So. I'm Simon. I'm a senior product manager at the Ministry of Justice.
I'm Kaz. I'm the lead product manager at the Ministry of Justice.
We've been working for a long time there, kind of really since kind of 2011 or so onwards. So we've been doing this quite a long time as civil servants. We've worked kind of almost exclusively around the area of mental capacity, which might be a little bit of a kind of a surprise for Ministry of Justice. But it is an area that's really, really important from a legislation and rights perspective. And it's kind of where we've been focused really for sort of, the last sort of 12 years. We've taken services from kind of improving small bits of IT right through to kind of changing primary legislation to enable better services. And so we want to talk a little bit about that journey, and hopefully there'll be something that'll be interesting for people on it. We were also the first product to kind of go live on GovUK, which we're really smug about because no one can ever take that away from us. Kaz was the first person to go through a live assessment. So we were also kind of, we think, the first product managers in government, or the first civil servant product managers in government. If not the first, then close to the first as well. So when all this will feel, basically. Wading through treacle. We've kind of chosen that as the topic for this because I think our lives have always been about maximum effort, but not really getting far very quickly. And I think that's part of the government experience really for products and digital. We'll hopefully show why this is actually still worthwhile, because it is. We do actually feel that our jobs are worthwhile. It's just this isn't quick wins. This isn't ever about quick wins ultimately.
So obviously the disclaimer, these are our views and experiences, not those of the government, which is a good job because when we wrote this, it was a different one. But I'm assuming you've also all stayed up all night watching the election. I made the sensible choice of swapping not sleeping for the election for not sleeping through terror at about 1 o'clock in the morning. So hopefully this will go well.
Yes. So, okay, we're going to talk a little bit about what product management is first, which feels a bit weird to a group of product people on a product track, but we want to talk about it kind of product management with specific lens through a public sector and government and what that actually means. We'll talk a little bit about what the job specifically is as far as we're concerned in the public sector and how that kind of differs, and there are significant similarities between public sector as well. And then hopefully the second part of it is kind of how we practically applied the stuff that we're talking about to kind of the last 12 years really. Start with a kind of commonly referenced diagram by Martin Erickson. I'm sure everybody's seen this in the room. This was kind of like from 2011 and was pretty ubiquitous. It doesn't really work for us. We kind of tried to do our own one a few years back, which looks a little bit like this in government. Digital's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We're almost always in government a separate directorate or a separate department within the organisation. It's always kind of bolted on the side and is usually, obviously, by nature of being digital, kind of a later addition to a lot of departments. So what we mean by digital in this space is all of the things that people associate with that. So product management, delivery management, web ops, developers, user researchers, interaction designers, that kind of stuff fits in digital. Policy are the people that use evidence to instruct ministers on positions and hopefully to give them the best advice as to what they can do to affect the kind of the welfare, security and prosperity of the country, to kind of really put those policies in place and make sure that government is doing what it should. And then operations in this space is kind of the public face of civil service. So that's anything from kind of a frontline job centre staff to back office admin and the people that actually do the work in government, really, the kind of people that people would associate with government. We're kind of stuck in the middle. That's us. Hi. What do we actually do there? Well, I think for both of these diagrams, it's about bringing people together towards common outcomes and common visions and making sure that everyone is kind of working towards common goals and outcomes within this space. Obviously, Martin's diagram is much kind of better known than ours, but the theme of today is to hopefully kind of show that the principles of product are exactly the same. It's just the context and environment that kind of differs in this space. That's not to say that every product manager that starts in government is going to be there at all. But I think we've made pretty good inroads, certainly over the last decade, to try and get into that space and kind of work in that space. And we would say any product manager in government should be aiming to be in that space. That's where you can provide maximum value ultimately. In central government, we've got, I'm presuming people might or might not have seen this, but it used to be the DDAP professions, it's now the professions, it doesn't make sense. It's basically a professional capability framework to outline what all the digital roles are, and product management sits within those digital roles. This does help. It helps because a lot of organizations in government aren't always set up for user-centered design or working with agility or knowing really what that means. So having those frameworks in place is really, really useful. And I think personally, one of the best things about working in government is kind of professional communities of practice and being able to share experience, share learning, stop duplication of work and reuse stuff. There isn't that kind of competition in government. Obviously, everyone's working together to try and achieve the same goals. I think what it's done over the past 5 years has kind of reinforced silos a little bit, though. Back when we started, it's not a good term for it, but kind of T-shaped or glue-shaped people were much more ubiquitous now. And I think the professional community frameworks has kind of siloed those divisions a little bit more in a way that isn't necessarily good and that doesn't really help with working with agility. It also, by the nature of the fact that we're in digital, it doesn't really give much suggestion as to where product management sits other than in digital. So the framework says the product manager is responsible for the quality of their products. Brilliant. What the hell does that mean? It doesn't actually answer any questions in any way, shape or form. I think it's easier to kind of map products in private sector, or my understanding would be if you're actually doing a thing and making a thing. But for us, it doesn't really mean anything. It certainly doesn't mean things to people in operations or policy a lot of the time. And so, I've jumped ahead. For us, the product is actually the outcome to society. And that's the way we've tried to frame it. And product manager role is really about making sure that those outcomes are met, ultimately. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that.
So even though we think that product management might be slightly used in different ways through the public sector and the private sector, we do think that we generally do the same sort of things to get to the same place. So, understanding the problem, understanding the users, and also understanding how to test the value so that we can be accountable for delivering that value. So as Simon said before, it's more about the context and how we use those skills that might be slightly different, and hopefully we can just go quickly through some of these ones now just to give an idea of how we think about these things a little bit differently, or the things that we have to consider a bit differently in government. So, understanding the problem. This one should be the easy one, but it's not. It's the one that often gets skipped over either quickly, ignored completely, or we just sort of don't really get to the bottom of what the problem is. Partly that is because whole problems in government are hard, but also because sometimes the problem is you as a product manager aren't actually in the place to solve whole problems. Product management, as Simon says in the DDAT framework, is a digital profession that is embedded in a digital team. That comes with perceptions from everybody else in government that you are there to do technology, which isn't really that helpful when you're trying to solve whole problems, because very rarely are citizens' needs met or problems solved simply through providing software or shiny front ends. But when you join the public sector, that is the place that you are, and you can use that to sort of start to build that trust and carve out that space to kind of take steps later on. So by demonstrating how listening to users can help improve their experience as well as the organizations, by demonstrating how product thinking works, you kind of sort of, like I say, build that trust and create that environment to hopefully later on do other things. Be aware of unintended consequences. I think that's another thing that product managers very often have to think about. In government, very much so. So, for example, when they put a picture on a card for a driving license, it wasn't really intended that that was going to be identity. It was just that person on that card can drive a car. Now it is obviously much more well known and used as well as a piece of identity, and that did cause consequences. They had to change some of the back office things that they were doing to meet that level of assurance. Thankfully, we spoke to DVLA when we had the bright idea of making a card for our service, and we didn't go down that route. So learning about those and learning about other services really helps, and thinking about those consequences of different solutions and what that might do to government departments. Again, in terms of the problem space, working within constraints. Most people in product management, when they're looking at a problem, will have certain constraints. I think most people are trying to build things that meet the law, and very often products will have to meet certain regulations. But within public sector, we have the added benefit of, or downside of, the fact that the services are actually enshrined in those legislations. So sometimes the services are really written out quite prescriptively in that. So you have to really understand the policy intent. I am not a mental capacity expert, but I probably have read the Mental Capacity Act many more times than the average person. So understanding that is really important, mainly so that you can also pick bits in there and know which bits that you can push back against and try and change versus those things that aren't movable. So sorry, but when users don't want to pay taxes, you probably don't want to die on that hill trying to change that because it's unlikely to be a thing that you can change. But for us, we had parts of our legislation that require a quill and ink on paper, and hopefully we will show you why we are prepared to die on that hill to get that changed. And very quickly, building the team around the problem. So understanding that problem, identifying all of the expertise that you might need to solve that problem and having them in the team. And that's not always digital expertise. So policy, legal, we've had sociologists in our team, identity experts, things like that.
Okay, so the second bit is understanding users. For the public sector, this means literally everybody. The problem is that you can't just build for the 80%. If you're building a service that somebody can't get through, if one person can't get through that, you failed, ultimately. Firstly, because government is basically a monopoly, and there's going to be stuff that people can only do through us. It's really, really, really important to make sure that what you're doing encapsulates everyone. I think government, particularly in the UK, I think government have been really good at trying to put some principles in place for that. So, for instance, the kind of the service standards, the service manuals, putting products and services through the service assessments is a really, really good thing, and helps you kind of have those design principles, again, to try and embed this kind of culture in wider departments that might not necessarily be used to working in a user-centered way. And principles are great, but they're a good thing to facilitate engagement and understanding. They're not a replacement for kind of engagement and understanding, and that's something, they're kind of a building block towards things rather than the end. Finding a solution that suits all users. Other people's edge cases are quite often your main cases in government. The average age of our user is 72, and that's not to say that old people can't use technology, but there's different barriers and there's different fears that come into place when you're talking about that as your main user group, ultimately. Ultimately, your solution won't be just technology. It never, ever, ever is. You need to use multiple channels in order to make sure that you're hitting everybody that you need to and that you're finding a solution that meets everybody's needs. And as a product manager, those channels might not necessarily be under your direct control. So paper channels, for instance, might not be something that is considered in the remit of what you needed to do, at least in the first place. It's still your responsibility to make sure that overall value works across those channels regardless, ultimately though. And you can't give someone a worse service just because they don't have the technology or the skills or the capability to use that service. You just can't. It's ridiculous. Quite often people don't have access to data, don't have access to smartphones or laptops. Just because someone can use the technology as well also doesn't mean that they'll want to. So it isn't just about not being able to, it's about those people that will refuse to engage within that space. And you have to find a solution for them as well, ultimately. And then finally, understanding user need, not want. Nobody actually wants to use a government service. No one wants to talk to us. Nobody wants to be involved and get involved in a government service. That isn't something that people wake up in the morning wanting to do. But have I moved on? No. But sorry, I've lost track a little bit. Nobody wants to make a passport, but people want to go abroad. Nobody wants to make a lasting power of attorney or even think about mental capacity and the fact that they might lose mental capacity in the future, but everybody wants to make provision for that future and to make sure that they've got that safety and safeguards in place. There's also a massive fear about interacting with government, a fear of doing something wrong or being caught out, even if you're not doing something wrong, by doing something wrong inadvertently. So you can't just develop for an individual user need. You have to think about the support network that person has. And quite often, a lot of different people will be involved in helping someone through a government service, whether that's someone that they're paying, whether that's someone from a charity, whether that's just someone next door that has more confidence using technology or that's done the form before or things. So you really have to design for relationships right from the start rather than just assuming that an individual user is going to be your main use case. And think about social interactions within the product and making sure that you're kind of designing for those right from the onset ultimately, or else you're going to set yourself up to fail on it. The other thing is you kind of you have to be a champion, particularly from a product management perspective, you have to be a champion for user rights as well as user needs, and thinking about it from an ethical perspective and a user rights perspective that users themselves might not necessarily think of or adhere to as well. And so that puts another dynamic within that kind of product manager role, I guess.
Okay, so hopefully you've understood the problem and then you've understood your users. And so that should automatically lead you to understanding the value and then how we're going to test that. But for government, it isn't quite as straightforward as return on investment, or as I was listening in one of the sessions yesterday, increasing shareholder value, which I am not sad that I have to think about. But it does mean that there's that kind of one thing that everybody is trying to work towards in product management is going to be different depending on what department that you're in. And so it does provide some other challenges. So how do you do that? I mean, it seems fairly straightforward, but you need to start with focusing on the organisational outcome and what kind of working backwards from there. Believe it or not, every government department is there for a reason. And it's got that kind of policy intent written underneath it. So again, really making sure that you understand that what is important to your organisation and kind of working backwards to make sure the thing that you're delivering ultimately achieves that outcome. It is surprising how many things that you will find working in a government department that you think can be improved, but actually doesn't link to that overall social outcome. So you do need to watch that to make sure you don't kind of go off track. Choose what you measure very, very carefully. Big data. So everybody thinks that loads and loads of metrics, loads of fancy dashboards absolutely will equal data-driven decisions. And in my experience, that's just not true. It kind of just gets really messy. People don't really understand exactly where you're trying to go to. So I think limiting what you measure is really important. So pick, that you've got that overall outcome and then maybe 2 or 3 things that you want to measure to get towards there. Be careful it doesn't inadvertently become a target. We love targets. Sometimes it's measuring the thing that you don't want to happen. And sometimes that thing is in a different department. So a lot of government departments obviously are interlinked. And for us in particular, what we do is a prophylactic measure to help somebody prepare for the future that means they don't have to go to the court. That's good for a user because courts are stressful. It's cost them quite a bit of money to do that. It comes at quite a late stage in a really stressful time for them. It's good for government because courts are expensive to run. I don't think I need to go into how difficult courts are. And also just always be prepared to have that conversation with that person who is definitely data-driven, but the data that you've just provided them doesn't tell them what they wanted to hear. And impacts can sometimes be measured over a really, really long space of time. So hopefully that is what we're going to kind of show. That's not to say that improvements can't be made iteratively and that you're not releasing value, but sometimes you are just making improvements to an existing service that actually that service needs changing. And if you're going to do that, that doesn't happen overnight. So just, be prepared that that can take a long time. And it is much more of an ultra marathon than it is a sprint.
Yeah, so those are the bits that we kind of think are important and maybe a kind of a different focus on product management in the public sector rather than kind of private sector or other organisations. We want to kind of focus it a little bit on our own particular journey and kind of what that looked like in reality. How did we kind of go from doing IT through to kind of making large-scale primary legislative change? We'll kind of attempt that by taking the ultramarathon thing to an extraction. And try and take that metaphor a little bit further than maybe we should. We're going to map it through the Lady Bar course of we don't know anything about running, but it felt like a good one. And Martin Jordan and Cara Kane and loads of other people use this as an analogy, which we think is a really good one. We're going to focus on the journey, on the detail of the journey, rather than the specific service change, because firstly, we get massively tied up in the details, so it was an exercise for us to try and not talk specifically about the work that we're doing, but also hopefully it's going to be more relevant and more interesting to other people as well. So this is our course. We started here in 2011. We're about here now, maybe. It started with, we were kind of looking really enthusiastic and looking for opportunities. But we hadn't really trained enough, and the organisation wasn't really ready for us either. The organisation themselves were a purely paper-based approach, paper-based service. using really unsupported, unchangeable technology from a back office perspective to try and process that paper. I think something that a lot of people hopefully can kind of come, they were trying to make the business fit the software rather than vice versa. I think it's quite a common problem, particularly in government, but I think also elsewhere as well. And as a result, they were quite reactive. They struggled with their own kind of purpose and what they were actually there to do, other than process paper and clear backlogs and try and keep ahead of the work. They had significant customer complaints, but they didn't really know how to deal with them or how to try and mitigate that, even though they had a massive balanced scorecard because they were capturing data from everywhere, but they weren't actually doing anything with that data, and that data didn't really mean anything in a way that could actually positively improve the organization. So we kind of came in, not just us, but obviously working with a lot of people through this point. We wanted to kind of make a simpler, more sustainable service across multi-channels in a way which provided better safeguards for users and made the organization themselves sustainable as well. Fortunately for us, and there's quite a lot of serendipity, I think, in our journey. This was kind of 2011, so it was around the time that Martha Lane Fox kind of first published that kind of report on digital government and that kind of revolution, not evolution work, if anybody's familiar with that, that kind of ended up with the formation of the Government Digital Service, which was kind of like a central cabinet office thing to push user-centered design, working with the GLSE, did digital stuff in government really for the first time that kind of rose out of direct gov around that time. We managed to kind of grab onto their coattails a little bit, and they were much more prepared than us, much more experienced. They were able to challenge a lot of the assumptions that we had, that we were getting from the organization, and also kind of show that we weren't just making shit up. You know, this was something that other people were doing as well, and there were some kind of structure and framework behind it. So having those kind of external friends at the start really helped us. We'd gone into it thinking that our internal systems were the biggest blocker to achieving the organizational outcomes that we're trying to achieve, because that was the thing that was causing the most friction for staff and for the organization. And I think it was the most visible thing, I guess. They weren't at all. We would have massively screwed up if we'd have set off trying to tackle that first, which is kind of what we wanted to do, try and tackle that kind of back office organizational culture change and problems first, mainly because we hadn't built any trust or confidence in the organization, and actually we hadn't built our own skill sets up at that point either. So we kind of tried to set off at a bit of a sprint, and GDS were very good at holding us back on that and getting us to focus on kind of identifying small things that were not only in the digital domain, but where we could positively demonstrate value to the organization, and how we could improve things for users in ways that was actually tangible and pragmatic, rather than just trying to fix the whole thing at once ultimately.
Yeah, so that first leg actually took us to about 2013. So see, that one was that's 2 years. So, you know, we'd built this sort of like nicer experience for users. It was kind of contained, it was fairly small, and it taught us a lot about the ways that we needed to work. We learned a lot about the overall service. I think really this was probably the first point that I certainly started to think, I know what this whole problem is for our users that we need to solve. And at this point in time, we were still very optimistic and very enthusiastic, had loads of energy, and the drive to want to go full on into trying to do that service change at this point in time was very strong. But we had also learned now that actually it's more the culture change that we need to work on first, and also we still have that back office problem. So over the next sort of like year or two, that's actually what we focused on. We were fixing the basics, both in the technology within the organisation and the culture. So it's kind of like building that trust and also getting us into a better position with that technology. So we replaced all of the legacy technology that we had within the organisation with in-house in-supported teams. We really engaged all of the different departments and sort of operational parts, policy parts that were talked about on the earlier diagram. So we really engaged them by like treating them as users, treating them as experts, showing them how we could do this, getting them like sort of really collaborating with them over this period of time. And that was kind of the first step towards us going towards that middle bit of the diagram. And, you know, I don't know if we knew this in advance, but definitely in hindsight, if you don't spend a lot of time doing those things and doing those activities, you can have the best digital team in the world and you will still come up against barriers about being able to actually solve those whole problems.
So we jump forward another couple of years. We're into about 2015 now. By this point, we'd really understood the kind of the problems of the organisation in a way that I don't think people had really done so before. I think we were quite confident in that. We'd learned an awful lot about our users because we were actually talking to them and stuff. We were able to kind of measure and demonstrate value in a way that the organisation could understand and see the benefit of. We also started to see kind of a bit of a sea change in the organisation themselves. So you're starting to see co-design and user research happening more collaboratively across digital and policy and operations without us kind of poking them and hitting with sticks and saying that's what you needed to do. It started to kind of happen organically a little bit in that space, which was really good. But we started having an expanding portfolio of digital products. So we're not only, like Kaz said, at this point we had all of the back office systems that we had basically scratch built and we'd created internally, and we had teams on. We also had kind of 2 or 3 GovUK hosted front end services for customers at this point as well. So we had a big expanding portfolio of stuff that was both supporting civil servants to do their jobs and kind of improving the user experience for users. It became then kind of how we scale and sustain that became part of the problem, because we were still quite a small team at the moment and we were still quite reliant. We had a kind of a mix of internal civil servants and external suppliers and contractors within this space as well. So in order to do that, we kind of needed to bring more digital capability in-house into civil service roles to make sure that we could sustain it and also kind of fund for the life cycle of a product and get people to think about that, because government was still very much in a kind of a project-based approach to stuff where you deliver something and chuck it over the fence and it never got updated again. So trying to get people to think about live services as the priorities and the fact that live services will be continually iterated on user feedback and always updated and always have a team assigned to them. That was such a novel approach for stuff. It was really difficult to embed. And particularly because the organisation was now getting an appetite to do a lot of stuff, and so they always wanted us to move on to the next thing or the thing that they thought was the most important. We also wanted to kind of start to focus this appreciation that digital doesn't need to be just shut in a technology box, and that we could and should be looking at end-to-end service problems and not limiting kind of solutions just to technology ultimately.
So then we move to the middle miles. I don't even know what years as well. I don't know, something like 2017, 18. They're not the most memorable. They're not the most exciting. It's that part of embedding that scale now. So it's like you can't continuously be doing sort of like new things all of the time. We needed to sort of, like I say, embed those ways of working a little bit more, keep it a little bit stable, tie up the loose ends, which meant migrations and decommissions and all of those fun things. So we also use this time to bring in those civil service roles that Simon was talking about, so committing much more of a higher percentage away from external suppliers and contractors. Sorry for those who are contracting. But bringing more, so I think we got to about a 60% civil servant ratio at this point in time. And you know, that gives a real message as well to the organisation that we are actually here to stay. We're not going away anytime soon. You've got to pay for us, and nobody gets sacked from the civil service, is fine. So, yeah, this is not exciting, but still very, very important, particularly if you're going to get round this whole circuit. Obviously, the biggest challenge was, how do you keep people going? There's nothing new, there's nothing shiny. How do you keep the business and the organisation really like excited about where we're going when we're just kind of like moving things from over here and closing things down? And it comes back to what I was talking about earlier, that overall organisational outcome, and just constantly keep mapping back towards where we're trying to go and demonstrating the steps, even though it's going over a really long space of time. Sort of, like I say, having that very one metric helps in this space, and how we're going to get there, reminding them that actually removing that legacy has reduced loads of risk for them. They always love something that reduces risk, so that keeps things going a little bit. And for the development teams, it's kind of just cake.
It was also kind of being able to build on and the fact that we had a load of technology there that was iterated and that was supported, that was kind of our building block for doing new and shiny stuff as well. So that was the plan. We kind of, at this point, kind of hit a bit of a wall. that was mainly the outer limit of our expected influence as a digital team and as a product management function, ultimately. It kind of would be kind of easy at this point to kind of sit back and look at everything that we'd achieved. We'd done some really, really good stuff. We had no legacy tech in the organisation, which for government is unbelievable. We had supported in-house products with teams on them for everything, and those teams were multidisciplinary, cross-functional in ways that we were really, really proud of. We had significant improvements to the existing service and to user experience within that space, but actually when you started kind of looking under it, we hadn't really solved any of the user or organization's fundamental problems. The core problems were still there and still existent, mainly because this was all still paper-based. People were still having to sign bits of paper. That paper had to come into the organization, and then the organization was still having to process that paper. And you know, we're not talking small bits of paper. We're talking like, I think 1.2 kilometers of paper at any one point in the organization. So we just things like we had to be mindful when we were moving premises because of the structural integrity of the building that we were moving into because of the weight of paper that we had to deal with at any point in time. So those fundamental problems were still kind of existent at that point. And so it's kind of time to persuade the organisation to let us look at the whole problem and services, ultimately. This was very much a wall, and a wall with no doors. It's like there's no easy way through this. We had to kind of get sledgehammers and stuff. But we did have a lot of trust embedded by the work that we'd already done. And we used that trust to kind of demonstrate why the problem was no longer technology, and critically, why the organisation could no longer hide behind the fact that they had back technology as the excuse, because actually, all the technology was really good. So they couldn't really hide behind that anymore. We still had all of this paper and all the, but we kind of proved that actually the constraints that we were now facing were around primary legislation and the limitations and constraints within the organisation and what it can do. And that was the problem. You know, like Kaz said earlier, we had a load of like 3 or 4 tiers of primary legislation, right, going back to kind of, crikey, the 1989 Property Miscellaneous Provisions Act, where you had to have an instrument that needed a witnessed wet signature with a wet pen, for instance, you know, and tiers and tiers and tiers of this stuff that really limited what the organisation could or couldn't do. And this was the bit that we ultimately had to try and solve. So we say dark times on this because you cannot underestimate how difficult this is. This was really, really, really hard because it wasn't just about the technology. It was about making those changes. But it was also giving people really, really bad news. You know, it's just like, we've got to a point now where we can't go any further. If you want to actually improve this organisation, you're going to have to change legislation ultimately. So everyone was bloody delighted to learn that, as you'd imagine.
Because that is not easy or quick. It's certainly not a 10K. And although we were, we'd known this for a little time, it did really take quite a while to persuade the organisation. It was always like, but can you just look at what you can do in and around it? Because nobody really wants to tackle that, going to try and change primary legislation. And like I say, for good reason, because it is quite difficult. So in one way, I was really happy, and then in the other, I was like, oh, crap. Yeah, I don't know how to do that either. So this kind of comes back to what I was talking about before, about building the team around the problem. So this is the point where we got policy and lawyers in the team. And the distinction between being in the team and people advising the team, I think is really, really important. Like, we have a fantastic policy advisor. Like, she's with us all the time in planning, in like service mapping, like all the way through the journey. In turn and in kind, they taught us how to analyse public consultation results. I mean, we did kind of the donkey work for them, but it was interesting nonetheless. That still took 2 years to get a legislative vehicle to do that. So we were prototyping, looking at services, doing that kind of public consultation and going through that journey. And lots can happen in 2 years, like COVID, which can distract the business. So we had to say no to a lot of things during that period of time to not distract us from that original one thing that we were trying to get through. So, but then by sort of like September 2023, we did get primary legislative change. Woo! So we're now a significant way through working with the organisation to kind of like really change that service, because it is an entire end-to-end service change. Like, everything from the workforce is changing, how the organisation is structured, how users will interact, what they'll need to do, separating it out so that one person isn't responsible for everybody in the journey, and we can really talk to each individual user and help them get through that. So yeah, we're kind of coming round on the bottom, and hopefully at some point soon we'll have real users on it. There are still a couple of hills to get over, like there's a new government now, so we'll presumably have to talk to them about it. If that sounds like we're nearing the finish line, move on. Yeah, if that sort of does sound like we're getting towards that finish line, it kind of is, but we're also really aware that we're just about to go round again. So once we get new users on, we're going to learn a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't sort of worked out yet because it's a completely new service. You know, everything that we're doing with the users at the moment is what they think they might do when they start to use that service in real. And, you know, there's kids running around and things are on the stove and how they interact with us. We'll find out a whole bunch of new stuff. But this time we hope that we will be fitter, that we know the course a little bit better, and hopefully it won't be another 10 years.
Yeah. So kind of, is it worth it? Given everything we've gone through, is it actually worth doing? I think if you're looking for a challenging problem space, and this isn't supposed to be a recruitment or advertising campaign for public sector, I promise, but it kind of coupled with the warm glow of altruism that you don't necessarily get elsewhere, you are, you know, at the very basis of this, you are trying to do public good in this space. If you can handle working within constraints and sometimes despite the organisation rather than because of it, it can be a hugely rewarding job. I think it's safe to say that neither of us would have kind of kept doing this for 12 years if that wasn't the case.
I think as hopefully we've kind of alluded to, product management isn't still fully embedded. There's like lots of product manager jobs in government, but I don't think it's still fully understood. And that does give a lot of scope for being able to mold that role. And with the right people in those spaces, I think you can do a lot of good. I think we get to punch it above our weight quite a lot and get involved in kind of higher strategy that maybe other professions don't necessarily get the opportunity to. But yeah, there's no hard power. It's all soft and it's all influencing.
And I know I keep reinforcing this, but it's really important to us. There is a chance to actually make the world better, to positively contribute to society in a way that I think we're very lucky and privileged to be able to do that isn't everywhere. It's not glamorous, it's not quick, it can be really worthwhile. And I think the other thing is that there are always new problems to solve. You're not going to run out of problems to solve in government. So I guess kind of in true product style, it kind of depends.
So that is our whistle-stop tour of sort of like the last decade. So thank you very much for giving us your time.
Yeah,
questions,
so we wanted to end a little
views?
bit early purely because, well, firstly, so you could just run off if you wanted to, but also we wanted to check. We wanted to basically have a little bit of a, you know, don't feel like this is just about questions. If you've got any experiences within the space, either from public or private sector, if any of this actually resonates or if we've missed something, or if you've got different experiences in this place, we'd be really, really interested to hear them. So yeah, for the last sort of 10 minutes or so, feel free to please just, I can run around with a mic or ask Paul to do so.
Well, this is weird. So I'm a product manager in the Ministry of Justice, and
Hey.
I work in very much not a product environment. So it's really interesting to see that because I think we're all very aware, and I've heard a lot of people speaking this week about, you know, not trying to be playing by all the rules and thinking if you're not doing any of those things, you're not a product manager. But really, I'm in a space where it's not product in any way. Like senior leadership just kind of put in the job titles and like, hey, we're doing product. So that was quite interesting to hear that you sort of went through something similar to that, it sounds like. And maybe it's going to take 10 years to fix. So thank you for telling me about that.
Brilliant. Anyone else saw another hand?
Hi, thanks for that. I'm working with DEFRA at the moment. It's a relatively new client for us. And one of the bigger challenges is that the policy is so complicated. And I'm wondering if you've got any tips for how we can collaborate better with policy colleagues earlier on in our journey to make it easier for users and staff.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. So when we did get a few sort of false starts in working with policy, and we effectively used those to demonstrate why it hadn't worked. And it hadn't worked because we weren't actually, like I was saying before, there's a real big difference between having policy advising you and like meeting them like, I don't know, once a week, once every 2 weeks, versus having them properly embedded in the team. So you can both learn how they need to work and understand the constraints and the difficulties that they have and the challenges that they have in their space, because it is wildly challenging, but also so that they can really understand what you're talking about when you say all of these agile words, and like what do you mean you don't want to write a date in legislation about when this is going to come in? That's not how the world works. And so we used examples of our own experiences. We also, at the time, we'd gone to land registry and they'd done a similar thing. They'd like kind of done these two separate things, wrote something in legislation, then couldn't actually do it, put it in their service. So basically, I guess what I'm saying is use examples. If you want to contact us to have that sort of support and help, I think that is a real benefit in public sector, is that you can kind of talk about your experiences through them and guide other organisations to show things, that, because you kind of do need to show them that it can be done differently.
To use your ultramarathon analogy again, was there ever a time that you felt like you ran the wrong way? And how did you convince the team of people that you were working with to sort of trust you in, you know, turning around and trying a different direction?
Yeah, I'm sure we've run the wrong way quite a few times. I mean, we did gloss over the fact that that wasn't the first time we tried to change legislation. We have actually done it 3 times. So we've definitely gone the wrong way. One of the big ones for us was which legislative vehicle, which is kind of getting a bit like government technical now, but you can do it in kind of 2 different ways, and we were never going to become the priority for an organisational bill, and that's why we kept falling off the bottom. Like, we work at the Ministry of Justice, like prisons and probation and courts and us. I think we had quite a few failures, and we're quite open about demonstrating why those things didn't work. We've also gone through 3 different public guardians in this time. 8, yeah. So there's lots of kind of slightly going the wrong way, but also it's always convincing people. And it does feel like a lot of the things that we might have talked about in those phases are kind of going around that journey, that they're almost like start to stack up onto each other. So as a lead product manager, I think I spend probably more 70 to 80% of my time working on the problem of having the environment to do product management than I actually do doing the product management stuff, if that makes sense. Like the problem that I work on is that, and it does take a lot of conversations, a lot of demonstrating things, a lot of trying to bring people into those spaces, and then repeating that when somebody new comes in.
That's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. So please put your hands together and thank Cass and Simon. So for our next speaker, I'll be introducing Evie Brockwell. So after breaking her hip and living alone during the pandemic, Evie took the leap at 24 to start her business and travel the world. So from this, Evie has worked with top travel brands like Booking.com and TUI, Megabus, etc., sharing her knowledge to inspire product excellence. She's here to bring us the sunshine, and so please put your hands together and welcome Evie to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Yeah, that intro kind of ended abruptly when you said sunshine, because that's definitely not come with me. So sorry about that, everyone. But thank you. I'm going to start with a question. Who here works in product? Okay, pretty much all of you, so that's okay. If you don't work in product, I'm going to talk about some product-related things, but this applies to absolutely anyone. So yeah, feel free to apply it anyway, and maybe you'll just have a laugh at product people along the way. And who's here because they feel like they're just really busy all of the time? Okay, yeah, about 50% of you. The rest of you, maybe you don't need this talk. But this is a state that appears with every product person I know. And last week, I onboarded a new client. And whenever I onboard a new client, I go through and I have a conversation with everyone. We have one-to-ones and we talk about different things. And I'm always like, okay, what are your biggest fears? What are your pain points and what are your desires? And whenever I talk about pain points, the main thing that comes up for everyone is that they have too many meetings. And I think that's something that's familiar for everyone in this room. I also hosted a workshop on burnout last week. And the same thing happened. I was chatting to one of the product people, and they're running 2 different product teams. They've got 3 projects, and they don't feel like they have time to do it all. And I think we're always trying to add so much impact in product, but we don't feel like we have the time available to us to do the things that are really going to make a difference. And I used to be the same. I was this person in product, and when I first started, I would walk around with my laptop and my coffee, and I'd be going from meeting to meeting like this, and everyone's asking me questions like, Evie, could you work on this thing? And I'm like, no, sorry, I'm too busy. And then everyone's like, how was your week at work? And I'm always like, busy. And that seems to be the standard product owner response. We're always too busy for anything else that comes our way. And it's true, like, we're not just exaggerating. Like, we do like to feel important, we do like to feel powerful, and we do like to be involved in everything. But we also know that we need to start carving out time to work on the things that we really want to do. So things that Janet was talking about this morning. How do you do strategy? How do you make sure you've got the right KPIs? How do you make sure you're taking those steps to the left to move everyone in the right direction? And often we don't find the time to really think about and do those things. So that's what I'm going to be sharing with you all today. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my journey. So I went on this, oh, I'm so busy, I'm so powerful, I'm in all of these meetings in product. And what ended up happening is my diary looked like this. And this is a genuine snapshot from like 2021. We can see I've got an hour free here. I've got like 15 minutes free on a Wednesday and a Thursday. And I've got 3 meetings like booked in all at once on a regular occurrence. And this isn't an exception. This was the norm. I used to have my alarm go off at 6:30. I'd start working from 7 till 9. I'd do everything before everyone else would come online. And then this was during COVID. So at like 5:30, I'd log off. I'd pour myself a gin and tonic. I'd go and sit and watch what Boris had to say about what was changing tomorrow. And then I'd get back on my laptop and carry on working. And I was on this pattern on repeat for so long. And then I hit the point where I was like, I can't keep doing this. I'm trying to do all of these things. I'm leading 5 different teams. I'm trying to carve out time to make an impact. And I'm like, when? When is that going to happen? So I took a step back from everything and I was like, okay, what strategies can I actually put in place to make a change? And they're the kind of things that I'm going to talk to you guys about today. But it was a combination of 2 things. It was like, what can I do with my time? But also, what can I do with the organization overall? And what I found recently is that I've been working with a bunch of different product people, and I had this hypothesis that maybe 50% of product people have experienced burnout. So earlier this year, I started to do some research, and I was like, let's find out if that number is true, because everyone's diary looks like this. And through a poll of like 200 and something product people, I found that 92% of product people have either experienced burnout or they've been on the edge of it. And the even more scary statistic is that for 72% of people, that had happened more than once. So even if we manage to get ourselves out of these cycles, we then fall back into this pattern of trying to do more, take on more, feeling the pressure of our organizations, and we don't know what to do about it. So hopefully, what you guys are going to learn today are some key strategies that you can take away to actually go and make some changes. I've got another question for you all, and you can just think about this one in your heads. But what's your favorite thing about going to a product conference? Just have a little think. For me, my favorite thing is never like going to the talks and people say, oh, this is how we did this at this place. And I'm like, cool, Joe, great, good for you. But that doesn't work in my organization. But the things that I do find really impactful, and I heard some people say this after Janet's talk today, they're like, oh my God, this is so inspiring. We could try this thing and we could do this thing. And that's what I want you all to leave thinking is like, okay, next week I can go away and I can actually make some actions to make this stuff better. So it's going to be a bit interactive. If you haven't already, make sure you've either got a phone out or like a pad and some paper, because I'm going to be asking you guys some questions and be getting you to do a bit of reflection on things that are happening for you so that you can really go away and be like, I've got this one change that I'm going to make next week. So the bits that we're going to be covering today are how you're spending your time and why you're spending your time like that. We're also going to talk about different techniques that you can use to carve out ways to improve the way that you spend your time and the way that your organization's working. And finally, we're going to talk about how you can actually influence other people, because as we've spoken about today, from a lot of the talks, you can't always do everything because you're not always in control. So we'll talk about a few ways that you can help to drive change in your organization. So, time. This is where I'm going to get you guys to start writing a few things down. And the first question that I have for you, hopefully you can all see this okay, is what are the 5 main activities that you're spending your time on? And I want you to get quite specific. So don't just be like, oh, meetings. Think about really which meetings are you in all of the time. And you can think back to the last quarter. You can have a look through your calendar right now if that's not too scary for you, and think about where have you really been spending a bunch of your time. It looks like a lot of people are still writing, or maybe you've just been a bit distracted by WhatsApp notifications, because that's usually what happens to me. And one of the ways that I've actually saved myself a bunch of time is that I turned all of my social media notifications off so that I stop procrastinating, and that makes a massive difference. So if you're not already doing that, I'd recommend it. The next question I have for you is, what are the 5 main activities that you would actually want to spend your time on? So if you think about your role and your responsibilities, where are you actually going to drive value? What are the 5 activities that you should be doing to actually create impact in your role? Okay, does everyone have about 5 down? Sweet. Don't worry if you've not got 5, you can always go away. And I've also got a little worksheet at the end that I've linked to that will give you like a bunch of activities, a few activities that you can do in a really short space of time to map out some of these things and make a difference. So yeah, if you don't have 5, don't worry. But who's got 100% of a match? So who's spending? Just put your hands up. Exactly 100. Not exactly 100% of your time, but who's spending time on the activities that are really going to add impact over those 2 lists? Who's got 100% match? Okay, no one. Who's got a few that overlap? You're spending time on. Perfect. Okay, good. And who's got none? Okay, a few hands here. Like, you're the ones that we need to speak to, so come to me afterwards if you want any help. But for everyone, there's clearly a shift that we can make to go from where we're spending our time now to what we should actually be doing to drive change and drive the things that we want to. So I've got another question for you here, and I want you to shout out some of these answers. What are the main reasons that you're not doing that already? So what's stopping you from spending time on the things that will actually add the impact? Great one, love that. I'm like, that one sounds very familiar. I'll talk about that one in a second. Any others? Yeah, honestly, meetings stop you from being able to do the things that you want to do. And again, we'll talk about that when we talk about organizational design and also how you can influence some of those things yourself. Anything else? Yep, all the time. We're always like running to the most important thing, and it's like we don't have the time to solve the root cause of those problems, so we're just firefighting all of the time. What was the other one? Yep, that's also a very good one. I've not popped that one down here, but, well, kind of. I'll talk about that one in a second, but it's something that we all need to remember is like, we can control this and we can have that discipline. And it kind of leads me to this first point. So we often don't do this because we're like, oh, these things are hard. The things that we actually need to be doing, we don't quite know how to do them. Like, oh, I need to create a strategy. How do I do that? And we don't want to take the time to do it. We don't know how to break it down into the smaller thing that's going to be easy. We'd rather run to all of the easy work. And I've got an example from like my own personal life. I have a camper van, which is great, but I'm not very good with shapes and angles, which isn't so great when you're driving up hills that are like this in first gear and some locals have to help you reverse back down because you get stuck. But that's not the point. I also have to do different things like fill up the water. And in the camper van, I've got like this hose that connects to the water tank. And because I'm not very good with shapes, and honestly a 5-year-old could do this, you need to screw the hose onto a tap. And when you're in Europe, all of the fittings are a little bit different. And I needed to do this one day. My boyfriend had gone to the shop to buy some water, and I'm trying to fit this tap, and I'm like, it's not working. I try some different fittings, it's still not working. So I just gave up. I went in the van, and I was like, I'm going to do the easy tasks that I can do. I'm going to clean it, I'll do the washing up, I'll do the easy things. My boyfriend comes back, and he's like, why haven't you done the water yet? That was the #1 thing I was meant to do. I'm like, oh, I just couldn't do it. Within 30 seconds, he'd managed to screw this hose on. It was the easiest task in the world, but because I told myself it was going to be hard and that I'm not very good at these things, I chose to go and do other things instead. And we do this so much more often than you think. There's research that has shown that 20 to 30% of your workday is spent doing the easy tasks because we have task completion bias. And we'd rather feel like we've got shit done than work on the things that are actually going to drive change. So whenever you're distracting yourself and you've not got that discipline and you're procrastinating, always remember that you can do this stuff. You're probably just putting it off because it seems a bit more difficult. The next one, we feel like there's no option sometimes. So this is some of the stuff like my boss has told me to, or I'm meetings, or my teams need me, so I have to run to this thing. And again, an example of this. We do this again in our real life all of the time. So when I was traveling to the conference on Wednesday, I flew here from Italy. I'm spending the next 2.5 months in the UK, so it's all good. I was coming back for a reason anyway. But my flight was delayed by 2 hours. And I'd already booked my train to come here. So I was like, it's fine. My train was booked for like 2.5 hours after my flight was meant to land. I was like, it's cool. Eventually we took off 2.5 hours late. We managed to make up some time in the air. And we landed at 10:30. And my train was at 10:46. And I'm at Gatwick Airport. And I'm like, do I think I can make this? And then some other people got off the plane and they started to run. And I was like, do you know what? I'm going to join them. So there was this like little sprint crew and everyone's like dawdling around Gatwick Airport. They're like with their suitcases and we're all darting through like, I've got this. And I got to passport control, made it through, got to the train station, and I made it in 21 minutes, which I'm pretty proud of to say that I broke my hip a few years ago, as I mentioned at the start, and I can't really run anymore. But it turns out I'd missed my train and I was like, okay, great. I'll wait for the next one. And time was getting closer and closer. And then I was like, okay, I'm on the train to Farringdon. And this train's also getting delayed by 2 minutes. And I'm like, there's every chance I've got about 6 minutes to make the train that I need to get here. So we get to Farringdon and I'm like, okay, I'm going to make sure that I can get onto the tube as quick as possible. So I line myself up right next to the escalator and I'm straight up and I get to the tube. And literally that noise started as I got there where it's like, and the doors are starting to close. And if anyone lives in London, you have this moral dilemma where you're like, I could still get on the tube right now, but you don't want to be that dickhead where you get the doors stuck. So I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to wait. And then I'm like, okay, if I get this next tube, I've literally got 2 minutes to get to the train. And I'm like, well, I've already missed these 2 connections that I thought I was going to make. Like, can I really do it? And again, my boyfriend always tells me 2 things. He says, we're not lazy and we're not quitters. So I was like, do you know what? All right, I'm going to give this my best shot. So as the tube's lining up, I've got 2 people stood next to me waiting to get off. And I'm right in the middle, so I'm like the first one when the doors open. Everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. I literally sprinted all the way up the escalator. And it turns out I'm at platform 11. I'm like, why is it the furthest one away? It's always like that, isn't it? So I'm running all the way through the airport and I'm so out of breath. I'm like, God, I need to do more cardio. And I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm probably going to miss it anyway. But I didn't. I made it on that train with 20 seconds to spare. And it's because I thought there was an option. I was having this moral dilemma in my head the whole way, being like, will I make it? Will I not? But it turns out if you really believe that you can do something, if you believe you can drive that change, you'll go for it and you'll try and make it happen. But if you tell yourself you can't, if you're like, it's too impossible to change these meetings, everyone needs me in these different sessions, there's no way that anyone will listen to me if I try and change it, you won't make a difference. So that's my little inspirational story from running to catch a train, just to remember that there is always an option. So if you tell yourself that, you'll probably be more likely to drive this change. Other people. So this is about your boss. I had a manager who I absolutely hated working with for quite a long time, but we all know they're in charge of your bonus, they're in charge of your promotion, so you try and impress them. And I'd turn up to a one-to-one with him every 2 weeks, and I'd leave that one-to-one with a list of about 20 different things that I had to do. And then I'd go back to my one-to-one again the next week, well, in 2 weeks' time, and I've done all these 20 things, and I sit down and I'm like, so I've done all of this. And he's like, why have you done that? I didn't ask you to do that. I'm like, yes, you did. And this was before we had note takers. I'm going to take note takers to every single meeting for the rest of my life so that no one can ever tell me that, like, that's not what I was meant to do. But it got to the point where I was like, do you know what? I'm just going to stop doing what he asks me to do and see what happens. And it turns out nothing happened. Maybe he'd remind me and he's like, well, I thought you were meant to do that thing. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I didn't have time. I'll go and do it now. But we always think that we have to do this stuff because other people expect it from us. But actually, that's not true. We can make a change. And I know some bosses are more difficult than that, but that's why we'll talk about powers of influencing people and all those other bits. But again, just a reminder to say, even if you feel like you can't, often you can. And then the last bit, business chaos. And this is often where those things like meetings come from, because as we were talking about this morning, you can work in these spaces that are like pure product operating model and everything works like this utopia and everyone's really happy. But the reality is for most of us, we work in these organizations where we've got meetings all of the time, we've got all of these silos, we're changing direction constantly and no one knows what's going on. And that's the stuff where like you can't necessarily change that directly yourself, but the things that you can look at in your organization as a whole to make an impact. So, is everyone in a position where we're like, yeah, okay, we feel comfortable, like we think we can change some of these things? Because the important thing that you need to do is remember this. Are you willing to put the important before the urgent? And this was the chat that we were having in the burnout workshop, was that people are always busy fighting these fires and doing the urgent things, and we're never going to drive that impactful change unless we put some of the urgent on hold and we focus on the important stuff. If anyone hasn't read this book, it's quite a good book and it's dirt cheap on Apple Books if anyone other crazy person likes reading from their phone. And he's also got one that's called 10 times is easier than 2 times, which is quite a good book where you can think about how you could do some strategy. So recommend that if you've not already seen this. So if you are willing to put the important before the urgent, this is how we're going to go and take control. And this is what I'll link to in the worksheet at the end, where there's a bit more insight on how you can do some of these things. But basically, what you can go through and think about is where you're spending your time. Are you spending your time on areas that have got high impact and they don't take so long? Or are you spending all of your time on areas that don't really have that much impact and it's taking you a shit ton of time? Because that's the stuff we want to get rid of. And there's 4 different ways that I recommend that people do this. The first is just delete it. So there was a guy that was a product leadership coach in one of my first jobs, and everyone thought this was so outrageous. This was when everyone used email for everything all of the time. And he was like, yeah, when I come back from holiday, I have an out of office on that just says, I'm not going to respond to your email. If you email me whilst I'm on holiday, your email will get deleted. And he would genuinely get back on his first day of his holiday, and he wouldn't spend all of his time going through his emails. He would just delete his whole inbox. And to all of us, that sounds outrageous, right? You're like, could you imagine doing that? But he did, and it worked, and he set that boundary to say that's how he was going to operate. So even if we think that there are these things that we can't really change, you can. You can do more extreme stuff. You can delete everything. So there are loads of different examples about ways that you might be able to do that. You could delete meetings. You could stop sending certain reports. You can just get rid of stuff that isn't really adding any value. And then if you don't feel like you can delete things, you could also try these different approaches. So you could try delegating things. I wouldn't recommend delegating anything that's taking a lot of time because it'll take a lot of time for someone else. But if it's stuff where actually like someone else could do it better than you, and another great example of this and one that I like to use in every team that I work with is as product people, we think we need to write all of the JIRA tickets. It was like in the product owner job that you write tickets. But that's not true. In most of the teams that I've worked with, when the developers are the ones writing the tickets, we do such better work because they get all of the context and they're inputting into what that solution should be. So even in situations like that, if someone's not reporting into you, you can still delegate out some of these tasks and improve your workflow overall. The same if you've got analysts or UX people or UX researchers. Have a think about what you're doing and what you're spending your time on and what other people might be able to help you with. And if you, again, can't delegate, or if you're working on stuff where you're like, this doesn't make any sense to delegate because it's taking way too much time for anyone, have a think about how you can do some other stuff. So can you automate anything? So obviously we've got AI now. I use ChatGPT for so many things. Like I can input loads of notes. I have an AI note-taking tool, and I can input all of that into ChatGPT, and it can spit out summaries for me of anything that I want. And I know that not everyone can use that in their organization, but are there tools like that that you can use? Or can you use any Jira automations? Or can you automate anything in Slack? And if you're not sure, what I did was I came up with a list of things that were taking me loads of time. And I went to my development team and I'm like, hey, like I'm doing all of these things and they take loads of time. Do you have any ideas of automizations? They usually have loads. So get other people to help you with that if you need to. And then the last thing that you can do is work out how you can streamline stuff. So do you need that meeting every week or can it be every 2 weeks? Does it have to be a meeting? Could you just send out a report? Does the report need to be this bespoke thing where you pull from all of these different slide decks, or can you just present a Miro screen to people that, if that's what they need to see? So have a think about how you can free up some of your time in those ways. And that's all of the stuff that you're in control of. So it might be meetings that you own, it might be your own diary, it might be some of those things. But there's other things that are happening in your organization where it might not feel that way. Because sometimes the organization is just fundamentally fucked. Like the conversations that we were in just before where we were talking about public sector digital and all of these things that you have to do. And it can be a lot more challenging to drive and make these changes. So does anyone have any examples from your own organizations where actually it's organizational structure stuff that just means it's chaos? Yeah? Talk to me later. I'm happy to have the vent. Anyone else? So a lot of the examples that I've seen from this in organizations, and I'll talk about how we can do this properly in a minute, are things like constantly changing strategy and direction, or spinning up new teams every 3 months and you've not got a runway to get started. Or you've got so many silos and so many different people that you need to communicate with that you have to spend your whole life in meetings. So there are different things you can do in that space, which comes down to a lot of the stuff that Janet was talking about earlier, about how to structure an organization effectively to drive some of that change. So I'm going to give you an example of what I think is like product utopia. And it's going to seem a bit like, well, maybe I can't do all of those things, which is likely to be true. But I did implement all of this with a client last year, and I've implemented elements of this in different organizations that I've worked with. So there's always things, and this is what Holly was talking about yesterday, there's always stuff you can do, and it's not about trying to get it perfect, it's just about trying to take steps towards what that utopia might look like. So the first thing that I think is super beneficial to a lot of organizations that can help save a bunch of time is having a clear strategic direction. So I'm not going to bang on too much about strategy or what any of those things are because Janet covered it superbly this morning. But the reason why strategic direction can save you time is that you stop changing approach and priorities every single quarter. Everyone's bought into that longer term vision and they're trying to all take strides to make sure they get there. The other benefit of this in terms of saving time is that you can coordinate a bunch of teams around it. So you've not got one department saying, well, this is our strategy and we're doing this, and another department trying to go in a completely different route where it doesn't line up. So you don't just want your own like product strategic direction, you want that to be aligned across the whole company. And granted, if you're not in a product leadership position, this can be quite hard to influence, but there are ways that you can start to have those conversations with your manager or their manager and speak to other people to say, well, I feel like we're spending a lot of time going down this approach and then switching. Is there something else we can try and do to try and give us a bit more sustainability and mean that we can keep going in one direction? One Direction, I'm always like, you can't say that without thinking of the band, can you? Clear OKRs. So you don't have to use OKRs, but having some sort of outcome that you guys are working towards can be really, really helpful. And again, when I found this the most beneficial is when I've worked in organizations where you've got a product function and then you've got other stakeholders that sit around it. And all of these other stakeholders want 1,000,001 different things from you. And none of it really aligns to what you're trying to achieve. And the most effective conversation that I found in that space is to just get everyone on board and say like, hey, this is what we're all trying to work towards as an organisation. These are the outcomes that we're trying to drive. Has anyone got anything that's going to help contribute to this and help us move in this direction? If they don't, if they've got a bunch of ideas but it's not really helping you stay on track, you can do more of that educational piece and that conversational piece to say like, well, that stuff's not really going to be impactful at this point in time because it's not helping us to achieve these things. So it stops a lot of the noise and it stops a lot of the conversations that I think we spend a lot of our time having as product people to go and say no to people. It's like a much easier way to say, well, no, it's not going to actually have the impact that we're trying to achieve right now, so sorry. And then the next most important thing is about how we structure teams. And there's two main things that I think are important in this space. And one of them, and again, Janet was alluding to this morning, is making sure that you have the right people involved. So if you've got that clear direction and you've got the clear OKRs, you don't always just need an engineer, a product person, a UX designer, and that setup. You might need to have someone from legal heavily involved. You might need someone from customer success to sit in your team. And if these are the people you're working with on a regular basis, and they're not more embedded, you again spend all of your time having these alignment conversations and bringing people on board and trying to get them brought in when they might be trying to go in a different direction. So if you know you're working with these people a lot of the time, can you bring them into your planning meetings? Can they attend a couple of stand-ups each week? Can they feel like an extension of the team that you already have so that you're not spending your time moving around different spaces and trying to do things? And then the other most important thing, and this one again can be a bit more difficult if you're not fully in control of it, is how you structure and set up these teams to be successful. And again, the best organizations that I've worked with, okay, let me give you the worst ones first. The worst organizations that I've worked with are ones where it's like, okay, we have a team that looks after this page, and a team that looks after this page, and a team that looks after this page. And then you have your strategy and your OKRs, and only one of those teams is actually working on stuff that's important. The other two just have this domain knowledge, so they're just doing things, but it's not actually driving you to where you want to go. But the best organizations are the ones that set up those teams to align to the strategy. And there's a really good, I'll link to this at the end and I can share the slides if anyone emails me afterwards. There's a really good YouTube video about Hotjar and how Hotjar did this, because they constantly would set up their teams to focus on strategic goals as opposed to elements of domain knowledge. And there's also examples where you might have team 1, 2, and 3 that are working on really important things, but they're dependent on team 4 for everything that they need to do. And team 4 becomes a blocker. So again, you want to think about things like, well, can we actually get people to send in merge requests to team 4 and they can actually work on that code base? Or can we put more people on team 4 to enable more of these teams to do some other stuff? So some improvements you can make there. And again, it saves you time because you can deliver more impact by working on the important stuff. And you're not all wasting time by trying to figure out like, oh, let's help team 3 do this thing that's not actually going to be important. Another one, just-in-time roadmaps. So who here has worked at an organization where you've been asked to create a delivery plan for the next like 2 to 5 years with dates? Yep, quite familiar. And who here has actually gone through and executed that delivery plan down to a T? It's a waste of time. Like there is no point. And when I'm totally brutal about roadmaps and backlogs, my honest opinion is if you have more than 5 things on a backlog, you're probably not going to do the rest of them. Something else that's more important usually comes through and takes its place. So if you're talking about any of these features, and I'm not saying don't talk about these things at all, because sometimes we work in these organizations where we do need to plan further ahead, or we do need to talk about strategic priorities or know what's coming up next to know how we're going to get there. But we don't need all of that detail. We don't need to have sized it. We don't need to know exactly what those requirements are. We don't need to be having conversations and stakeholder alignment over things that might not happen. So figure out what the right cadence is for your organization and how much planning in the future you need to do to make sure that you're actually having the impact that you want. And then continuous stakeholder collaboration. So like I said, one of the options is that you can bring people into your teams and align them a little bit more. But for anyone that you're not doing that with, what's the best way to collaborate with them? Sometimes people just have a meeting with stakeholders every 2 weeks where it's like, hey, here's a report, here's an update, or no one reads these things. So how can you figure out ways to bring your stakeholders into the conversation that are actually going to add impact, where they actually get the direction you're trying to go in and they buy into that and they support you and you all work together towards the same goals? Whereas again, in a lot of organizations, it's kind of us versus them. We all see our stakeholders as our enemy and we're like, oh, they're just trying to take us off track and they don't get products. And if you feel that way, there's probably reasons why. Why don't they get products? Why don't they agree with your direction? What is it that they truly care about and need to understand to mean that they do feel like they're engaged, to mean that they do feel like they can move in the same direction as you? So yeah, they're the 5 things I would recommend you go away and think about working on. And for some of you, it might be easier to influence some of these things, or there might be direct actions you can take from some of those that help you make a difference. For others, it might be a lot more difficult. You're like, I can't do any of this. This is a complete waste of time. Thanks for your talk, Evie, but I'm not going to be able to do anything. So what I also, before I get to that point, I'll tell you why this is important. Forget the important stuff. But when I implemented all of this with an organization, this was the impact that we had. So we managed to hit 80% of the OKRs for 2 quarters in a row. We managed to increase team engagement by 23%. So before I started, we had this little engagement survey and everyone's frustrated because they're like, yeah, we love collaboration, but we spend all of our time in meetings and this is really shit. And we don't quite know what's going on, but we don't feel like we're involved. And it was all of these different pieces of politics that we were trying to bring together. And by implementing that kind of structure where people felt like they get it and they were engaged, we managed to increase team engagement by 23%. And we also managed to increase efficiency. And when I talk about efficiency, it's not just about getting work done, but it's about actually delivering impactful work. So 12%, we had a 12% increase in the work that we were delivering that actually made a difference, that actually increased the results of that company. So this stuff does work. It's not always the easiest to get there, but it really does make a difference. Cool. So if you don't feel like you are in a position where you can just directly do this stuff, you need to be able to influence change. Again, a question for you all. How do we make decisions? What would you guys say? If you needed to influence anyone, what would you do? Anyone? Evidence, yep. Any more? That's a great one. That's what I'm going to talk about. Most of the time I used to say I'd use data. And that stuff does help. But what I've found as I've moved through my career is actually like we're not data-driven people. We like to think we are, but there's research that has shown that 90% of our decisions are based on emotions. We just use data to rationalize them and back them up. So data and evidence can really help, but you need to know how to use it. And I'm sure we've all been there. We all know that we can read numbers in a million different ways. We've all run experiments and we've been like, oh, kind of failed, kind of tanked. But I can pick out this one piece of data that's going to make it look really positive so I can look good again. Like we all do it. But the key is understanding the people and understanding what they care about. There's some other research that has shown why we make decisions based on emotions. So there was one study that went and looked at demo days that were run in Europe. And it assessed how many people won different pitches. And it found that when all else was equal, more people won pitches when it was sunny outside. Because when the weather's good, it influences our mood and people were more likely to say yes and invest in them. And then there was another study where they managed to predict with an 87% accuracy who was going to win different pitches based on these things that they called honest signals. And honest signals are the way that we interact with people. So if you're smiling at people, if you're nodding your head, if you're building that kind of human rapport and interaction, then you're more likely to connect with people. And that made a bigger difference to who won the pitches, and they could predict this, than actually what was in that pitch content itself. So yes, evidence and that kind of thing can be useful, but actually so much more of it is about building that connection and being able to tap into people's emotions. So if you need to influence change, if you need to work with people on these things, these are some of the things that I recommend. Speak to those people that you need to work with. Get to know them, get to know what their true desires are. And you have to open up a bit of a vulnerable conversation with people. You have to be open to receiving feedback, and you have to genuinely want to know what they care about and try to get to the bottom of that. And if you can get to the bottom of that, you can use that to weave in your story and to tell them why what you want to change is going to be so much better. And again, what I found in some organizations, especially when you're trying to go on the product-led approach, is that we're over here because we all know, like Marty Kagan's told us, product-led is amazing. So we're like, you should all be product-led. You should be doing it like this. And everyone else is down here. And just because you're telling them this is great, they can't see that. They don't get that. You need to come and speak to them on their level and bring them on that journey with you. And if you're not able to do that, you'll usually create a divide in the organization. So yes, you need to be able to go and influence from their perspective. understand what it is that they really care about, understand what's going to make them feel good, what's going to make them look good, and make sure you're shaping the conversations around that to suggest why you should be doing some more of these things. And often, like, I'll use meetings as an example. We often don't feel like we can change meetings because someone else put it in. But usually if you feel this way, if you feel like this meeting's a waste of time and no one's getting any value, everyone else in that meeting probably feels the same. So you just need to tap into that and understand what it is that they really care about and what they want to know, and then use that to your advantage. So that was everything that I've been able to run through today. The things that we covered, so we spoke about your time, where you're spending your time and where you'd like to spend your time, why you're not doing that, and potentially we talked about techniques for things that you could potentially change to improve that. We've also spoken about the organisation and why that can create some friction with how we spend our time. And again, techniques that you could implement to try and change that. And then we spoke about how you could influence other people to help to achieve some of those things. As promised, I have linked to this QR code. If you go onto this, it has a few different worksheets that you'll be able to get your hands on. So you can go through and do an exercise on Monday morning where you can basically map out where you're spending your time right now, where you want to be spending your time, and how you can get that to happen. And then the one last question that I have for you all, and I want you all to write this down right now because we're more likely to take action if we write things down. But what's the one change that you're going to go in and try to make to either your time or the organisation when you go back to work on Monday? Whilst you write that down, I'll pop onto the last slide because this one's got the link to the speaker survey. So if you do want to put any feedback on there, feel free to do so. And I've popped the other QR code up again if you didn't have time to scan it before. That's everything.
Thank you so much for that, Evie. That was absolutely incredible. And when I saw your calendar, I'm like, yep, I've got that feeling as well, where you're just like, oh my God, this is my week. Let's just worry about today.
Yep.
So questions from the crowd. We've got plenty of time for questions. So who's got any burning questions for Evie that whilst we've got her?
Job done.
Sounds like you smashed it. Well, if anyone has any follow-up questions, oh, hold on, we have one.
Do you know what? So my boyfriend always laughs because I wore these in Manchester and I literally had like 2 women run after me down the street. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get kidnapped. And this woman's like, I just need to ask, where are your trousers from? They're actually from like Sheen or Shine. I never know how you call it, but from like 2 years ago. So I don't know if you can get them anymore.
There's a question there.
When you took that screenshot of your calendar, are you still at that organisation? And did change happen there, or did you move somewhere else and then you made changes?
Great question. Yes, I should have elaborated on that more at the start. So this is when I worked at booking.com, and I think it's a great organisation to work at if you want to do product really, really well. But it's very intense, and it's like, that's what my calendar looked like all of the time. And I made change at that point in time. And I think that's probably why I took that screenshot, is because I was like, that was my wake up week where I was like, I can't keep doing this. And this is why I started to talk about burnout a lot more, because when I hit that point, I wasn't sleeping properly. I had eczema all over my body, and I knew that I couldn't keep functioning like that. So I took a whole day out of my diary. I don't know if it was that week or maybe like the week after. I just deleted all of my meetings and I called in sick. And what I did was I spent that whole day reviewing exactly what was going on and making a plan based on those actions that I just told you about, to say, well, what can I delegate? What can I get rid of? What can I streamline? And I really started to make a change. And I also identified the things that we needed to improve in the organisation to help with some of that. And a lot of one of the biggest problems that we had was that we would have OKRs all of the time, and they were really helpful, but we would spend a month embedding the OKRs with the teams and starting to make progress. Then we'd have a month to do work, and then we'd go back into this crazy planning cycle, and we'd spend a whole month trying to set our next OKRs again. And it was just ridiculous. So we started to embed some of those changes and work out again who to influence to make a difference in that space. So I did a lot of that whilst I was still there, but then that's when I left and was like, do you know what? I'm really enjoying this organizational change stuff. I'm going to go into consultancy. So since I've like coached over 50 product people with those kind of techniques and helped 12 product organizations to implement the same kind of stuff. So I can say that it definitely works in a lot of different places.
Cool. Any other questions? I had a quick question, which was around, you mentioned about kind of bad bosses, or if you've got a boss who's a little bit intimidating, and you mentioned about kind of trying to cut things back, or you've got the choice of saying, actually, no, I can't make this meeting. What are the kind of coping mechanisms or tips and advice that you would give to people who have that type of person in their organization?
Yeah, so it can be really hard, especially when it's your manager, because you want to impress them and you feel like everything that you're doing depends on how that person perceives you, which is true to a certain extent. But I think there's a couple of things you can do. Well, multiple. And it depends. Like, you need, as per everything in product, you have to understand that person and what you need to do. But what I try to do with these people is like, have that vulnerable conversation to talk about, why is this stuff impacting you? Why is it really hard for you to try and do everything that they're asking you for right now? And what impact is it having on like your personal life, your health, any of those things? But also present suggestions. Like, I actually think it might be better if we try doing this thing. And one of the techniques that can work really well in that space is phrasing it as an experiment. So like, can we spend 2 weeks where we try and work like this instead and see how that works? See if you're getting what you want and if I'm getting what I want at the same time. So you can do some of those things. If you feel like you can't really influence that person, what I recommend is trying to find other mentors and bosses in the organization that can support you, because often there are good people that work there. And if you can have like one-to-ones with someone else instead, it can help with your sanity, and it can also help coach you in the right direction. But it also means that you feel like not your whole reputation is based on what your manager thinks about you, because there's other senior people that might perceive you in a different light if you're doing things slightly differently. So they're the couple that I would recommend starting with.
Oh, we have another question.
It's really bright here, so I'm like moving over.
Thank you. On the subject of influencing change, could you expand on the honest signaling that you were talking about, besides just having a nice smile?
Yes, which helps. The smile helps. But they're basically these natural human interactions. So I've linked, again, if you I've not popped my email address up, but you can find me on LinkedIn. If you drop me a message, I can share these slides as well, because I've popped the whole like book and study in the back. But it's basically all of these natural interactions that you learn from the age of being a baby. So the way that you create eye contact with people, the way that you smile at people, the way that you really connect with everyone that's around you, it's trying to do those kind of things and having the open body language and all of those positive things we're taught to do. If you're going into that space, you're more likely to make that connection and have that impact. Obviously, if the person on the receiving end is giving you the opposite, like no eye contact, deadpan face, like arms folded, it's like, how do you try and crack that and build that rapport? And that can honestly be the hardest part, but that's where I recommend sometimes having that conversation with someone and being like, hey, is everything okay? What's going on for you? You look like you're a bit pissed off about something. Why don't you tell me what that is? Like, sometimes you just have to be really honest and tell people what you're experiencing from their behavior.
Well, great. Time for one more question. No? I think we're all good. Well, Evie's going to be sticking around, so if you've got any follow-up questions, feel free to grab her after this. But yeah, that's all we've got time for. And yeah, it's lunchtime now. Go and get some lunch. And another round of applause. We have Simon Manby and Kaz Houghton from the Ministry of Justice, both pioneers in public sector product management. And Simon and Cass have dedicated their careers to improving services through human-centered design and agile methodologies. Together, they focus on modernizing public services and encourage collaboration to enhance the citizen experience. So please put your hands together, go crazy, and give them a warm welcome, and welcome both of them to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. It's really, really appreciated. It's an interesting day to talk about product management in government. So we'll start on that. Obviously, there are some things we're going to talk in generality about this a little bit because there's some things that obviously we can't go into because of government. But hopefully, you'll find things that are interesting about this. So. I'm Simon. I'm a senior product manager at the Ministry of Justice.
I'm Kaz. I'm the lead product manager at the Ministry of Justice.
We've been working for a long time there, kind of really since kind of 2011 or so onwards. So we've been doing this quite a long time as civil servants. We've worked kind of almost exclusively around the area of mental capacity, which might be a little bit of a kind of a surprise for Ministry of Justice. But it is an area that's really, really important from a legislation and rights perspective. And it's kind of where we've been focused really for the last 12 years. We've taken services from kind of improving small bits of IT right through to kind of changing primary legislation to enable better services. And so we want to talk a little bit about that journey, and hopefully there'll be something that'll be interesting for people on it. We were also the first product to kind of go live on GovUK, which we're really smug about because no one can ever take that away from us. Kaz was the first person to go through a live assessment. So we were also we think, the first product managers in government, or the first civil servant product managers in government. If not the first, then close to the first as well. So when all this will feel, basically. Wading through treacle. We've kind of chosen that as the topic for this because I think our lives have always been about maximum effort, but not really getting far very quickly. And I think that's part of the government experience really for products and digital. We'll hopefully show why this is actually still worthwhile, because it is. We do actually feel that our jobs are worthwhile. It's just this isn't quick wins. This isn't ever about quick wins ultimately.
So obviously the disclaimer, these are our views and experiences, not those of the government, which is a good job because when we wrote this, it was a different one. But I'm assuming you've also all stayed up all night watching the election. I made the sensible choice of swapping not sleeping for the election for not sleeping through terror at about 1 o'clock in the morning. So hopefully this will go well.
Yes. So, okay, we're going to talk a little bit about what product management is first, which feels a bit weird to a group of product people on a product track, but we want to talk about it kind of product management with specific lens through a public sector and government and what that actually means. We'll talk a little bit about what the job specifically is as far as we're concerned in the public sector and how that kind of differs, and there are significant similarities between public sector as well. And then hopefully the second part of it is kind of how we practically applied the stuff that we're talking about to kind of the last 12 years really. Start with a kind of commonly referenced diagram by Martin Erickson. I'm sure everybody's seen this in the room. This was kind of like from 2011 and was pretty ubiquitous. It doesn't really work for us. We kind of tried to do our own one a few years back, which looks a little bit like this in government. Digital's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We're almost always in government a separate directorate or a separate department within the organisation. It's always kind of bolted on the side and is usually, obviously, by nature of being digital, kind of a later addition to a lot of departments. So what we mean by digital in this space is all of the things that people associate with that. So product management, delivery management, web ops, developers, user researchers, interaction designers, that kind of stuff fits in digital. Policy are the people that use evidence to instruct ministers on positions and hopefully to give them the best advice as to what they can do to affect the kind of the welfare, security and prosperity of the country, to kind of really put those policies in place and make sure that government is doing what it should. And then operations in this space is kind of the public face of civil service. So that's anything from kind of a frontline job centre staff to back office admin and the people that actually do the work in government, really, the kind of people that people would associate with government. We're kind of stuck in the middle. That's us. Hi. What do we actually do there? Well, I think for both of these diagrams, it's about bringing people together towards common outcomes and common visions and making sure that everyone is kind of working towards common goals and outcomes within this space. Obviously, Martin's diagram is much kind of better known than ours, but the theme of today is to hopefully kind of show that the principles of product are exactly the same. It's just the context and environment that kind of differs in this space. That's not to say that every product manager that starts in government is going to be there at all. But I think we've made pretty good inroads, certainly over the last decade, to try and get into that space and kind of work in that space. And we would say any product manager in government should be aiming to be in that space. That's where you can provide maximum value ultimately. In central government, we've got, I'm presuming people might or might not have seen this, but it used to be the DDAT professions, it's now the professions, it doesn't make sense. It's basically a professional capability framework to outline what all the digital roles are, and product management sits within those digital roles. This does help. It helps because a lot of organizations in government aren't always set up for user-centered design or working with agility or knowing really what that means. So having those frameworks in place is really, really useful. And I think personally, one of the best things about working in government is kind of professional communities of practice and being able to share experience, share learning, stop duplication of work and reuse stuff. There isn't that kind of competition in government. Obviously, everyone's working together to try and achieve the same goals. I think what it's done over the past 5 years has kind of reinforced silos a little bit, though. Back when we started, it's not a good term for it, but kind of T-shaped or glue-shaped people were much more ubiquitous now. And I think the professional community frameworks has kind of siloed those divisions a little bit more in a way that isn't necessarily good and that doesn't really help with working with agility. It also, by the nature of the fact that we're in digital, it doesn't really give much suggestion as to where product management sits other than in digital. So the framework says a product manager is responsible for the quality of their products. Brilliant. What the hell does that mean? It doesn't actually answer any questions in any way, shape, or form. I think it's easier to kind of map products in private sector, or my understanding would be if you're actually doing a thing and making a thing. But for us, it doesn't really mean anything. It certainly doesn't mean things to people in operations or policy a lot of the time. And so, I've jumped ahead. For us, the product is actually the outcome to society. And that's the way we've tried to frame it. And product manager role is really about making sure that those outcomes are met, ultimately. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that.
So even though we think that product management might be slightly used in different ways through the public sector and the private sector, we do think that we generally do the same sort of things to get to the same place. So, understanding the problem, understanding the users, and also understanding how to test the value so that we can be accountable for delivering that value. So as Simon said before, it's more about the context and how we use those skills that might be slightly different, and hopefully we can just go quickly through some of these ones now just to give an idea of how we think about these things a little bit differently, or the things that we have to consider a bit differently in government. So, understanding the problem. This one should be the easy one, but it's not. It's the one that often gets skipped over either quickly, ignored completely, or we just sort of don't really get to the bottom of what the problem is. Partly that is because whole problems in government are hard, but also because sometimes the problem is you as a product manager aren't actually in the place to solve whole problems. Product management, as Simon says in the DDAT framework, is a digital profession that is embedded in a digital team. That comes with perceptions from everybody else in government that you are there to do technology, which isn't really that helpful when you're trying to solve whole problems, because very rarely are citizens' needs met or problems solved simply through providing software or shiny front ends. But when you join the public sector, that is the place that you are, and you can use that to sort of start to build that trust and carve out that space to kind of take steps later on. So by demonstrating how listening to users can help improve their experience as well as the organizations, by demonstrating how product thinking works, you kind of sort of, build that trust and create that environment to hopefully later on do other things. Be aware of unintended consequences. I think that's another thing that product managers very often have to think about. In government, very much so. So, for example, when they put a picture on a card for a driving license, it wasn't really intended that that was going to be identity. It was just that person on that card can drive a car. Now it is obviously much more well known and used as well as a piece of identity, and that did cause consequences. They had to change some of the back office things that they were doing to meet that level of assurance. Thankfully, we spoke to DVLA when we had the bright idea of making a card for our service, and we didn't go down that route. So learning about those and learning about other services really helps, and thinking about those consequences of different solutions and what that might do to government departments. Again, in terms of the problem space, working within constraints. Most people in product management, when they're looking at a problem, will have certain constraints. I think most people are trying to build things that, you know, meet the law, and very often, like, products will have to meet certain regulations. But within public sector, we have the added benefit of, or downside of, the fact that the services are actually enshrined in those legislations. So sometimes the services are really written out quite prescriptively in that. So you have to really understand the policy intent. I am not a mental capacity expert, but I probably have read the Mental Capacity Act many more times than the average person. So understanding that is really important, mainly so that you can also pick bits in there and know which bits that you can push back against and try and change, versus those things that aren't movable. So sorry, but when users don't want to pay taxes, you probably don't want to die on that hill trying to change that, because it's unlikely to be a thing that you can change. But for us, we had parts of our legislation that require a quill and ink on paper, and hopefully we will show you why we are prepared to die on that hill to get that changed. And very quickly, building the team around the problem. So understanding that problem, identifying all of the expertise that you might need to solve that problem, and having them in the team. And that's not always digital expertise. So policy, legal, we've had sociologists in our team, identity experts, things like that.
Okay, so the second bit is understanding users. For the public sector, this means literally everybody. The problem is that you can't just build for the 80%. If you're building a service that somebody can't get through, if one person can't get through that, you failed, ultimately. Firstly, because government is basically a monopoly, and there's going to be stuff that people can only do through us. It's really, really, really important to make sure that what you're doing encapsulates everyone. I think government, particularly in the UK, I think government have been really good at trying to put some principles in place for that. So, for instance, the kind of the service standards, the service manuals, putting products and services through the service assessments is a really, really good thing, and helps you kind of have those design principles, again, to try and embed this kind of culture in wider departments that might not necessarily be used to working in a user-centered way. And principles are great, but they're a good thing to facilitate engagement and understanding. They're not a replacement for kind of engagement and understanding, and that's something, they're kind of a building block towards things rather than the end. Finding a solution that suits all users. Other people's edge cases are quite often your main cases in government. The average age of our user is 72, and that's not to say that old people can't use technology, but there's different barriers and there's different fears that come into place when you're talking about that as your main user group, ultimately. Ultimately, your solution won't be just technology. It never, ever, ever is. You need to use multiple channels in order to make sure that you're hitting everybody that you need to, and that you're finding a solution that meets everybody's needs. And as a product manager, those channels might not necessarily be under your direct control. So paper channels, for instance, might not be something that is considered in the remit of what you need to do, at least in the first place. It's still your responsibility to make sure that overall value works across those channels regardless, ultimately, though. And you can't give someone a worse service just because they don't have the technology or the skills or the capability to use that service. You just can't. It's ridiculous. Quite often people don't have access to data, don't have access to smartphones or laptops. Just because someone can use the technology as well also doesn't mean that they'll want to. So it isn't just about not being able to, it's about those people that will refuse to engage within that space. And you have to find a solution for them as well, ultimately. And then finally, understanding user need, not want. Nobody actually wants to use a government service. No one wants to talk to us. Nobody wants to be involved and get involved in a government service. That isn't something that people wake up in the morning wanting to do. But have I moved on? No. But sorry, I've lost track a little bit. Nobody wants to make a passport, but people want to go abroad. Nobody wants to make a lasting power of attorney or even think about mental capacity and the fact that they might lose mental capacity in the future, but everybody wants to make provision for that future, and to make sure that they've got that safety and safeguards in place. There's also a massive fear about interacting with government, a fear of doing something wrong or being caught out, even if you're not doing something wrong, by doing something wrong inadvertently. So you can't just develop for an individual user need. You have to think about the support network that person has. And quite often, a lot of different people will be involved in helping someone through a government service, whether that's someone that they're paying, whether that's someone from a charity, whether that's just someone next door that has more confidence using technology or that's done the form before or things. So you really have to design for relationships right from the start rather than just assuming that an individual user is going to be your main use case. And think about social interactions within the product and making sure that you're kind of designing for those right from the onset ultimately, or else you're going to set yourself up to fail on it. The other thing is you have to be a champion, particularly from a product management perspective, you have to be a champion for user rights as well as user needs, and thinking about it from an ethical perspective and a user rights perspective that users themselves might not necessarily think of or adhere to as well. And so that puts another dynamic within that kind of product manager role, I guess.
Okay, so hopefully you've understood the problem and then you've understood your users. And so that should automatically lead you to understanding the value and then how we go on to test that. But for government, it isn't quite as straightforward as return on investment, or as I was listening in one of the sessions yesterday, increasing shareholder value, which I am not sad that I have to think about. But it does mean that there's that kind of one thing that everybody is trying to work towards in product management is going to be different depending on what department that you're in. And so it does provide some other challenges. So how do you do that? I mean, it seems fairly straightforward, but you need to start with focusing on the organisational outcome and what kind of working backwards from there. Believe it or not, every government department is there for a reason. And it's got that kind of policy intent and underneath it. So again, really making sure that you understand that what is important to your organisation and kind of working backwards to make sure the thing that you're delivering ultimately achieves that outcome. It is surprising how many things that you will find working in a government department that you think can be improved, but actually doesn't link to that overall social outcome. So you do need to watch that to make sure you don't kind of go off track. Choose what you measure very, very carefully. Big data. So everybody thinks that loads and loads of metrics, loads of fancy dashboards absolutely will equal data-driven decisions. And in my experience, that's just not true. It kind of just gets really messy. People don't really understand exactly where you're trying to go to. So I think limiting what you measure is really important. So pick, that you've got that overall outcome and then maybe 2 or 3 things that you want to measure to get towards there. Be careful it doesn't inadvertently become a target. We love targets. Sometimes it's measuring the thing that you don't want to happen. And sometimes that thing is in a different department. So a lot of government departments obviously are interlinked. And for us in particular, what we do is a prophylactic measure to help somebody prepare for the future that means they don't have to go to the court. That's good for a user because courts are stressful. It's cost them quite a bit of money to do that. It comes at quite a late stage in a really stressful time for them. It's good for government because courts are expensive to run. I don't think I need to go into how difficult courts are. And also just always be prepared to have that conversation with that person who is definitely data-driven, but the data that you've just provided them doesn't tell them what they wanted to hear. And impacts can sometimes be measured over a really, really long space of time. So hopefully that is what we're going to kind of show. That's not to say that improvements can't be made iteratively and that you're not releasing value, but sometimes you are just making improvements to an existing service that actually that service needs changing. And if you're going to do that, that doesn't happen overnight. So just, be prepared that that can take a long time. And it is much more of an ultra marathon than it is a sprint.
Yeah, so those are the bits that we kind of think are important and maybe a kind of a different focus on product management in the public sector rather than kind of private sector or other organisations. We want to kind of focus it a little bit on our own particular journey and kind of what that looked like in reality. How did we kind of go from doing IT through to kind of making large-scale primary legislative change? We'll kind of attempt that by taking the ultramarathon thing to an extraction. And try and take that metaphor a little bit further than maybe we should. We're going to map it through the Lady Bar course. We don't know anything about running, but it felt like a good one. And Martin Jordan and Cara Kane and loads of other people use this as an analogy, which we think is a really good one. We're going to focus on the journey, on the detail of the journey, rather than the specific service change, because firstly, we get massively tied up in the details, so it was an exercise for us to try and not talk specifically about the work that we're doing, but also hopefully it's going to be more relevant and more interesting to other people as well. So this is our course. We started here in 2011. We're about here now, maybe. It started with, we were kind of looking really enthusiastic and looking for opportunities, but we hadn't really trained enough, and the organisation wasn't really ready for us either. The organisation themselves were a purely paper-based approach, paper-based service, using really unsupported, unchangeable technology from a back office perspective to try and process that paper. I think something that a lot of people hopefully can kind of come, they were trying to make the business fit the software rather than vice versa. I think it's quite a common problem, particularly in government, but I think also elsewhere as well. And as a result, they were quite reactive. They struggled with their own kind of purpose and what they were actually there to do, other than process paper and clear backlogs and try and keep ahead of the work. They had significant customer complaints, but they didn't really know how to deal with them or how to try and mitigate that, even though they had a massive balanced scorecard because they were capturing data from everywhere, but they weren't actually doing anything with that data, and that data didn't really mean anything in a way that could actually positively improve the organisation. So we kind of came in, not just us, but obviously working with a lot of people through this point. We wanted to kind of make a simpler, more sustainable service across multi-channels in a way which provided better safeguards for users and made the organisation themselves sustainable as well. Fortunately for us, and there's quite a lot of serendipity, I think, in our journey. This was kind of 2011, so it was around the time that Martha Lane Fox kind of first published that kind of report on digital government and that kind of revolution or evolution work, if anybody's familiar with that, that kind of ended up with the formation of the Government Digital Service, which was kind of like a central cabinet office thing to push user-centered design, working with agility, did digital stuff in government really for the first time that kind of rose out of direct gov around that time. We managed to kind of grab onto their coattails a little bit, and they were much more prepared than us, much more experienced. They were able to challenge a lot of the assumptions that we had, that we were getting from the organisation, and also kind of show that we weren't just making shit up. You know, this was something that other people were doing as well, and there were some kind of structure and framework behind it. So having those kind of external friends at the start really helped us. We'd gone into it thinking that our internal systems were the biggest blocker to achieving the organisational outcomes that we're trying to achieve, because that was the thing that was causing the most friction for staff and for the organisation. And I think it was the most visible thing, I guess. They weren't at all. We would have massively screwed up if we'd have set off trying to tackle that first, which is kind of what we wanted to do, to try and tackle that kind of back office organisational culture change and problems first, mainly because we hadn't built any trust or confidence in the organisation, and actually we hadn't built our own skill sets up at that point either. So we kind of tried to set off at a bit of a sprint, and GDS were very good at holding us back on that and getting us to focus on kind of identifying small things that were not only in the digital domain, but where we could positively demonstrate value to the organisation and how we could improve things for users in ways that was actually tangible and pragmatic, rather than just trying to fix the whole thing at once ultimately.
Yeah, so that first leg actually took us to about 2013. So see, that one was that's 2 years. So, you know, we'd built this sort of like nicer experience for users. It was kind of contained, it was fairly small, and it taught us a lot about the ways that we needed to work. We learned a lot about the overall service. I think really this was probably the first point that I certainly started to think, I know what this whole problem is for our users that we need to solve. And at this point in time, we were still very optimistic and very enthusiastic, had loads of energy, and the drive to want to go full on into trying to do that service change at this point in time was very strong. But we had also learned now that actually it's more the culture change that we need to work on first, and also we still have that back office problem. So over the next sort of like year or two, that's actually what we focused on. We were fixing the basics both in the technology within the organisation and the culture. So it's kind of like building that trust and also getting us into a better position with that technology. So we replaced all of the legacy technology that we had within the organisation with in-house in-supported teams. We really engaged all of the different departments and sort of operational parts, policy parts that were talked about on the earlier diagram. So we really engage them by like treating them as users, treating them as experts, showing them how we could do this, getting them like sort of really collaborating with them over this period of time. And that was kind of the first step towards us going towards that middle bit of the diagram. And, you know, I don't know if we knew this in advance, but definitely in hindsight, if you don't spend a lot of time doing those things and doing those activities, you can have the best digital team in the world and you will still come up against barriers about being able to actually solve those whole problems.
So we jump forward another couple of years. We're into about 2015 now. By this point, we'd really understood the kind of the problems of the organisation in a way that I don't think people had really done so before. I think we were quite confident in that. We'd learned an awful lot about our users because we were actually talking to them and stuff. We were able to kind of measure and demonstrate value in a way that the organisation could understand and see the benefit of. We also started to see kind of a bit of a sea change in the organisation themselves. So you're starting to see co-design and user research happening more collaboratively across digital and policy and operations without us kind of poking them and hitting with sticks and saying that's what you needed to do. It started to kind of happen organically a little bit in that space, which was really good. But we started having an expanding portfolio of digital products. So we're not only, like Kaz said, at this point we had all of the back office systems that we had basically scratch built and we'd created internally, and we had teams on. We also had kind of 2 or 3 GovUK hosted front end services for customers at this point as well. So we had a big expanding portfolio of stuff that was both supporting civil servants to do their jobs and kind of improving the user experience for users. It became then kind of how we scale and sustain that became part of the problem because we were still quite a small team at the moment and we were still quite reliant. We had a kind of a mix of internal civil servants and external suppliers and contractors within this space as well. So in order to do that, we kind of needed to bring more digital capability in-house into civil service roles to make sure that we could sustain it and also kind of fund for the life cycle of a product and get people to think about that. Because government was still very much in a kind of a project-based approach to stuff where you deliver something and chuck it over the fence and it never got updated again. So trying to get people to think about live services as the priorities and the fact that live services will be continually iterated on user feedback and always updated and always have a team assigned to them. That was such a novel approach for stuff. It was really difficult to embed. And particularly because the organisation was now getting an appetite to do a lot of stuff, and so they always wanted us to move on to the next thing or the thing that they thought was the most important. We also wanted to kind of start to focus this appreciation that digital doesn't need to be just shut in a technology box, and that we could and should be looking at end-to-end service problems and not limiting kind of solutions just to technology ultimately.
So then we moved to the middle miles. I don't even know what years as well. I don't know, something like 2017, 18. They're not the most memorable. They're not the most exciting. It's that part of embedding that scale now. So it's like you can't continuously be doing sort of like new things all of the time. We needed to sort of, like I say, embed those ways of working a little bit more, keep it a little bit stable, tie up the loose ends, which meant migrations and decommissions and all of those fun things. So we also use this time to bring in those civil service roles that Simon was talking about, so committing much more of a higher percentage away from external suppliers and contractors. Sorry for those who are contracting. But bringing more, so I think we got to about a 60% civil servant ratio at this point in time. And you know, that gives a real message as well to the organisation that we are actually here to stay. This isn't, we're not going away anytime soon. You've got to pay for us, and nobody gets sacked from civil service, it's fine. So, yeah, this is not exciting, but still very, very important, particularly if you're going to get round this whole circuit. Obviously, the biggest challenge was how do you keep people going? There's nothing new, there's nothing shiny. How do you keep the business and the organisation really like excited about where we're going when we're just kind of like moving things from over here and closing things down? And it comes back to what I was talking about earlier, that overall organisational outcome, and just constantly keep mapping back towards where we're trying to go and demonstrating the steps, even though it's going over a really long space of time. Sort of, like I say, having that very one metric helps in this space, and how we're going to get there, reminding them that actually removing that legacy is reduce loads of risk for them. They always love something that reduces risk, so that keeps things going a little bit. And for the development teams, it's kind of just cake.
it was also kind of being able to build on, and the fact that we had a load of technology there that was iterated and that was supported, that was kind of our building block for doing new and shiny stuff as well. So that was the plan. We kind of, at this point, kind of hit a bit of a wall. That was mainly the outer limit of our expected influence as a digital team and as a product management function, ultimately. It kind of would be kind of easy at this point to kind of sit back and look at everything that we'd achieved. We'd done some really, really good stuff. We had no legacy tech in the organization, which for government is unbelievable. We had supported in-house products with teams on them for everything, and those teams were multidisciplinary, cross-functional in ways that we were really, really proud of. We had improvements, significant improvements to the existing service and to user experience within that space. But actually, when you started kind of looking under it, we hadn't really solved any of the user or organization's fundamental problems. The core problems were still there and still existent. Mainly because this was all still paper-based. People were still having to sign bits of paper. That paper had to come into the organization, and then the organization was still having to process that paper. And, you know, we're not talking small bits of paper. We're talking like, I think, 1.2 kilometers of paper at any one point in the organization. So we just things like we had to be mindful when we were moving premises because of the structural integrity of the building that we were moving into because of the weight of paper that we had to deal with at any point in time. So those fundamental problems were still kind of existent at that point. And so it's kind of time to persuade the organization to let us look at the whole problem and services, ultimately. This was very much a wall, and a wall with no doors. It's like there's no easy way through this. We had to kind of get sledgehammers and stuff. But we did have a lot of trust embedded by the work that we'd already done. And we used that trust to kind of demonstrate why the problem was no longer technology, and critically, why the organization could no longer hide behind the fact that they had back technology as the excuse, because actually, all the technology was really good. So they couldn't really hide behind that anymore. We still had all of this paper and all the, but we kind of proved that actually the constraints that we were now facing were around primary legislation and the limitations and constraints within the organization and what it can do. And that was the problem. You know, like Kaz said earlier, we had a load of like 3 or 4 tiers of primary legislation, right, going back to kind of, crikey, the 1989 Property Miscellaneous Provisions Act, where you had to have an instrument that needed a witnessed wet signature with a wet pen, for instance, you know, and tiers and tiers and tiers of this stuff that really limited what the organization could or couldn't do. And this was the bit that we ultimately had to try and solve. So we say dark times on this because you cannot underestimate how difficult this is. This was really, really, really hard because it wasn't just about the technology. It was about making those changes. But it was also giving people really, really bad news. You know, it's just like, we've got to a point now where we can't go any further. If you want to actually improve this organization, you're going to have to change legislation ultimately. So everyone was bloody delighted to learn that, as you'd imagine.
Because that is not easy or quick. It's certainly not a 10K. And although we were, we'd known this for a little time, it did really take quite a while to persuade the organisation. It was always like, but can you just look at what you can do in and around it? Because nobody really wants to tackle that, going to try and change primary legislation. And like I say, for good reason, because it is quite difficult. So in one way, I was really happy, and then in the other, I was like, oh, crap. Yeah, I don't know how to do that either. So this kind of comes back to what I was talking about before, about building the team around the problem. So this is the point where we got policy and lawyers in the team. And the distinction between being in the team and people advising the team, I think is really, really important. Like, we have a fantastic policy advisor. Like, she's with us all the time in planning, in like service mapping, like all the way through the journey. In turn and in kind, they taught us how to analyse public consultation results. I mean, we did kind of the donkey work for them, but it was interesting nonetheless. That still took 2 years to get a legislative vehicle to do that. So we were prototyping, looking at services, doing that kind of public consultation and going through that journey. And lots can happen in 2 years, like COVID, which can distract the business. So we had to say no to a lot of things during that period of time to not distract us from that original one thing that we were trying to get through. So, but then by sort of like September 2023, we did get primary legislative change. Woo! So we're now a significant way through working with the organisation to kind of like really change that service, because it is an entire end-to-end service change. Like everything from the workforce is changing, how the organisation is structured, how users will interact, what they'll need to do, separating it out so that one person isn't responsible for everybody in the journey, and we can really talk to each individual user and help them get through that. So yeah, we're kind of coming round on the bottom, and hopefully at some point soon we'll have real users on it. There are still a couple of hills to get over, like there's a new government now, so we'll presumably have to talk to them about it. If that sounds like we're nearing the finish line, move on. Yeah, if that sort of does sound like we're getting towards that finish line, it kind of is, but we're also really aware that we're just about to go round again. So once we get new users on, we're going to learn a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't sort of worked out yet, because it's a completely new service. You know, everything that we're doing with the users at the moment is what they think they might do when they start to use that service in real. And, you know, there's kids running around and things are on the stove and how they interact with us. We'll find out a whole bunch of new stuff. But this time we hope that we will be fitter, that we know the course a little bit better, and hopefully it won't be another 10 years.
Yeah. So kind of, is it worth it? Given everything we've gone through, is it actually worth doing? I think if you're looking for a challenging problem space, and this isn't supposed to be a recruitment or advertising campaign for public sector, I promise, but it kind of coupled with the warm glow of altruism that you don't necessarily get elsewhere, you are, you know, at the very basis of this, you are trying to do public good in this space. If you can handle working within constraints and sometimes despite the organisation rather than because of it, it can be a hugely rewarding job. I think it's safe to say that neither of us would have kind of kept doing this for 12 years if that wasn't the case.
I think, as hopefully we've kind of alluded to, product management isn't still fully embedded. There's like lots of product manager jobs in government, but I don't think it's still fully understood. And that does give a lot of scope for being able to mold that role. And with the right people in those spaces, I think you can do a lot of good. I think we get to punch it above our weight quite a lot and get involved in kind of higher strategy that maybe other professions don't necessarily get the opportunity to. But yeah, there's no hard power. It's all soft and it's all influencing.
And I know I keep reinforcing this, but it's really important to us. There is a chance to actually make the world better, to positively contribute to society in a way that I think we're very lucky and privileged to be able to do that isn't everywhere. It's not glamorous, it's not quick, it can be really worthwhile. And I think the other thing is that there are always new problems to solve. You're not going to run out of problems to solve in government. So I guess kind of in true product style, it kind of depends.
So that is our whistle-stop tour of sort of like the last decade. So thank you very much for giving us your time.
Yeah,
questions,
so we wanted to end a little
views?
bit early purely because, well, firstly, so you could just run off if you wanted to, but also we wanted to check. We wanted to basically have a little bit of a walk, you know, don't feel like this is just about questions. If you've got any experiences within this space, either from public or private sector, if any of this actually resonates or if we've missed something, or if you've got different experiences in this place, we'd be really, really interested to hear them. So yeah, for the last sort of 10 minutes or so, feel free to please just, I can run around with the mic or ask Paul to do so.
Well, this is weird. So I'm a product manager in the Ministry of Justice, and I work in very much not a product environment. So it's really interesting to see that, because I think we're all very aware, and I've heard a lot of people speaking this week about, you know, not trying to be playing by all the rules and thinking if you're not doing any of those things, you're not a product manager. But really, I'm in a space where it's not product in any way. Like senior leadership just kind of put in the job titles and like, hey, we're doing product. So that was quite interesting to hear that you sort of went through something similar to that, it sounds like. And maybe it's going to take 10 years to fix. So thank you for telling me about this.
Brilliant. Anyone else saw another hand?
Thank you. Hi, thanks for that. I'm working with DEFRA at the moment. It's a relatively new client for us. And one of the bigger challenges is that the policy is so complicated. And I'm wondering if you've got any tips for how we can collaborate better with policy colleagues earlier on in our journey to make it easier for users and staff.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. So when we did get a few sort of false starts in working with policy, and we effectively used those to demonstrate why it hadn't worked. And it hadn't worked because we weren't actually, like I was saying before, there's a real big difference between having policy advising you and like meeting them like once a week, once every 2 weeks, versus having them properly embedded in the team so you can both learn how they need to work and understand the constraints and the difficulties that they have and the challenges that they have in their space, because it is wildly challenging, but also so that they can really understand what you're talking about when you say all of these agile words and like what do you mean you don't want to write a date in legislation about when this is going to come in? That's not how the world works. And so we used examples of our own experiences. We also, at the time, we'd gone to land registry and they'd done a similar thing. They'd like kind of done these two separate things, wrote something in legislation, then couldn't actually do it, put it in their service. So basically, I guess what I'm saying is use examples. If you want to contact us to have that sort of support and help, I think that is a real benefit in public sector, is that you can kind of talk about your experiences through them and guide other organisations to show things, that, because you kind of do need to show them that it can be done differently.
To use your ultramarathon analogy again, was there ever a time that you felt like you ran the wrong way? And how did you convince the team of people that you're working with to sort of trust you and, you know, turning around and trying a different direction?
Yeah, I'm sure we've run the wrong way quite a few times. I mean, we did gloss over the fact that that wasn't the first time we tried to change legislation. We have actually done it 3 times. So we've definitely gone the wrong way. One of the big ones for us was which legislative vehicle, which is kind of getting a bit like government technical now, but you can do it in kind of 2 different ways, and we were never going to become the priority for an organisational bill, and that's why we kept falling off the bottom. Like, we work at the Ministry of Justice, like prisons and probation and courts and us. I think we had quite a few failures. And we're just I think we're quite open about demonstrating why those things didn't work. We've also gone through 3 different public guardians in this time. 8, yeah. So there's lots of kind of slightly going the wrong way, but also it's always convincing people. And it does feel like a lot of the things that we might have talked about in those phases are kind of going around that journey, that they're almost like start to stack up onto each other. So as a lead product manager, I think I spend probably more 70 to 80% of my time working on the problem of having the environment to do product management than I actually do doing the product management stuff, if that makes sense. Like the problem that I work on is that, and it does take a lot of conversations, a lot of demonstrating things, a lot of trying to bring people into those spaces, and then repeating that when somebody new comes in.
That's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. So please put your hands together and thank Cass and Simon. So for our final speaker, and returning to us again at Agile on the Beach, because I've had the honor of introducing Daniel onto the stage a couple of times now, which is absolutely brilliant. So introducing Daniel Merriman, who is the product manager coach. From academia to product management, Daniel has partnered with organizations like Sony, Raspberry Pi Foundation. He now coaches aspiring product leaders to overcome obstacles whilst managing engineering at Citizens Advice. So please put your hands together, go crazy, and welcome Daniel to the stage.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Can I get a thumbs up at the back? Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the warm welcome. I really am delighted to be with you all here today. For those of you who I haven't met before, my name is Dan. And as you can tell from the wonderfully kind introduction from Paul here, I am pathologically incapable of sticking with the same job title for more than 2 days in a row. I think that's quite a common problem for many of us here. It's honestly a little weird being on stage here this afternoon, and for more than one reason. At a personal level, this is my first public talk since catching COVID nearly 2 years ago and the really fun long COVID diagnosis that came soon afterwards. So, standing and talking on for long periods, it really takes it out of me. So I hope you'll forgive me for not taking questions at the end. Please do come and find me though afterwards, once I've had a chance to recover. But it also feels like the tech space in general, and product management in particular, is in a bit of a weird space right now. And I'm pretty sure it's not just me. The product communities that I hang out with, colleagues across the industry who I talk to, the clients that I work with, they're all reporting similar things. The job market feels weird. Partly it just doesn't seem like there are many vacancies right now, which perhaps shouldn't be surprising. Economics isn't my strong suit, I'll hold my hands up for that, but I know the situation is what the experts call far from ideal. Related to this is how competitive applications are for the vacancies which do exist, with enormously qualified applicants struggling to land roles that, on paper at least, they seem ideally suited for. Though again, maybe this makes a certain amount of sense, given how many of our colleagues have been impacted by layoffs over the last 12 months. There is a lot of talent in the market applying for these roles. But I think it's not just the sight of some of our strongest product people struggling to land new roles that's weirding me out. There's something about the roles themselves that feels a bit off to me. And at first I thought it was an allergic reaction to this sudden focus on AI and large language models and job requirements, which was causing this sense of unease. I mean, it's not like we haven't been here before with blockchain and crypto and the metaverse and the Internet of Things, with job roles demanding 10 years experience in technology 6 months old. And overnight experts stoking the fires of FOMO with an endless litany of supposed benefits while conveniently overlooking the uncomfortable question, given humanity's, shall we say, mixed history with innovation and unforeseen consequences, will shoehorning AIs and LLMs into everything we make give us a future that we actually want? I think yesterday's keynote gave us a lot to think about there. This is definitely a source of unease for me, but again, it feels like only part of the picture. Product social media needs to be in this conversation. We've got this distressed job market. All the blockchain bros have rebranded their Substacks from Ethereum to ChatGPT. And not a day goes by on LinkedIn where empty platitudes and holy wars compete for our attention, where rise and grind humble brags about 5 a.m. gym sessions clash with the human centipede of #gratitude sunset photos, where MBA-wielding avatars share surefire frameworks of success copy-pasted from last month's Harvard Business Review. And men, it's always men, with worryingly responsible-sounding jobs pant breathlessly about how much better everything would be if Elon Musk were in charge. For all the good, smart, compassionate people sharing their experiences with us in product social media land, and there are lots of them, it is not a healthy environment. There is a conservatism about this environment, a narrowing of the spectrum, a nagging sense that if you don't fit this niche image of prototypical product godliness, if you don't have a deep domain knowledge in this flavor of the month techno trend, if you're not speaking to your customers every single day, if you've had the audacity to put a date on your roadmap or share an opinion on engineering decisions, or worst of all, dare to utter the word project, then you're a charlatan, a fraud, and you don't belong in our clubhouse. This, I think, is the source of my unease. Am I too technical or not technical enough? Am I too business-focused or not business-focused enough? Am I too focused on process or not focused on process enough? I thought I knew the answers to these questions until social media told me that there's only one true path to product righteousness, and to discover what that is, all I have to do is like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Because I'm a simple man. I don't think I'm unintelligent, and I have a certain amount of low cunning that can pass for political guile in a bad light. But when it comes to product management, my approach is, and always has been, disarmingly straightforward. My job is to make the product better, in as sustainable a way as possible, and try to enjoy myself as much as possible while I'm doing it. And this last point might feel slightly out of place, but for me, it's by far the most important, because it is the bit that enables everything else. It's the fuel to the virtuous circle of successful product development. If I'm enjoying myself, if I'm comfortable in my surroundings, then everything else I'm trying to do feels so much more achievable. Now, it's all very well me being here with the Britney Spears microphone saying, things feel bad and I don't like it, which is an unkind summary, not worthy of you, though not a million miles away from the truth. But there is a message in all this. And it's that this extremely online version of product management, this highly opinionated yet somehow deeply formulaic version that I'm talking about here, it doesn't actually reflect the reality of any product role that I've ever worked. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't exist or that it's all bollocks, but I haven't ruled that out. A former colleague of mine, Connor Murphy, recently interviewed over 100 product leaders across all kinds of organizations, including these places like Google, which the internet would have us believe do things the way they should be done. And what he discovered in those interviews was that no matter what the organization's reputation for product excellence in the wider world, not one of his interviewees actually worked in accordance with these idealized frameworks in real life. Not one. And very few came anywhere close. There is a messiness to doing this job in the real world, which we actually just heard from Rachel, that it doesn't neatly mesh with the sanitized pseudo-wisdom of procedurally generated product content. And so I'd like to share a few examples with you today from one of the most transformative periods of my working life. Let me set the scene for you. It's January 2021, which is easy to believe with the weather as it is. I've just spent Christmas recovering from a role that started with so much promise, but by the end felt like a relentless series of disappointments. I was burnt out. I felt like I'd wasted the past 2 years of my life and that I might never find an organization where my desire to do good work would be appreciated and valued rather than dismissed as disruptive and contrarian. And it feels like the product manager's lot in life to be the dissenting voice, and I've never minded being the one to take that role, but it takes a certain kind of environment to truly nurture that sort of person. But now it was my first day at the new job, and though my past experiences had left me feeling a bit apprehensive about the future, I felt confident that this time I'd found the right fit. Now, the company was called Teaching.com, and I was brought in to lead on their flagship Typing.com product. And it's an online application that teaches people keyboarding skills. It has a curriculum of typing lessons to improve your speed and accuracy, and it encourages you to type ergonomically and with proper form. There's a free ad-supported version and then a paid version as well, which removes the ads and provides some additional features. Their headquarters is based in San Juan in Puerto Rico, but they are a remote-first business with a small, globally distributed team with a mix of contractors and permanent employees across North America, Europe, and East Asia, and they all work asynchronously. When it comes to their customers, their biggest user group, perhaps unsurprisingly, are students. Mostly kids in schools all over the world, spending 30 minutes on Typing.com once or twice a week to build their keyboarding fluency, from kindergarten all the way through high school. There are also accounts for teachers to track their students' progress, and admin accounts at a school and district level to handle reporting and access controls, all the sort of things you'd expect. So that's Typing.com, and it had grown organically over a number of years as a founder-led operation. And it relied on his instincts and knowledge of the market to turn a personal project that he'd really just written in his spare time into a learning tool used in tens of thousands of schools worldwide. That's a tremendous success story by anyone's standards, right? But with the founder turning his attention to building new products and competitors in this typing tutor space starting to win more market share, the Typing.com team needed dedicated product leadership for its first time in its history. And so I had a clear brief. Oh, if you think I'm too proud to make underwear jokes, you do not know me well enough. I had a clear brief. Find out what Typing.com needs to maintain its position as the go-to product for schools and students, and then do it. Find out what needs to be done and then make it happen. Product management in a nutshell. Now remember, I am a simple man, and for a simple man like me, a man who had spent 2 years fighting tooth and nail just to be heard, to be given the keys to an already successful product, one responsible for a large proportion of the company's revenue, no less, and to be told, we trust you to make it better, well, it was like a cool glass of beer on a hot day. Now, of course, the devil is in the detail, and there were a couple of extenuating factors that I would need to contend with, which I'll discuss in just a moment, but right there and then, I felt like I was onto something special. And I might have been tempted, with all this responsibility, to overcomplicate things, put on my outcomes over outputs t-shirt, flex my saying no to stakeholder requests muscles, and talk in vague platitudes about strategy and vision and how roadmaps aren't very producty. But my job was to do what was necessary, not to farm likes and follows on my social media account. So in those first few days and weeks on the job, I kept my focus squarely on the 3 crucial elements of product development that I mentioned earlier. First, I need to find out what will actually make Typing.com better. I need to get from where I am now as someone who's created an account and completed a few of the typing challenges to truly understanding what better looks like for our users. Once I know what better is, how am I going to deliver it? How am I going to make it happen? I need to understand how work gets done at typing.com. Will our product development process allow us to do what we want without burning out? Or will we need to make some changes? Is it in fact sustainable? And thirdly, and just as importantly as the previous 2 points, is understanding who I have on my team, what makes them tick, and what they need to buy into this journey and go on it with me. If I'm going to enjoy my work and do the best job that I can do, I need my team to be on board and hopefully enjoying themselves just as much as I am. Now, this all sounds really positive and, as I said earlier, disarmingly straightforward. So what about those extenuating factors that I mentioned? What's lurking beneath the surface here? Well, the fact is that for many of the organizations, these 3 focus areas I've just spoken about, understanding the product, getting our delivery process sorted, and looking after the well-being of our team, well, that might well be the responsibility of 3 or possibly 4 different people, right? You get your product manager, possibly in conjunction with the user researcher, if you're really lucky, to dig into the product and what problems it solves compared to its competitors and evangelize this insight across the business. You might have a delivery manager to work out how we're going to deliver that work, unblock the issues as they arise, and keep the team on track. And then you'd have maybe another person like an engineering manager to line manage the team, look after their well-being, manage performance issues, resolve conflicts, handle sick leave and holiday requests, and so on. Except at typing.com, each of those jobs would have to be done by me. Now, it's not the way product social media portrays the role of product manager, but these were the gaps in the team, so if I wanted it to be successful, it's what I would have to do. Another factor was that the team itself, though staffed with highly skilled people, and looking back still some of the strongest I've ever worked with, this team was in a difficult place when I joined. Work was taking a long time, and it wasn't really clear why. Communication in the team was inconsistent, morale was low, and there was frustration among the company's leadership at not knowing what was going on. So if I was going to deliver on my mission, this was something that I was going to have to fix. And lastly, there was the minor matter of the school year. Now, this isn't something that most product people have to contend with outside of deciding when to book their summer holidays. But for typing.com, as with many other edtech products used in schools, the academic year is all important. Even small changes to a product which is used in classrooms can cause huge headaches for teachers. All their lesson plans, any extra materials they've created or activities they've prepared, any progress they've already made throughout the lessons, or any marking they've already done. If you change the software in the middle of the year, all that effort goes to waste. So, I said my approach to product management was simple, but I didn't say it was easy. Right. Let's start then by unpacking the product. What did typing.com need to become better? And how did I come to that conclusion? The idea of institutional knowledge can feel like an uncomfortably fuzzy one for product people. It reeks of bias, of groupthink, and received wisdom, skepticism of new ideas, being too close to the game, not seeing the wood for the trees. At its worst, an over-reliance on institutional knowledge can feel like being trampled to death by hippos. All the highest paid people who've been at a company the longest, handing you 700 OKRs and telling you to go do product management. Oh, I just felt a collective wincing in the room just then, which tells me I'm not alone in having experienced that pain. You have my deepest sympathies. But it doesn't have to be the case. So at typing.com, I treated institutional knowledge like a gift, like my own private focus group, whose insight I could treat like that of any well-constructed focus group. Informed, welcome, and something I can test or trust depending on the situation. I spent a long time with Fernando, typing.com's long-serving customer success specialist, combing through the thousands of requests, questions, complaints, bug reports, and letters of thanks, there were 1 or 2, that reached his inbox every week. I spent hours in conference with Molly, a former teacher and an expert in curriculum planning and pedagogy, reviewing our lesson content and activities, examining our competitors' offerings, and exploring areas of improvement. I brought the whole team in on these conversations, sharing their experiences with typing.com as its custodians, of course, but also as parents and people with experience of using this software in the wild. Brent and Sergey, our engineers, knew every line of typing.com and could tell us exactly what was possible and what wasn't. Colin, our product designer, was an endless source of ideas and enthusiasm for ways to improve user experience. And these were all people whose experience and expertise I took seriously. And because I took them seriously, I was rewarded by the insight that, fundamentally, the software itself did not need radical change. It was the curriculum, the structure of the lessons and the activities where we had the greatest opportunity to make typing.com better. But this wasn't all. The golden rule of product management is to talk directly with your users as much as possible, to the point that it's become another one of these social media cliches I find so frustrating. If you're not talking to your users all the time, you're not doing real product management, is how they sound in my head. Though I find it interesting that all these people will tell you to talk to your users like it's the most obvious thing in the world, but so few share how they actually make that happen, which makes me suspect that maybe some of these people aren't really following their own advice. As my colleague Conor Murphy discovered in the research I mentioned earlier, quote, "Before starting these interviews, I would have guessed that maybe half of the product managers I would speak to talk to their users on a regular basis, and everyone told me how they felt re-energized whenever they actually go and talk to customers. But in reality, I would say it was only about 20% who did," end quote. So that's 20% of over 100 people. So here's how I approached the problem. We had no user research function in the business, you'll be shocked to hear, and no user researchers. But what we did have was integration with a research and analytics tool called Qualaroo. Some of you may have used it, other tools are available, but this is the one we had. What I then did was set up a few discrete calls to action, just little pop-ups for a percentage of the users when they logged into their accounts or completed certain actions. These calls to action invited them to speak with me about their experiences with typing.com and contained a link to a Calendly form for them to book a call in my calendar anytime in the recurring block that I'd set aside for that purpose. That was it. And by doing this, I was soon speaking with anywhere from 10 to 20 people every week, following a mixed set of closed and open questions about who they were, how they learned about typing.com, how they used it, why they used it, and what they wished they could change. Now, was this a perfectly scientific approach? No, of course it wasn't a perfectly scientific approach. I come from an academic background in the social sciences, and there are obvious methodological weaknesses here. It wouldn't have been appropriate, for example, to recruit young students to speak to through this method, so I had to focus on teachers and administrators, though I was, of course, able to ask them about their students' experiences. It's a self-selecting sample, so the people I spoke to often had strong opinions about the software, which may or may not have been representative. And some of the enterprising teachers I spoke to even used these calls to try and circumvent the usual support process and ask questions or request features directly, and I was more than happy to talk to them directly. So, it wasn't perfect. It wouldn't get published by a top-ranked scientific journal, but it was quick, it was convenient, and it was enough. I recorded the interviews in Google Meet and I transcribed them using an automated tool, and so we'd always have the raw data, but by having these conversations over and over again, each and every week, I was able to spot themes and consistencies and shared them with the team. I wrote short stories that I shared on a regular schedule, highlighting points that caught my attention. The language school in Mumbai using our product to help their students learn English. The New York tutor who'd bought Chromebooks with his own money so his students could practice at home during lockdown. The semi-retired teacher in Kalamazoo, a head teacher in fact, who had learned touch typing on manual typewriters in the 1970s and could still type at over 100 words per minute and wanted to pass these skills on to the low-income communities that she served. These stories provided incredible insight, of course, but also built a collective consciousness, what we might call enhanced institutional knowledge, about who our users were and the problems they were trying to solve. So, after all this research and discussion, I decided that the best way to make typing.com better would be to overhaul its curriculum and student experience. Rather than this single curriculum for all ages, which they'd had previously, the lessons would be mapped to US grading standards, which are widely used internationally. Students assigned to higher grades would have more challenging lessons with more sophisticated content linked to some of the other subjects they were also studying, like history and English. And those assigned to lower grades would have lessons appropriate to their level, but also including wider digital literacy, dealing with cyberbullying and staying safe online, all topics that teachers had told us were really important to them and they were struggling to teach on their own. This would require the creation of multiple new lesson types with thousands of lines of additional content, of course, massive UX changes across student, teacher, and admin views, all of which would need to be tested. New multimedia content would need to be created, marketing and promotional material, and about 100 other things that all go into such an enormous project. And yes, it was a project. It was a collective endeavor involving multiple strands of work with numerous interconnecting dependencies, risks, and requirements, and it needed to be completed by a set date. That's a project. no matter how empowered the team is, and it was my job to manage it. Some might even say project manage it, so that when the new school year starts, all our users get the benefits of our hard work. Now, is this the job of a product manager in the purest sense of the word? Possibly not. I once spoke proudly about this entire piece of work in an interview, a job interview with a well-known company that I won't say here, but if you want to ask me afterwards, I will happily spill the beans. And I was told in no uncertain terms by them that it wasn't producty enough to impress them. But still, it needed doing, and it was my responsibility to make sure that it happened, so I did it. Typing.com had, about a year or so before I joined, gone all in on Basecamp as their tool of choice. They used it for company announcements, planning and product development, of course, social activities, inter-team communication, the lot. And as well as going all in on Basecamp, they had settled on ShapeUp as their product development methodology. Both sensible choices, they fit together, and they've got a lot to commend them. But as I mentioned earlier, there were some problems that needed fixing. Despite a deliberate choice of tools and methodology, work had often been slower to complete than expected, communication had been patchy, and the business leadership had felt frustrated at not being kept in the loop. And this was a small founder-led organization, remember, and if you've ever had experiences of those kinds of organizations, the leaders at companies like these find it hard at best to relinquish control, let alone if they feel like they don't know what's going on. So I couldn't afford to let these issues continue. So, after talking with the team and the company's leadership about what they'd experienced, my assessment was there wasn't actually anything inherently wrong with the tools that they were using or the methodology that they'd picked. I'd even noticed during my own recruitment how much emphasis they'd placed on communication style, showing a willingness to speak up and talk directly about the elephant in the room. So clearly the people at this company wanted to work in a particular way, and they had the skills to do it. They'd recruited for it. But they'd fallen victim to the classic trap of starting out doing things deliberately, by making conscious decisions to work according to their plan, to follow their communication policy, to take that aspirational goal of how they wanted to work and execute on all the little things needed to make that vision a reality. They'd started out by doing all of these things, but over time, they let it slip, little by little. The discipline needed to work and communicate with rigor had fallen away. So I asked for a commitment from the team and from the business leadership. We weren't just going to revamp Typing.com's curriculum. We were going to be deliberate, consistent, and methodical about how we worked and communicated. There was nothing new here, nothing new, nothing they were unfamiliar with, nothing they should have been scared of. But we were going to do it each and every day, and we were going to hold each other accountable for working together in the way that they'd always wanted. High performance, strong communication, collaborative culture, these aren't things that you are, they are things that you do. They are actions. And if we wanted to be a team that could deliver ambitious changes like the ones I was proposing, then we needed to commit to doing what was necessary. And that might sound a bit ominous, to do what was necessary, but there were two reasons why I got the commitment that I was asking for. And the first is that I wasn't actually asking for anything arduous or difficult. Short weekly demo videos from everyone sharing their work in progress, explanatory screenshots and further short videos attached to each piece of work, using Basecamp's built-in functionality to show whether the work was in the working it out stage or in the doing it stage, and mobbing on problems that weren't moving, tagging named individuals to ask for specific particular feedback, building work in slices of functionality rather than layers. None of these things is hard. It's doing it consistently, each and every day, making that decision to do the thing that needs doing. That's the hard bit. And by keeping each other accountable, we could make that happen. The other reason why my team was able to give the commitment that they did was that I gave a promise too. My promise was that not only was I asking for things that weren't difficult, but that in taking the steps, the work would actually become easier. Work is hard when you've got too much to do in too little time. It's hard when you don't know what you're meant to be doing, and it's hard when you're not on the same page as all your colleagues. Doing these things consistently, while demanding, enabled us to remove nearly all of those bits of the process that make work stressful and unsustainable. And along with this behavioral commitment, the first thing I did was put a great big date on the plan. And somewhere in the Justice League headquarters of product thinking, an alarm has just gone off. But look, I understand all the arguments about arbitrary dates in product development, and I agree with most of them. But there are two reasons why this was absolutely necessary, and if I was asked to replay this decision 100 times, I'd do it 100 times over again. The first is that this date wasn't actually arbitrary. I spoke earlier about the importance of the school year cycle, and it was vital that the overhauled version of typing.com was ready to go before the end of the summer holidays. If we missed that cutoff point, we couldn't just push the launch back a month or two without causing chaos in all the schools worldwide that relied on our product. It would have to wait until the following summer to release it. That would be absolutely unacceptable. And the second reason, and the reason why I think product managers should, occasionally at least, consider the use of dates in their work, is to do with appetite. I use dates in this roadmap not to mark some arbitrary checkpoints which the business could use to squeeze more features from an overworked product team or punish those product managers not savvy enough to game the system. I use dates to demonstrate our appetite for the work which needed to be done, to demonstrate the maximum time we wanted to spend. Everyone, I don't care where you work, everyone is terrible at estimating the size of work. Everyone's terrible at it. If you did it well once, congratulations, you were lucky. Everyone's bad at it. I will die on this hill. It invites pressure from the organization's leadership to do more with less. And after 8 months of hard graft, everyone ends up pissed off and burnt out. And I don't know about you, but that's not my idea of a good time. So, by collectively asking how much time do we want to invest on this feature, not how long do we think it will take, how long do we want to invest on it, this gave us a starting point for at least some sensible discussions about the scope of what we were trying to do. And we could say, for example, we want to spend no more than 6 weeks on the teacher portal, because we knew that with all the communication practices I've already spoken about, this would mean that we'd know pretty soon after we'd started whether our scope was actually feasible or not, and what implications that would have for the rest of the work, and we could trim scope if needed. Talking about appetite lowers the temperature and helps keep product development sustainable. So, I've talked about making the product better, and I've talked about making the process sustainable, two absolutely critical aspects of how I approach product development. But what about the people? What about making sure they, and most importantly, I'm enjoying the experience as much as possible? I said earlier that this is the bit I find most important, that it's the fuel of the virtuous cycle of building good products, and that's absolutely true. I believe this. But in some ways, though, it's also the trickiest to explain how to do well. Because there are some things which are just good ideas, right, regardless of the circumstances. Ever since the remote working boom during lockdown, I've seen any number of questions from people asking how to build a sense of camaraderie when you're not co-located, as if co-location is some sort of magic lamp. And then there's all the usual suggestions of team building activities, playing on GeoGuessr, doing home cookery classes and things, and they're not bad ideas. In fact, I've sometimes seen them done quite well. There's a 15-minute quiz we do at Citizens Advice every Friday afternoon, and it's often the best part of my week. Although maybe that says something about me and my competitiveness, I don't know. My absolute favorite idea, though, was one that was already in place at typing.com when I joined, so I can't take credit for inventing it, but I am definitely going to take credit with sharing it all with you here today, and if I see it start popping up in blog posts and social media in the future, I'll know where it came from. And this was the monthly meal adventure. Every month, everyone on the team could expense $50 towards a meal. It could be at a restaurant, it could be at a takeaway, it could be the ingredients for a meal which you make at home. It doesn't matter. The only caveat was that you needed to take a photograph of the meal and post about it for the rest of the team to see. So there, you can have that one for free. I absolutely love this idea. It gave me a point of connection with my team that I might not otherwise have had. And $50 felt about right too. It's large enough to feel special, like you can treat yourself, but not so much that I'd have rather had the money. It was a token of appreciation and of shared humanity, both fundamental in the nurturing of strong relationships. And I demonstrated this in other ways too throughout the course of the project. During my line management conversations with the team, I'd learned about some of their interests and their habits and what their favorite drinks were. Some liked wine, some preferred rum or bourbon or a fine scotch. And when we reached a particularly significant milestone, I bought everyone's favorites with my own money and had them shipped to their homes as a surprise. Now, the logistics of shipping alcohol to different parts of North America wasn't something I'd expected to learn during my tenure, but life often provides us with these little opportunities to learn something new. And for one of my team who didn't drink, but who did have a young family, I opted to send Amazon vouchers that he could use on whatever he wanted, along with a hamper for a business that was local to them. And this, again, seemed like a very sensible option, but again, perhaps showed my naivety a little bit. In today's globalized world, I'd never expected that I'd actually need to create a Mexican Amazon account and then make the purchase in Spanish. My Spanish is not good. Again, one of life's little lessons. But the most significant and impactful thing that I did was listen to my team, be generous with my time, and treat them as both experts with skin in the game and as humans with their own hopes and dreams. The culture of the team when I joined was already strong on feedback. Radical candor had been a staple for typing.com for a long time, with openness and honesty on all work matters an absolute non-negotiable. And I found this a refreshing change from previous environments where feedback could often be indirect, non-specific, or delivered only at an end-of-year review when you'd suddenly learn about a mistake you made 7 months ago. But while timely, direct feedback is a definite plus. And again, we heard about this at Spotify. It could start to take its toll without counterbalancing it with warmth and humanity. It is necessary to be told with no ambiguity when and how your work isn't hitting the mark, but I made a particular effort to ensure my team knew that I was rooting for them, that I believed in them, and that while we'd all committed to high standards, I would never be unreasonable or take them for granted. In fact, as the resident European on the team working with primarily North Americans, my expectations of normal working practice gave me a huge advantage in demonstrating my appreciation and trust. Typing.com had an unlimited time-off policy, and I made it entirely clear that I'd be following European vacation norms and expected my team to do so as well. This instantly doubled the amount of vacation time most of my team were taking. When one of my team requested leave to take a family camping trip, it might have been the first time he'd ever done so while leaving his phone switched off and his laptop at home. And when another team member told me they were having difficulties arranging regular childcare at the start of the month, I told them to take the first weekday of each month off as a standing item, with permission to take additional days or half days whenever they needed. They had an unlimited time off policy, and I encouraged them to use it. Building trust, building a team, getting to a place where you can enjoy your work and the company of your colleagues, even in a remote, asynchronous company across multiple time zones. It's not rocket science. I mean, having an accent like mine does a lot of the heavy lifting in the US, I'm not going to lie about that, but you don't need gimmicks. The real secret is to prove you give a shit. So, after all that, what happened? Did I make typing.com better? Did I do it sustainably? And did I enjoy myself along the way? Well, my team completely transformed the learning experience of over 40 million students, teachers, and school administrators in under 8 months. We saw students thriving in our new curriculum, delighted with the fun new activities that complemented what they were learning in their other classes. Teachers were thrilled at this renewed enthusiasm from their pupils, and the integration of digital literacy and online safety lessons into the program solved a real problem for them. And administrators, the people who hold the purse strings for schools and district budgets, started seeing typing.com licenses as not simply a nice to have, but as a truly valuable investment for their institutions. Typing.com was unequivocally better. But there was every possibility that this project could have gone wrong. There was an enormous amount of work to do, any number of dependencies both in and out of our control, and there were times when we had to trim the scope of our ambition. But not only did we hit our target release date, we did so with an almost unsettling level of calm. Project workload was steady, it was deliberate and manageable. Because we'd built our work plan around our appetites rather than estimations, we were able to have sensible conversations about the trade-offs involved in investing more time on feature A as opposed to feature B, or moving on to other aspects of the project. Because we'd committed to building in slices of functionality rather than building a back end and then trying to build a front end separately, we were able to review and give feedback on cohesive pieces of work from the perspective of an end user. And because we'd built the discipline of consistently sharing those short video updates, making specific asks of named individuals, mobbing on problems to get from working it out to doing it, we were able to avoid nasty surprises. This was the smoothest project of this size and scope that I've ever delivered. I'm not sure I will ever do it again. As for how enjoyable it was, well, to this day, I look back on this period of my life with great fondness. I feel truly privileged to have worked with such amazing human beings. They were great professionals and truly lovely people. Also, did I mention that this accent does a lot to break the ice with North American colleagues? And if calls ever started to get a little bit tense, I could just dial up my Welshness a bit, you see. And that reaction would completely diffuse the situation. The reaction was always an absolute joy. If there's one truism about product management that I can actually get behind, it's that product people love a 3-part list. And so I want to end this talk. Yes, they do. So I want to end this talk with 3 lessons that I learned from teaching the world to type. The first lesson is that in product work, you don't get bonus points for style. Your job is to be effective, to use whatever tools you have available to make that happen. By all means, go to the gym at 5 a.m. if you really must, but don't measure yourself against the impossible standards of what you think other product people are doing, because, to return to Colin Murphy's research for a moment, quote, if you try to ship fast and have at least one way of measuring your impact, you are already in the top 10% of product teams, end quote. The second lesson is that environment is the most important factor in your success or failure in any given role. I succeeded in typing.com because the environment was right for me. It might not have been right for someone else, but it was right for me. My expertise was valued, and I was trusted to do what I felt was right. I was given the freedom to make my own choices, but I was held accountable for those calls. The team was small and responded to my more personal approach. But in large organizations, I tend to get frustrated. When I've worked in low-trust environments, I've sometimes been described as a little bit of a troublemaker, though not often to my face. But in the right environment, with the right people around me, all that friction just seemed to melt away. And if you're struggling and doubting whether you've got the skills to be successful in product, as I was at times in my career, and some of my clients, my people I coach, often describe this problem. If you're struggling and you're doubting yourself, don't give up on yourself. Find the right environment, and you can watch yourself flourish. And the third, and the final lesson. I spoke at the start of this talk about my unease with product roles that appear to be narrowing, becoming more specialized, emphasizing oddly specific domain knowledge over actual product skills. And I described my despair at the cargo cult wisdom of product social media, parroting sound bites to each other, declaiming what product management is and what it isn't. But in my experience with typing.com, I remembered a lesson from nearly 20 years ago, when Ken Norton told the world that product managers bring the donuts. That's what makes us effective, doing what needs to be done, whatever it is, not because it's written down somewhere or fits neatly into a 2x2 grid, but because if you don't do it, nobody else will. The world will turn again in time, and companies will remember the importance of people who do the job that's in front of them. In the meantime, though, keep bringing the donuts. Thank you very much, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Thank you.